Now, today, we are gonna see, what if I had Minerva McGonagall as my guardian at Hogwarts? Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description too. Support the original author for this beautiful creation. The small silver bell tinkled as the family walked inside. Dennis remembered the shop in detail from 2 years before when Colin needed to visit Diagon Alley to get his supplies for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. At the time, a small but intense feeling of jealousy burned in Dennis. It also got mixed with a deep sense of sadness. Colin went off on an adventure in which his little brother could not yet participate. Despite how he felt on the inside, Dennis understood he could not ruin the experience for his older brother. He always made happy whenever Colin returned home or anyone talked about his new school. The younger Creevy brother hid his real emotions. However, the playing field seemed to level the moment he got his acceptance letter from Hogwarts. And Colin proved to be just as excited. Only their parents seemed put off by discovering yet another wizard in the family. The boys did not let the begrudging, cittern acceptance of their parents dim their zeal. "Can you feel it?" Colin whispered to him as the door shut behind them, and the little bell rang again. "Yeah." Dennis sighed the word while holding out one hand. "Feel what?" their mother inquired. "The magic," her youngest child said in breathless wonder. Ahead of them 2 other new students went about selecting their wands. Dennis heard Mr. Ollivander, who appeared ancient but as sharp as a dragon talon, explain the basic principles of wands and wand lore. He heard the phrase "the wand chooses the witch or wizard." Ample proof lay nearby in a pile of long pasteboard boxes with each covered over in sumptuous-looking paper. A girl his age took hold of the stick of shaped wood. She seemed to glow for an instant, and magic swirled around everyone in the shop. "Good heavens," Jill Creevy said, even though she experienced the same with her older son 2 years before. Dennis became giddy, and Colin fed off his exhilaration. The 2 boys gone to bounce on the balls of their trainer-clad feet. A hand landed one on each of their shoulders. They glanced upward at a stern mother who eyed them with intent. "Do not get carried away as you like to do," she warned them. "Can't imagine how much damage you'd do in here." "Yes, Mum," the boys said in unison. The second student before them, apparently a friend of the first girl and from a Magi family as well, went about selecting her wand. Dennis listened as the shop proprietor listed the various properties of the wand. A 10-inch long piece of English oak with a unicorn hair core. The almost tawny-colored wood seemed to gleam. And again everyone in the shop got display of when the wand found the recipient acceptable. The girl's hair blew around her head as the pairing between wand and witch commenced. "Is it always like this for you, magical folk?" Mrs. Creevy hummed the question more to herself than anyone in particular. "Indeed, it is, Mrs. Creevy," the man behind the counter answered her. And then winked at the boys. "It is a celebration of 2 new friends finally meeting one another after a long wait. In the pairing we can see the roots of what the witch or wizard will become over time. I suspect young Miss McGillis here will explore her affinity for nature and all things that live and grow in the wilds." "How did you?" the girl gasped part of the question. "The wand told me. The linking of English oak and a unicorn hair is very specific. It favors those who harbor a natural love for nature and all the animals and plants found therein. This wand chose you because of your qualities," the man told her in a rather odd and hushed manner. "Now, young Colin Creevy standing behind you was graced with a dogwood and unicorn hair wand that perfectly matched his energetic, curious, and playful nature. I imagine that together there is never a dull moment around him and his wand." Colin blushed while Dennis giggled at this older brother. Jill Creevy rolled her eyes as if to underscore Mr. Ollivander's pronouncement. The man smirked at her. He then went about finalizing the sale of the wand to the McGillis girl. He also instructed her on very specific ways to care for the wand now in her keeping. Everyone listened since the elderly man seemed to know more than he ever let on. "And here we have another Creevy getting ready for the biggest adventure of his life, Mr. Ollivander said as he looked over the counter at the next customer. "Mere wisp of thing, you are. Wouldn't know it by how much he eats. He just can't sit still for more than 2 minutes is all, his mother intoned. Ah, a restless soul. Oh, that's an understatement. The two adults chuckled. Colin and Dennis glanced at each other and grinned. They dressed as they normally did during the summer holiday from school, and it made them stand out against the other young witches and wizards who dressed in the manner particular and peculiar to the Magi. Whereas they wore simple shorts, polo shirts, socks and trainers. Many of the younger Magi walked around in robes and clothing assembled for many disparate fashion eras. Colin and Dennis appeared almost drab and, hence, befitting their Muggle heritage. However, the slightly reddish straw-colored hair and thin carriages announced them as brothers who looked comfortable in their attire and skin. Well, if your brother is any indication as to your nature, then perhaps we should start with something similar, said Mr. Ollivander just before he retreated from the counter. You two are going to blow up the house, aren't you? Their mother quietly and rhetorically asked. Might, Colin rejoined, shrugged, and a new smirk began to form on his mouth. Will not, Dennis flatly countered, although he smiled as well. We'll probably just scorch it in places. Heaven help me. 2 wizards, Jill Creevy moaned. Yep, this is a nice, small assortment, Mr. Ollivander declared from somewhere deep in the aisles of his shop. Moments later he stepped back into the circle of light surrounding the counter. He set down 4 boxes. Since I don't believe you were an exact copy of your brother, I thought we'd try some derivatives. Okay, Dennis said while Colin pushed him forward to the counter. Mr. Ollivander, dressed like a shopkeeper from the century before in an embroidered waistcoat and sleek wool trousers with square E-framed glasses perched on the end of his nose, opened a box and retrieved the wand inside. The long piece of wood, a mild amber color with streaks of red in it, gleamed. Mr. Ollivander presented the handle to Dennis. Large with a unicorn hair, and that was some unicorn. 10 inches long, whippy and durable, the man stated the properties. Dennis took hold of the wand. It felt oily in his grip. Magics churned in his body. The end of the wand began to shine with an ever-increasing luminosity before Mr. Ollivander snatched it from his hand. Not quite, he stated as he set the wand in the box, N.D. then set the box aside with others who failed to find a match. He also pushed another box toward the pile. I would expect a similar result from that one, too. Yes, sir, Dennis responded while watching the box holding the unseen wand get moved away. Not to worry, I believe it took 3 searches before we found your brother's wand. Do not fret, younger Mr. Creevy. I am certain somewhere in this shop is a wand made specifically for you. How? The boy chirped in an automatic fashion. I mean, did you know I would be coming in here and you made it, specially for me? An excellent question, Mr. Ollivander said before Mrs. Creevy to take her child to task for a flippant demeanor. Did I know it would be you who would come to possess a wand I made? No one could suck. A variety of wands from so many different woods and the 3 best cores in the magical world, all slightly different in length and thickness, and let me tell you those attributes truly affect how a wand performs. Dennis blinked at the man when he finished. Oh, to your question then. No, not you specifically, but somewhere in these shelves hides a wand that will take to you like a hippocampus to water. It will understand you on first touch and how you will wield the magic in your body. The wands that do not understand you will sense the ill pairing and act in unpredictable ways. This is part of what we mean when we say the wand chooses the wizard. All of the Creevies bobbed their heads. Colin attested time and again his wand seemed to know him even after the shortest time together. He found himself capable of casting spells of unusual complexity when his adventurous sense got invoked. The wand responded to his excitement, he often told them. Magic, Colin said, came to him the same way breathing did. While waiting to see if he would get accepted to Hogwarts, Dennis found himself jealous over the relationship his brother developed with the wand. He did not understand what Colin fully meant, but he could tell by Colin's reactions the wand became vitally important to him. Sometimes Dennis felt his place in his brother's life got usurped by the stick of wood. Since that is the case, let's try this one. Spruce. 9 inches long with a dragon heartstring. Commanding. And wants to be commanded. You seem a fellow with a strong mind, Mr. Ollivander said and handed over the wand. Fog instantly began to spew from the wand the moment Dennis' hand touched the wood. He did not like the feel of it, so he set it down on the counter. The fog began to lift. Clearly not a match. That you chose to set it aside before it got out of control speaks about your nature. Tell me, how do you like to spend your free time? The man inquired. Dismantling the world when Colin is around, Jill Creevy answered for him. They get into everything, and none of it remains whole for very long. The shopkeeper eyed her and then looked to Dennis. His blue, slightly rheumy eyes seemed entirely precise. His gaze penetrated even through the glass of the lenses. Dennis shrugged as he considered his answer. I like to make models when Colin isn't around, he told the man. Oh, yeah, he's really good at it, too, Mr. Ollivander. Denny is the best with planes. He even gets the propellers to spin. Colin chimed in and made his brother blush. He's good with, I guess you'd say, the fiddly bits. Denny's got an eye for detail. His mother added for good measure. Colin began to bounce on feet as he said, Oh, last summer he got a brass boiler kit for his birthday from our dad, and he got it up and running in 2 days. It really worked, until the boiler burst a seam because he closed the pressure valve for too long. Surprised you two didn't get scalded. The mother interjected and chastised them. Colin kept us safe, Dennis quietly admitted. The doorbell tinkled as it opened. 2 parents with 1 child entered. Mr. Ollivander looked at them and nodded. He then said, It might be a few minutes. We have with us a rather tricky wizard here who needs just the right wand. Dennis felt his face turn a little red. Many times his parents accused him of garnering attention at the least opportune moment. Colin snickered and jabbed an elbow into his brother. A smile edged across Dennis' mouth. Fiddly bits, is it? The wand maker said as he again drifted away from the counter into the twilight depths of his shop. They all heard Mr. Ollivander muttering to himself once more as he sorted through the boxes somewhere out of sight. Dennis thought the old man sounded happier than when they first began. It appeared the more complicated the pairing of magi to wand, the more he enjoyed it. The young boy thought he understood. He liked figuring out how things worked and, more importantly, why. Sometimes when Dennis sat alone building a model, he would talk to it and ask questions as to why it turned out the way it did. The pieces never answered, but Dennis liked the conversations nonetheless. Later, he often went to books to find out how something he built as a scale model actually operated. As his mother attested, Dennis liked the fiddly bits. All right, I think one of these two is the right one, the man said as he stepped back into the light. He set the boxes down, both dressed in deep maroon corduroy paper. The top of one got lifted, the paper pulled aside, and a dark brown wand lay within. Walnut with a phoenix feather core. Nearly 12 inches long, nimble and springy, not a common pairing, but one well suited for a curious mind. Let's give it a go, shall we? Dennis reached for the wand that Mr. Ollivander did not take from the small case. The boy paused his hand. A prickly, tense sensation fell across his fingers. He glanced up at the wand maker. Yes, Mr. Creevy, I don't think it wants me to touch it. My fingers are tingling, he answered. Well, now, you're sensitive to magic. Wise is the wizard who knows when to stay his hand from a spell, Mr. Ollivander told him while re-encasing the wand. I think, maybe we have the right one here. He opened the second box and pulled aside the lining paper. A piece of goldish red wood nestled under the paper. Mr. Ollivander gently retrieved it. The elderly man smiled as he studied it. This wand has waited over 60 years to find the right wielder, he said in a quiet voice. American red pine. My F. Atherme sent me around to find unusual woods with just the right properties. I traveled the world, Mr. Creevy, looking for pieces we could use. This red pine came from the dense forests in northwestern North America. In the state of Washington in the United States. My father believed it an interesting if not expected find. He challenged me to pair with a dragon heartstring. I did, but it took a lot of fiddling with it. This wand has never accepted a witch or wizard since the day I made it. And you think this is the wand for me? Dennis asked with some hesitancy. At 11 inches long, it is the size as the same as your age. Often a telling sign, the man informed him. Sturdy, like the tree from which came even for a soft wood. But don't let that fool you, young wizard. It is also supple. I think it knows when to bend and when to remain rigid. The dragon heartstring seems to be bringing out the hidden qualities of red pine. I think back to the number of bowtruckles I saw hiding in its branches and between the needles. Oh, sure. Now, take it and give it a wave to check the fit, Mr. Ollivander instructed him. Dennis took hold of the red gold wand. His body instantly filled with magic. It made him gasp and his eyes grow wide. Excitement bubbled through every fiber in his being. His arm, his entire carriage for that matter, felt stronger than the boy ever knew. Around him a warm light got added to the illumination from the chandelier hanging overhead. His hand tightened around the handle of the wand as if he feared he might lose it or someone might try to take it from him. Dennis felt instantly protective of the piece of wood. He never wanted to be parted from it. Moreover, the wand gave him the impression he belonged to it as much as it belonged to him. "And we have a match, Mr. Ollivander said in nearly a sigh. "I've wondered for years and years when the right person would come along the wand would find acceptable. It seems you are more than acceptable to this wand, Mr. Creevy. I expect you will go far and perform wonderful, fiddly feats with it." "Thank you." Dennis breathed the words. He turned to his brother. "I get it now, call the tea." Woe boys stared at one another amid the rising shelves filled to the brim with narrow, long, thin boxes. Motes of dust hung in the air. The air itself prickled and tickled with stray magic. Dennis felt as if he needed to sneeze half the time. It all appeared older than possible. Even the worn floorboards lent the impression Ollivander stood sink that moment he found new ground with his brother, and one they shared in equal measure. Words escaped Dennis. "Yeah, I know, Denny. Can't describe it, can you?" Colin asked without expecting an answer. "That's a really good-looking wand. Matches your hair. A bit more red than Denny's. But I can see what you mean," Jill Creevy remarked. "Okay, let's box it up and be on our way. Mr. Ollivander's got other customers besides us, and we still have more things to get." Dennis turned again to the man and said, "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, for making this for me. I already love it." "You are more than welcome, Mr. Creevy. It brings me such found joy when the right wand finds the right wizard, or witch. It is an entirely different form of magic," the man said as he held out his hand. Dennis pulled his hand back and did not relinquish the wand. "Dennis Creevy, hand that back to Mr. Ollivander this second." His mother called him out. "I suspect it is as much the wand as it is your son. It found its home, and it seems loath to leave it. This is a very strong pairing from the start, Mrs. Creevy. You should be very happy for him," the shop owner said in an understanding manner while he pulled a small slip of paper from the holding box. "This is the reason I do what I do. Mum, I know it's hard for you understand, but it's sort of like finding a part of your body you didn't know was missing," Colin told her in a pleading manner. "Exactly," agreed Mr. Ollivander. "That which helps the witch or wizard realize their magic becomes part of their identity. It is, as your son so succinctly stated, like discovering an unknown piece of your body." Dennis heard the words, and they sank deep into his brain. He trusted his brother more than anyone else in the world, even more than their parents. Once he acknowledged the immediate and vital importance of his new wand, Dennis felt more in control of himself in the situation. It still took a supreme act of will, but he slowly extended his arm toward the old man. Mr. Ollivander held his open hand under Dennis' closed fist. Even more will got applied in order to make his fingers uncurl. The wand dropped into the man's hand. "My word," the wand maker stated in an awed manner as his fingers slowly clasped it. Dennis watched as the man returned the wand to the box, carefully replaced the lining paper, and slid the lid over the bottom section. In an almost ceremonial fashion, he handed the box to Dennis. Immense relief swept through the boy as he accepted it. "I think 8 galleons is in order, Mrs. Creevy, Mr. Ollivander said while looking at the woman. Just under 40 pounds, Mum," Colin informed her after making the quick calculation. "Why is a new school year always so expensive?" she said and dug out a credit card. "Can you?" "Certainly, ma'am. You're not the first Muggle parent surprised by all of this. But I would be remiss if I didn't remind you your son and his wand will spend their lives together. It is an investment that pays dividends far into the future," the elderly man said while taking the credit card. "In regard to this, we make exchanges all the time. If you'd be so good as to give me just a moment." He placed the credit card and a small piece of parchment into a wooden box, one marked with the Gringotts seal on the cover, and closed the lid. He drew the number 8 on the surface. It seemed as though nothing happened. But Dennis and his brother inherently knew a magical transaction took place. Half a minute later the lid lifted a little. Mr. Ollivander finished the upward movement. He retrieved the plastic rectangle and square of parchment that seemingly appeared from nowhere. Easily visible on the parchment inside an assortment of neatly printed rectangles, someone wrote the details of purchase in a spidery script. Mrs. Creevy received her card and the receipt. While not the most handsome race, the goblins at Gringotts are quite methodical regarding the conducting of business. I can assure you the rate will be the right and proper exchange," Mr. Ollivander told her. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander," Jill Creevy politely returned. "It's always an adventure coming here. Then I should expect more Creevies in the future." "Ha, no, aren't these two enough?" Mr. Ollivander grinned as he replied. "I should say they are, and quite splendid as well. Care to have them live with you for a couple of weeks?" the woman suggested as a challenge. "Mrs. Creevy, your boys are happy. They're healthy. They are full of vim and vigor. They exhibit a joy in life only those who've received a proper and good upbringing can know. I fear my care would be far below the standard you've set," he graciously declined, and the man's squinty blue eyes twinkled behind his glasses. Dennis saw his mother go speechless for a second at the rather large compliment paid to her. "I suppose so," she responded as a small smile formed on her mouth. "Thank you again, Mr. Ollivander. Have a good day." "And thank you, and it's already proved a remarkable day. I suspect more is to come, and I eagerly court it," he replied. Mrs. Creevy ushered her boys away from the counter to make way for the next customers. Dennis hugged the box containing his new wand. Old jealousies regarding Colin fell dead to the ground as he gained new insight into what his brother experienced. The younger Creevy boy knew he could not find the right words to explain himself. Yet he became certain his older brother already understood. "Now, who do we have here getting ready for his first year at school?" Mr. Ollivander's voice sailed over air heads as he greeted the next customer. "Kind of an oddball, but he's really good at this," Colin muttered under his breath. "I got a wand, Dennis remarked, and it failed to connect to anything his brother said. "Knew you would," said the elder brother as their mother pulled open the shop door and set the bell to chiming. "Can I tell you something?" Dennis nodded. "I sort of figured out you might be better than me at this," Colin stated. "I am not," the younger brother countered. The trio walked forward out of the shop. The door closed behind them, and they could just hear the light tinkling of the bell. It instantly got consumed by the noise suffusing the whole of Diagon Alley. "I don't know, Denny. Magic always seems easier when I'm around you. When I'm alone at school, sometimes it's harder to make spells work. Sure, I get there with some really good results, but, with you around, it just happens better." "You're going to blow up Hogwarts, Mrs. Creevy said as she guided them onto the street and into the teeming mass of people all shopping for the start of a new school year. Colin and Dennis chuckled. "I mean it, and it's not funny," she rounded on them. "If you do why damage to that place while you're there, you'll get to pay for it on your own. All this time with all those strange things happening at home and at Wheatfields. Do you know how many calls we got saying they thought you broke something at school, but didn't have any real way of proving it?" The brothers became very quiet and very still even though they walked along a busy street. On nearly countless occasions their primary school rang their parents with a new tale of an unexplainable occurrence often involving the destruction of some strange oddment. Although never able to prove either Colin or Dennis responsible, the two tended to be located nearby when the events occurred. The boys routinely and honestly told their parents they never touched the objects in question. Only very circumstantial evidence ever got presented. Once Colin received his letter from Hogwarts after completing his tenure at Wheatfields Junior School, the Creevy parents easily concluded Colin somehow unknowingly unleashed his magic. When Dennis got his acceptance letter, it cemented the suspicions in place that twice the magic likely went into effect. At least now you'll both be going somewhere they can deal with it, their mother concluded. Yeah, they said in happy unison. But it doesn't mean you don't have to, Jill Creevy rounded on her overly enthusiastic sons. Dennis continued to hug the box containing his wand to his chest. He and Colin chuckled in a way that announced to their mother they already began to plot mayhem for Hogwarts. She took an almost sinister delight in reminding them they could not do magic outside of the school. Dennis wondered how many hours he would survive before the temptation to use his new wand overcame his sensibilities. Moreover, he predicted Colin would be right. They're urging his little brother to test it. The smile that stretched along Dennis' face spoke volumes. Deep within, he reveled at being completely reunited with his brother. Life would once again be the grand adventure they always managed to find. The oppressive summer neared the end. Neither heat nor humidity made the environment stultifying. The row house suffered a depression none could fully comprehend who did not live through the events. Even the ones under the pall of a recent death could barely fathom what it all really meant. The why got left begging for an answer despite what they privately knew. The family never openly discussed the death. Moreover, they could not share the full truth with any of the extended family. The Creevys got told what they needed to tell other non-magical family and friends. Hence, they lived a lie enforced by the Ministry of Magic and the office of the Prime Minister of England. Only those fully immersed in the Magi world would know or even understand what killed Colin Creevy. Dennis Creevy spent a long summer quietly and privately mourning the loss of his brother and best friend in all the world. Crap, he swore under his breath as he tried to decide what he needed to take with him for when he returned to school. His father, Duncan Creevy, argued Dennis should not return to Hogwarts and perhaps not ever. His mother, Jill Creevy, tried to defend the fact that no matter how any of them felt, Dennis would always be a wizard. The debates, sometimes intensely heated and personal, raged throughout the summer. It took the place of confronting the death of the oldest son and finding solace within one another. Least they paid for everything for the next 3 years, Dennis told his trunk that, like most others in the magical world, got magic within an inch of its existence. The 15-year-old gazed down into the depths of his trunk. He considered translocating his dresser in there, but realized he would get called up by the Ministry of Magic for the improper use of magic by a minor. Moreover, his parents would be furious with him just for taking household furniture. Thus, Dennis continued to very carefully levitate his belongings to the various drawers and shelves he installed in his trunk. The ministry never went after children for using the Wingardium spell in a limited manner. Yet each time he used magic, it reminded Dennis of his brother. Try as he might to hold back, tears leaked down his cheeks as he struggled to accept he would travel alone to Hogwarts. Stupid bastard, the teenage wizard said to one particularly vivid memory. When the Creevys received word Colin got killed, a day that left a large and permanent empty spot inside of Dennis, his parents needed to suffer disseparation across England to Scotland in 4 jumps. The Creevys arrived nearly vomiting in the great foyer of the castle. Both hated the experience, and Dennis also found it highly disorienting as they twisted through space. The witch who escorted them did not seem entirely well after the experience and tottered off into the castle. It lay in ruins, rubble heaped everywhere, scorch marks on the walls, blood stains on the floor, and every sign a great battle took place. Dennis found it difficult to believe the building continued to stand. Dust choked the air. The smell of smoke did not dissipate. An unsavory odor lay just under the 2 other. Dennis thought it smelled like death. Oh, a voice wailed from above their heads. Woe unto us. Oh, woe, oh, woe. In the air Peeves the poltergeist floated along seeming to cry out in misery. And yet it did not sound entirely sincere. Dressed in his wild assortment of clothing from across 10 centuries, the specter of the slightly round man with a pinched face acted all despair, but it rang false. The Creevy adults started in fright at the sight. They only visited Hogwarts on certain special occasions, and Peeves usually got corralled by the Bloody Baron prior to those events. He's a prat, Dennis told his parents as he glanced upward. Ignore him. But hail, the Dark Lord lies defeated. Yet, we are woe. Peeves continued to howl. Dennis knew his parents to be in shock like himself. And the display by the poltergeist did nothing to help. He guided his parents toward the great hall where, he assumed, they would find the war dead killed the day before and overnight. As they passed the first riser of the enormous staircase of the main floor, they got met by Headmistress McGonagall. Dressed in velvet robes of dark green with a matching octagonal tam bedecked. With a long feather on her head and a goodly amount of dust, she approached them with eyes of sorrow and an outstretched hand. Duncan Creevey accepted it. "I'm so sorry," the elderly witch said. Quote, "I cannot imagine how hard this must be for you." "Thanks," Duncan flatly rejoined. "Denny," the woman said and addressed him. Dennis nodded his head, his throat seized with emotion. He never found Professor McGonagall very approachable or warm as head of the student house in which he lived during the school year. She always seemed more prone to doling out demerits than succor. However, Dennis Sue, LD not denies she appeared compassionate and sympathetic in that moment. "It is genuinely a tragedy," the headmistress continued. "With certainty, but there is reason to take comfort. While Colin's death is tragic, he played a vital part in defending the school and ending the reign of the Dark Lord. Voldemort is well and truly gone. Your son will always be considered a hero in the magical world." G.L.L. Creevey simply stared blankly forward while Duncan nodded his head once. His hand hung limply in the headmistress' grasp. Around them people went about their grim and silent business of trying to set the castle aright. Mr. Filch stood off on one side of the grand staircase and attempted to move a pile of debris with a shovel into a wheelbarrow. The sound of it grating on the stone flooring grated on the nerves. Peeves did not cease his insincere lamentations, but he drifted further up and away. Other parents arrived, of both varieties, and they appeared equally grief-stricken. They came to collect the remains of their dead children. A moribund mood settled over everything, and the ministry is taking charge of arrangements and costs. "It's the least they feel they can do," Headmistress McGonagall stated. "'Stead of protecting our kids." Duncan rumbled from deep in his chest, and he removed his hand from hers. Professor McGonagall looked slightly affronted in Dennis' opinion. The Oman got used to deference from everyone around her. However, a muggle she did not really know spat vitriol at her. It took a few seconds, but the headmistress managed to collect herself. She pursed her lips. "It may be worth your while having a talk with Denny who understand more of the history of these events. He did, after all, see many of them over the past few years," Professor McGonagall said in a controlled voice. "Don't shove this onto his shoulders," Jill Creevey piped up. "He's got enough to deal with. This is all on you and the school. That would be like blaming the Muggle Prime Minister for everything Hitler did." McGonagall argued in return, apparently aggravated by the implications. "Oh, Chamberlain was to blame for a bit of it," Duncan quickly replied. The three adults reached an impasse. Dennis could see the headmistress bristling under her carefully constructed calm exterior. She expected compliance with whatever she ordained. His parents, conversely, could not care one whit less about her position or that she happened to be a fairly powerful collect the body of their dead son, their living son knew. "Emmeline," the headmistress suddenly called out to a passing student Dennis recognized. The young woman approached. "Emmeline, could you assist the Creeveys with business in the Great Hall?" "Oh," the Hufflepuff student muttered and glanced at Dennis. Yes, I'll help. Please, come this way." With that, Professor McGonagall scampered off in another direction toward another set of parents. She gave every impression she wanted to be free of the presence of the Creeveys. Dennis began to shuffle forward. His parents automatically followed. "I was so sorry to hear about Colin," Emmeline quietly said. "We had potions together twice. He knew how to get under Snape's skin without even trying." Dennis proffered half a smile. Emmeline stopped, turned, and faced Duncan and Jill. Her features looked awash in sorrow. Her brown hair, all but immobilized on the sides of her head with barrettes, allowed her face to be seen. The already sallow skin seemed to grow pale. "I knew Colin," she softly told them. "We were in the same year. We shared some classes together. He brought life wherever he went. Him and Denny both. Everyone knows them, at least knew about them. Colin will be so missed by so many of us." Real words spoken through real emotion immediately affected Dennis' mother. She bowed her head, raised her hands to her face, and began to sob. Duncan wrapped a protective arm around his wife. As tear raced down his cheeks, Dennis stood to his mother's left and slipped his hand into the crook of her arm. The Creevies became a living embodiment of the grief in the echoing halls of Hogwarts. They did not weep alone. Other parents also gave vent to their sadness. However, they did not commiserate. Each family suffered alone in their own fashion. Dennis felt as if he choked on his heartache as much as the dust clogging the air. It hit him anew he would never see his brother again, especially in a place they both feverishly loved. The Creevies and Emmeline stood immobile for a long period of time. "This way," the older Hogwarts student muttered. When the adults appeared more under control, Emmeline led Dennis and his parents past the wreckage the battle made of the humongous doors used to seal the Great Hall. The long room spread out before them. The dead lay stretched in lines, each covered with a cloth, and more than few with grieving family at their sides. Dennis saw far too many familiar faces of brothers and sisters who lost a sibling. Despite that common aspect, he felt entirely alone as they traversed down a makeshift path between two rows of the dead. About a third of the way into the hall, Emmeline halted. She turned and faced a covered body. A slip paper got attached to the sheet. It bore the name of the eldest Creevy brother. Jill Creevy faltered and nearly tripped. She and her husband gradually sank to their knees next to Colin's corpse. Dennis stood behind them and rubbed their backs. Tears followed from his eyes like a storm-swollen river. His breathing came in unbearable gasps. His parents fared no better. Emmeline then carried out what needed to be done. She uncovered the head of the body. Jill wailed in despair at the pale, bruised face of Colin facing upward with eyes closed and a mouth slightly open. Dennis felt his knees give way. There, at last, lay the proof of what he feared most. He would never hear his brothers laugh again. He bitterly wept at the unfairness of it all. A hatred for Voldemort and his followers came close to overwhelming him. The small family collapsed into themselves in individual ways, and the pain ebbed from them like a palpable force. "Mr. and Mrs. Creevy," a gentle voice said from the side some 20 minutes later. Dennis turned his head as well. An elderly man who looked about as careworn as a person could stood clasping his hands in front of himself with a slightly bowed head. He wore what Dennis considered traditional black robes the Magi liked, and it seemed fitting given the circumstances. His gray-white hair, too long for a man of his age by Muggle standards, hung in thick strands against either sunken cheek. Dark, intelligent eyes gazed at them. "I'm Lomax Riley, and I've been asked to assist you with final arrangements," he told them. "I'm a member of the Wizengamot, and I can answer just about any question you may have on what should or needs to be done." The man's voice sounded both comforting and confident. It stunned the junior wizard to think the Wizengamot, a body of governing witches and wizards he barely understood and yet knew them to be important and influential, got assigned to a Muggle family. "What are you?" Duncan grunted the awkward question at the man. "I sit on the council that oversees the British magical community." "Why'd you let this happen? Why'd you let Colin fight and die?" Colin's father yelled at him. Unlike McGonagall, Wizard Riley did not bristle. The man slowly nodded his head. Dennis felt his father struggle stand, and the teenager stood back while also gaining his feet. "It seems a complete mystery. But I am of the mind Colin fought for something he believed in, Mr. Creevy. I've learned a bit about him over the past couple of hours, and he seemed a boy full of conviction and earnestness. From what I understand, he stayed while Dennis returned home," the elderly man accurately recounted. His eyes flicked toward Dennis. "Why didn't you make Col come home, too?" Jill begged the question. "At 17, witches and wizards are considered accountable for their own actions even if they still are in school," Wizard Riley said without any rancor. "I am led to believe Colin chose to stay and volunteered to defend Hogwarts. A place I am told he dearly loved, as I believe is true for Dennis." The two seemed a remarkable pair of brothers even for the Magi world. Dennis started to sob at hearing his brother spoken of in the past tense by someone who could not possibly know or understand the depth of connection between he and Colin. He felt his mother slide an arm around his shoulders, and he sank into it. Facing the world alone without the person he trusted the most became unimaginable to him. He could not see a future that did not heavily involve his brother. Dennis felt unmoored ND cast adrift on an uncertain and unknown sea. He could feel himself breaking as the reality began to worm into his head. Wizard Riley did not interrupt until Dennis' tears became spent and he managed to control his breathing. The terrible emptiness in his chest stilled his weeping. He stared blankly, fuzzily at the older wizard through reddened, swollen eyelids. Although we can never feel the loss as deeply as you, we do feel it. We lost so many bright and promising young witches and wizards to the evilness of the Dark Lord. The tragedy will take generations to heal, if it ever does. Your C. Olin will forever be counted among those we hold dear and whose memory we'll not let fade, the man said in what amounted to a stern tone if solemn. Dennis suspected a very powerful and subtle magic at work, and he further suspected Wizard Riley as the source. The teenager felt, bizarrely soothed by the Magi's words. He also saw his parents react in a similar manner. His father appeared less hostile and his mother less consumed. In some regards it angered Dennis because he realized all the feelings, all the distraught and pain, would return in a few hours when they returned home to St. Albans. It became an artificial bomb. His mind struggled against it, and he caught Wizard Riley eyeing him for a few seconds. Now, as painful as it will seem, there are details we need to discuss, not the least of which is how we can assist with your son's the final rest. The ministry will see to all the expenses as Colin is one of honored fallen. We have a place arranged where we can speak in private, the member of the Wizengamot said and motioned with his hand to where a group of chairs sitting away from the lines of the dead. His parents followed the man, and something compelled Dennis to follow along. However, halfway to the DOK hold of his arm, he turned and found himself staring into eyes of an amazing emerald color behind a set of cracked, round glasses. The narrow face, bedecked with small bruises and lacerations with the eyewear resting on a pert nose, did not need introduction. The half-ruined clothing hung on his body covered in dirt, debris, and detritus that needed to remain unexplained. A determined, fierce light seemed to burn in the absurdly verdant eyes. Yet sadness got mixed in the expression. A very real and human sadness only one who experienced catastrophic death could project. I am so sorry for Colin's death, Harry quietly said. Before Dennis could react, Harry swamped him in a tight hug. Dennis' body began to shudder as a new wave of sobs racked him. Harry held him upright, tightly, and with intent. A minute passed while Dennis wept. I know, this doesn't do you any good, but I wanted you to know he died one of the bravest among us, Harry stated loud enough to be heard. He defended the entrance to the headmistress' office, and I can't tell you how important that is. If the Death Eaters got in there, Hogwarts would have fallen. I don't know how he knew, but Colin knew. Lee Jordan and Alicia Spinnet tried to get to him, to help, but so many Death Eaters were in the way. A picture formed in Dennis' mind of his brother, all 10½ stone. And 177 centimeters with dark gold hair flopping about as he waved his dogwood wand, standing in defiance of the Death Eaters. It strangely made a coherent picture to the living, Creevy brother he instantly and simultaneously loved and detested. Dennis squeezed Harry with his arms, and Harry returned the embrace. Nothing can ever replace him, Denny, just like nothing can replace you. And I'm so glad to see you alive. It's one of the few things that gives me hope for tomorrow. Dennis heard Harry's voice grow strained. Try as he might to dismiss the notion, the younger Wizard realized Harry Potter saw horrors all his life one could scarcely conceive. Stories of the poor treatment the famed boy wizard suffered at the hands of aunt, uncle, and cousin abounded from the first day Dennis arrived at Hogwarts. It happened atop the fact the shade of Lord Voldemort hunted him. The Tortious Triwizard Cup tournament got held in Dennis' first year at the school, and the outcome never left his mind. Thus, to hear Harry lament his brother's death and supply details he never knew he needed to hear acted as a minor panacea. Dennis got control of himself. He gradually released the famed young wizard. Harry, however, did not entirely release him. You and Colin were a right bloody pain the ass at times, Harry stated. His eyes appeared to smile. If everyone took the same joy from magic you do and Colin did, then there'd never be a Dark Lord. I know everything is all horrible for you right now, but don't ever lose that spark, that joy. Keep it alive, and you keep your brother alive. Never forget the people you love, Denny. I have that on good authority. Thanks, Harry, Dennis managed to rejoin through a tightly constricted throat. If there's ever anything I can do to help, please, please. Please don't be afraid to ask me. We couldn't have done what we needed to do without Colin, and you. People underestimated you and Colin, and I think that's a huge mistake. I won't make it, either. Anything I can do, just get a hold of me. Send an owl or come see me. Promise. Dennis nodded his head. I need to hear it, Denny. Promise me with words. You know how important words are in our world. The slightly older wizard exhorted him. I promise, Dennis managed to croak. Good, and I'll hold you to that. That's all I wanted to say for now, and I think you need to go be with your mum and dad. There's things you know they'll never get. You'll need each other for a good long while. Thanks, Harry, Dennis repeated since he could not figure out what else to say. Harry patted him on his upper arms. Then, just as quickly as he arrived, Harry Potter departed. In a few short minutes, Harry bolstered Dennis' ruined spirits. It gave him the strength to see through to the end of the day. It took sitting and listening to Wizard Riley to truly value what Harry gave Dennis. The elder wizard went on at length about how the Creevies needed to disguise the actual cause of Colin's death. In its place, the officials concocted a cover story about how the main building of the fictional private school both Colin and Dennis attended collapsed after centuries of use. The story contained details of a dozen deaths, all of whom happened to be Muggle-born students who died in the Battle of Hogwarts. Dennis could tell his parent grew indignant at the requirement, but Wizard Riley also impressed on them they would suffer obliviation and replacement memories in order to conceal the wizarding world from other Muggles. When it came time to depart with Colin's remains, the family left with a myriad of conflicting emotions. It did nothing to aid them in coping with the loss of a son and brother. Colin's funeral and burial, all of which occurred with a closed casket. Since Colin suffered disfigurement during the battle, did not assuage the Creevies. As directed, they used the fictional account of the building collapse. It felt a betrayal to say his brother died because of a structural failure when Wizard Riley called Colin a hero during the explanations of what the Ministry demanded. The only saving point for Dennis came when he got to secret Colin's wand on his person. He slipped the length of wood into the pants pocket of the suit in which Colin got buried. In that way, Dennis believed Colin got buried as a proper wizard. Watching the coffin as it read into the ground and disappear under dirt left Dennis numb for over a week. It set the tone for the rest of the summer. Denny, he heard his father say as he returned to the present. Dad, Dennis replied. Are you? I have too. Dennis cut off another argument as to why he should remain at home. I know you and Mum are scared for me, but it's all over, Dad. There's no more Voldemort. It's safer now at Hogwarts than it's ever been. How do you bleeding know that for certain? The man barked at his son. Dennis, angry and bitter at again entering the same debate, turned and scowled at his father. He watched as his slightly paunchy father glared in return. The man wore his blue work uniform, resplendent with various patches, and Dennis counted to 5 in his head before deciding to answer. Somewhere deep in his head, he wanted to laugh at the moment. Dad, how do we know you're safe at the dairy? He countered. Don't be. Didn't Lou Purcell get trampled by cows? What about when that Diane lady lost control of the lorry and died in the accident? How do we know something like that isn't going to happen to you? So, and I'll say it again, who's actually safer between the two of us? Father and son reached the same stalemate they encountered many times over the preceding weeks. Duncan appeared to want a guarantee no one could give him, as Dennis repeatedly pointed out. He tried to explain how going back to Hogwarts would give him a sense his brother somehow still got involved in his life. Those words often made his mother cry, but they also persuaded the grieving woman. They all wanted Colin alive and with them. They all knew it would never happen. Dennis watched his father frown. Right, Duncan mumbled before turning on one foot and walking away from the door. Dennis hated arguing with his father, especially over an issue that should make them more compassionate toward one another. It bothered the teenage wizard when his father started to decry magic along with witchcraft and wizardry. Duncan Creevy openly stated he held it as the root cause for Colin's demise. He grew more intractable as the weeks wore on, and it began to wear Dennis down. His mother argued, Ed for understanding on both their parts, but it seemed the gap continued to widen between them. "It's part of who I am," he said to the retreating shadow. Dennis' mind began to run off all the parts of himself he rarely showed. The events surrounding the rise and fall of Lord Voldemort detracted from most personal matters. As a result, Dennis sat on a truth for 4 years. He hid a piece of himself behind the thick veil of learning to become a wizard while trying to avoid the perils visiting the Magi world. Thus, he returned to packing his trunk for his departure 2 days hence. The teenager's brain engaged in a long, private debate of what he might do now as he no longer needed to fear the Dark Lord. Yet the sense of loneliness of facing the world without his brother gave him serious pause. Dennis did not believe he could withstand much more personal trauma. Should some truths come out, his life might be obliterated even worse. He sighed and resumed sorting through his belongings. Lunch in 15. His mother called up the stairs 3 hours later. The young wizard stood clad only in his boxer shorts as he made a pile of clothes he needed to wash before packing. His mother's voice gave him a start as his mind got wrapped in personal concerns. He turned to stoop and grab his laundry. Dennis caught sight of himself in the mirror. "Who'd want anything like this?" he asked the figure reflected in the silvered surface. A gangly, seemingly emaciated 15-year-old boy with coppery strawberry blonde hair and gray-blue eyes stared at him. At times Dennis hardly recognized himself. He began to lose sight of himself in the middle of his first year at Hogwarts. The other lads around him seemed aware of aspects that did not interest him in the least. As the year wore on, it began to make sense and, yet, threatened to make him more of an outsider than his Muggle-born heritage. Other boys started to notice and talk about girls in a fairly salacious manner. Dennis heard talk about the female anatomy, the parts that caught the eye of other boys, and, in some cases, rude explanations of what the boys would do with those parts. He never felt that way about girls. He liked girls as friends, and he counted a fair number as such. However, the boy wizard never viewed females in the same light. By the end of his first year, it became apparent to him exactly what parts of human anatomy did interest him. "What boy would get ever turned on by me?" he quietly queried the mirror. "I look like a pale, starved rat." Dennis could say it to himself. He spent much of his second year of school coming to terms with his sexuality, one few others seemed to share. The rumor of the headmaster's homosexuality ran rampant through the school, but none dared say anything derogatory to the man. Albus Dumbledore might be gay, but he also became one of the most powerful wizards in the Western world. Lord Voldemort feared Dumbledore like no other while the old professor lived. Dennis understood he did not possess the same caveat or reputation. Hence, by Dennis' third year and the rising fears of Voldemort taking over the Magi world, it did not seem an apt time to reveal his sexuality. The newly minted teenager longed privately for some sense of intimacy with another male. He never told Colin, and that fact became a regret of the surviving brother a year later. His tortuous fourth year excluded any hope of letting his secret out. Lord Voldemort's forces controlled the school. Severus Snape acted as headmaster after deposing Minerva McGonagall at the start of the year. Then the battle came. With it, his world got nearly destroyed and left him emotionally bereft. "Pathetic," Dennis mumbled as he reached down with his thin arms to scoop up his clothing. "For Pete's sake, Denny, get dressed." His mother berated him when he strolled through the kitchen on his way to the laundry. "I swear it looks like we don't feed you." His mother complained all the time about his thin build and carriage. She quailed at the fact both he and Colin never seemed to put on weight as they grew. In her eyes, his mother often stated, it made her look like an unfit mother. Growing up with the constant complaint meant Dennis did not really hear it. He barely acknowledged to himself he lost weight during the summer. After burying his brother, his appetite went missing. Dennis would spend hours in his room reading over his books on magic, especially after the small family went shopping for the new school year supplies. He thought constantly of how Colin would approach a spell and what his dead brother might be able to teach him. Studying magic without Colin made Dennis' chest ache in terrible ways, and his appetite went on holiday. Yet the study of magic became an obsession for Dennis. More than during the 2-year period spent model building while waiting for his letter from Hogwarts. His studies seemed the only element capable of salving his wounded spirit, as it made him feel connected to his brother. Honestly, his mother broke into his private reverie. "I'm not feeding you till you get dressed." "Sure, Mum," Dennis agreed as stood at the top of the small set of stairs leading down to the laundry room. Sorry. He went about his business of washing what few articles of clothing still not packed. Dennis tended to take all his clothing with him. Once he set the machine into motion, fearing a little of his magic aura might cause it to malfunction, he beat a hasty retreat back up the stairs. As Dennis walked past her, Jill Creevy snagged the rail-thin form of her son and held him close. Dennis felt himself melt into the embrace. His arms lifted and encircled her. Her body seemed more solid than his. "You sure you're going to be all right?" she quietly inquired into his ear. "Probably the safest place right now," he answered. "You say that, and it's true, Mum. Dad refuses to accept it, and you, too." The anger infusing his voice came from numerous sources. However, his mother responded by squeezing him tighter. Dennis sometimes forgot his mother could be a powerful natural force as well. "No, I trust your judgment on this, Denny. You'd know better than us anyhow. We're just, after all." Dennis held his mother tight as she began to weep. She could not even tangentially approach the topic of Colin without being engulfed by sadness. He understood because it happened to him all the time. His father masked his sorrow with anger and bitterness toward the Magi world. Dennis could hardly blame the man. His mother, conversely, tried to keep some perspective on the situation. Or so it seemed to the teenage boy. Yet moments like this when her emotions got the best of her worried Dennis. While he began to see it would take a long time to get over his brother's death. He could not say for certain if his parents could or would adjust. It added to his fear about telling them the truth about himself. "I know, Mum, I know," Dennis barely managed to say as he desperately wanted to join in the crying. Instead, he rubbed her back as she continued to mourn her lost son. "I'm worried about you and Dad, to be honest." "No, no," Jill said and started to disentangle from her son. She then held him at arm's length while staring into his face with her puffy, reddened eyes. "No, don't. You got so much to look forward to, Denny. You're a wizard, and you get to be that. Don't let this hold you back." Dennis nodded his head. Try as he might, tears still edged out of his eyes. He could barely conceive of returning to Hogwarts without his older brother. "I'm serious, Dennis Albert Creevy." The woman rounded on him as she wiped at her cheeks. "I think you need to do this. I can see it in you. And, maybe, you can do it for both of you." "I will." A hand came under his chin and lifted his head. Dennis stared into his mother's eyes from whom he got the coloration of his irises. The two regarded one another for a moment. "He always said you're a better wizard." Call was just being nice. Dennis attempted to dismiss the claim. He didn't have it in him to be that nice, and you know it. His mother chided him. The teenager smirked at the gravelly tone of her voice along with her words. Jill Creevy, he privately confessed, knew harried she might reject him when it came to light, but hearing her in that moment diminished the fear. "Now, seriously, go put on some clothes and come back down for lunch," she instructed. "And I'm going to make sure you eat everything I give you." "Yes, Mum," he agreed with her as he did countless times all his life. Even though it rang hollow fairly often. Half a minute later when he reached his room, Dennis stood staring at his form for a second time. He knew what he fancied in other boys, at least physically. And it looked nothing like what he saw staring back at him. He thought his neck too long, his ribs too visible, his elbows and knees too knobbly, and his hip bones too prominent. His hips barely held up his pants for want of additional padding. Finally, he turned a quarter and frowned at his too flat of a posterior. He performed some covert research on gay life in and around London, and mostly at the library in London when he went shopping with his parents. What he saw in various books and magazines informed Dennis he did not meet the visual criteria most gay men wanted. It depressed him, so he got dressed and went to the dining room. Later that evening his father appeared in the doorway to his room where Dennis sat at his desk reviewing the letter from Hogwarts, listing that year's supplies. While he got all his books, most used but in decent condition, and basic supplies, Dennis figured out he needed extra parchment. He also decided to abandon quills and ink in favor of his favorite point pens regardless of how much his professors sometimes admonished him. The young wizard also planned to start using Muggle notebooks he found superior to parchment and much easier to carry around. Denny. His father half-coughed his name when the teenager did not immediately look at him on his initial approach. Dad. Dennis rejoined as he usually did, and he continued to scan the notes he made on his supply list. Sorry, son, but I can't go with you to King's Cross tomorrow. I'm taking on Callum Dewar's route tomorrow, and it starts at 5:30 in the morning. Dennis glanced upward at the man. I know what that suspicious mind of yours is thinking, and, no, I did not plan this to get out taking you, Duncan gruffly stated. I'm only one of 2 other people certified on that model, and Talbot can't rearrange his route. So it came down to me. What happened to Mr. Dewars? Dennis watched as his father's face went flush as his body became rigid in response to the question. The color contrasted against the dark blue of his dairy uniform and, thus, made the reaction pronounced. It immediately triggered Dennis' deeper sense of curiosity. The man looked everywhere except at him. It only spurred his son's suspicions. He, sort of fell out of his cab yesterday afternoon and injured his arm. He can't drive for the rest of the week, Duncan rumbled as if the truth agitated him. Funny how we were just talking about stuff like this morning. Lucky he didn't get killed, Dennis replied, and he already anticipated his father's further reaction. Dennis, don't start. It's not the same at all. Every bone in the teenager's body urged him to needle his father on this subject, but a cooler part of his mind prevailed. They lived with enough tension in the house for the past 2 months. And questioning which half of Dennis' world could be more dangerous promised to add to it. He swallowed against his gut reaction. Hope Mr. Dewars is going to be okay, and I know you're not just making it up. He said and tried to be gallant. His father frowned. Dennis shrugged. The tension appeared to ripen around them. Anything I need to sign, before you head out tomorrow? Duncan queried. Dennis realized his father made an effort. Nah, I'm covered for now. Might have one for a field trip in the spring. 5th years usually go to Loch Ness for the magical creatures class to meet Nessie. It's an overnight trip to Inverness, he replied in as casual manner as he could contrive. Nessie is real, Duncan warbled at his son. Yeah, I think me and Call explained that to why. Oh, you and Mum too. Maybe 3 years ago about all the stuff that's real that the non-magical people think is make-believe. The mention of his brother and magic in the same sentence proved ill-timed. Given they just avoided a row about the dangers of the non-magical world. Duncan's frown deepened and he stared at the floor. Dennis became far too familiar with the expression. He racked his brain to find something else to say. And I understand why you can't go tomorrow. Besides, I was thinking I'd just have Mum drop me off in front of the station. It's not like you or her can get onto the platform where we board. Magi only, you know, especially after him. The memory of watching his parents run headlong into brick column while chasing after Colin played through Dennis' mind. They later reread the instructions from the school and discovered Muggle parents could not gain access through the magical portal unless holding onto their child's hand. Thus, they needed to use a service ants found on the other side of the King's Cross in a mostly abandoned area to reach the Hogwarts Express. At the holiday break, they further learned Colin could not backtrack. The portal only allowed passage in one direction. Hence, his older brother began his first journey to Hogwarts alone, and that proved to be the first mark against the magical world in their parents' minds. There is that, his father replied, tentatively appeased manner. Then they exchanged a glance. You do know I like to see you off. Right, yeah, the whole first day of school thing. I remember when I was going to Wheatfields on my first day. You kind of looked sad, Dad, Dennis responded as he brain-searched further back into his memories. Mostly for your mum. She got used to having one of you home all the time. She likes being a mother. Oh, you don't have to tell me twice about that. She was on me all day when all I wanted to do was lay around in my boxers. Duncan actually laughed at his son's comment. They smiled at one another for a moment. But then it flickered and left his father's face. It raised silent questions in Dennis. Can I ask you something? Denny, without you thinking I'm being rude. Dennis. Smirk remained as he said, go ahead. Does all this make you feel, I guess, different from everyone else? A scowl took the place of his grin. Denny, no, I didn't mean. Yeah, I do feel different. Dennis interjected into the apology and said to himself as much as his father. I am different. I know I am. In a lot of ways people can't understand, and not just the non-magical. Most the witches and wizards I know can't figure out what it's like to live in a muggle house, or grow up without magical parents. We got a lot of crap from people 'cause we'd get so excited about magic. The son looked up at the father who appeared to be slightly taken aback by the candor. I love magic, Dad. I really do. Something deep in me needs it. I know that probably sounds mental, but, like Mum always says, it's a part of me, and I can't do without it. You're right. It's something I could never understand, less it was happening to me. I can't get my brain around what it'd be like to have that kind of power. Sometimes I look at you, and it scares me to think of what you can do that I can't. That's a difficult fact for a father to handle. I always thought I was supposed to be the Superman in the family. Dennis never heard his father express his view on the subject with such clarity. He also heard conflicting emotions emerge: anxiety, envy, fear, and not an inconsiderable amount of wonder. At times he forget his parents suffered a greater change than he and his brother. When they found out about their magical abilities, their adult view of the world go upended while Heir 2 child thought it the best adventure in the world. Dennis nodded his head. All right, get up and give you old Pa a hug, Duncan requested, somewhat uncharacteristically. The teenager did not begrudge his father the rig he stood while Duncan opened his arms. Dennis stepped into them. It almost floored him when he realized he stood perhaps less than an inch shorter than his father. The beefy arms, made strong by working with bovine and driving a lorry all his life, enfolded the boy into a protective embrace. It offered a sense of comfort Dennis found went missing for quite some while. He gave into it and hugged his father in return. The older man drew in a shuddering breath. Love you, Denny, Duncan quietly informed his son. Yeah, I love you too, Dad. Dennis rejoined with real affection instead of his usual flat response. For a tiny moment all felt right in the world to the young wizard. Dennis did love his parents despite their never quite understanding what magic truly meant to both he and his late brother. Even the trauma of the past half-year did not weaken his feelings for them. He returned home at Colin's request, and stayed after reading the letter Colin gave him to read when he got home. In that regard, his older brother spared their parents a double loss. Hence, Dennis absorbed the hug for himself and for Colin. It did not seem like much of a stretch to Adney. His brother would always be a factor in his life. The journey to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry seemed particularly subdued that year. Most students sat with friends and quietly talked among themselves, as Dennis did. The usual riot of activity up and down the main corridors went missing. Dennis noted the absence of too many faces, including one that, when he thought of it, made breathing difficult. He and his few friends struggled to find topics to banter about that did not focus on the Battle of Hogwarts or the immediate aftermath. Periodically he would stare into the face of Rafferty Muldoon, one of his best friends, who also lost a sister in the battle. They would share an unspoken thought. The group made every effort to keep conversation airy and light. Hey, did you they finally got a new Defense Against Dark Arts professor? Aurelia Lockley inquired. It seemed fitting a Ravenclaw would already know. 4 faces turned to her with expectation. Some bint named Esmeralda Dyken, Aurelia intoned. Ori. Lilith Michaels blared at her in reaction to the foul word used to describe the new instructor. Dennis, Rafferty, and Bobby began to cackle at Aurelia's brazen demeanor. Aurelia grinned at them while Lilith continued to sputter. It took half a moment before they settled. During that time, Dennis glanced at his friends. Aurelia, Lilith, and Rafferty dress in the eclectic manner of witches and wizards across the Magi world. Aurelia tended toward the style of dress common to her Jamaican heritage some 100 years before, and often brightly so, She did not wrap her abundant hair in a cloth that day. Lilith donned a skirt that would make Puritans proud, but offset the appearance with Conversely, Dennis and Bobby looked as though they prepared to attend a Muggle secondary school in their trainers, jeans, and polo shirts. Only Bobby's upright hairstyle set him apart from Dennis. Even among his friends and other students at Hogwarts, his coppery gold hair tended to stand out since the summer sun bleached it to a lighter strawberry blonde color. Heard she used to be a researcher for the Department of Mysteries, but Potter and his bunch shed the place pretty good in a fight with those assholes. They're still cleaning up and trying to figure out what's left, Aurelia continued, but her voice became more somber as she spoke. Dennis and D. Rafferty avoided glancing at each other. The train gently rocked from side to side as it wound through the Scottish lowlands as it headed for the Highlands and, ultimately, the loch Hogwarts overlooked. Outside, the scenery, quite beautiful by any standard, passed unnoticed by the five in the rail car. "Think they got the castle sorted yet?" Bobby inquired in general when no one made any comment on the assumed new instructor. "Yeah, I think they do. Not like they don't have enough witches and wizards to help put it back together," Dennis opined. "Hope they clean it up a bit. Sort of looked a little manky." "Know what I mean," Lilith stated and received a full round of nods. "If Hogwarts is so all high and mighty, why does it look like it should be condemned? Tradition and history and all that crap," Rafferty grumbled. "If they do fix it all up, Squilch will be out of a job," Aurelia commented, and used one of the favorite nicknames for Mr. Filch. "The castle caretaker," everyone said. The appellation sounded like someone stepping in gnome dung. "Anyone else ever notice how half the place is shut down half the time?" With they launched into a long discussion about the overall soundness of Hogwarts as a structure. Dennis tried to suppress his angry feelings since it bordered on the story he and his parents got forced to use to cover the actual cause of his brother's death. He slowly withdrew from the discussion until he sat in total silence while the others discussed the rather rundown appearance of their school. "Denny," Lilith quietly inquired when she seemed to know he no longer participated in the talk. Try as he might, Dennis could not stop the tears that leaked down his face. He wiped at the wet streaks, but his eyes simply replaced them. He fixed his gaze on the floor. "Denny," Rafferty said his name with compassion. It came out of him in a rush when he said, "They told us we couldn't tell any my family how Cole really died. Said we had to tell everyone. He died when part of building collapsed on him and some other students. Told us it was to protect the Magi community. Freaking blighters. That's awful. Colin died a hero." Lilith, a fellow Gryffindor, instantly defended his brother. While Dennis thought it might upset him further, his friend Rafferty commiserated with him as they wondered why the Ministry of Magic did not impose a death sentence on the worst of the unrepentant Death Eaters. They heaped an almost lethal amount of verbal abuse on the names of the Death Eaters they read about in the Daily Prophet. Instead of becoming more upset, Dennis found release and a bit relief as he shared a little of what he and his parents endured during the summer. Rafferty seemed both ashamed and perplexed since a ministry official attended his sister's funeral while Dennis and his family somberly buried his brother under the guise of the sketchy cover story. No ministry official attended. Dennis felt and said it seemed the magical world abandoned him, his parents, and, especially, his brother. Nobody disagreed. The discussion and ire carried them through the last of the trip to the Hogsmeade train station. When they disembarked, the quintet tried to stay together, but Rafferty got peeled off by his Quidditch teammates. He apologized while beginning to back away, saying he agreed at the end of the last school year to join them on the ride to the castle that fall. Thus, Dennis shared a carriage ride with Aurelia, Bobby, and Lilith, pulled by seeming invisible horses. Their mood shifted as they started to quickly talk about what to expect at the opening day feast. They reached a general consensus that Headmistress McGonagall would likely try to make it seem as much like other years prior to the war. It would, as usual, they suspected, begin with the seating of the old students to wait for the arrival of the new students. Dinner would be delayed until after the sorting of new witches and wizards into their respective houses. A separate wagon loaded with luggage veered off after crossing the loch, permanently named the Black Lake, tributary river. The students not in boats crossing the lake, and Dennis fondly remembered the giant squid pulled him from the water after falling out of his boat while trying to spot the merpeople, got deposited just outside the east wing of the castle. Since Rubeus, Hagrid gathered and led the first years to the boats. It gave the returning students time to visit their new rooms, divest themselves of any unneeded outwear, and don their robes, hats, and affix their house pins. Ode T. Ere way down to the great hall to await the new arrivals. That I remain, as do you, bespeaks the stoutness of our hearts. The Sorting Hat began his poem once the first years gathered before the res. Toward dais and grand stained glass window behind the head table. Unlike most in the Magi world, the Sorting Hat did not mince words. It spoke of the toll the war took on everyone, extolled the student. To be considerate and kind toward those who suffered personal losses, and pledged themselves to work toward a more compassionate and unified future. The hat begged them to put aside old grievances in order that the magical world might heal. It promised to do its part by sorting students not by personal inclination, but by shared commonalities. Thus, after the long recitation, Professor Flitwick, the new deputy headmaster, stood on a riser to accommodate his height and began to call the names of students. The sorting of the new arrivals seemed to surprise even them as they got assigned. Dennis thought he heard one student claim she should be sorted into Slytherin house only to be assigned to Hufflepuff. Then ranks of Gryffindor swelled as they accepted the new members. "Hi-ya, Denny," his roommate Lachlan McCoy intoned later in the evening as they fell in alongside one another when they students got released following dessert. "Lachlan," Dennis acknowledged his mostly pleasant if sometimes volatile roommate. "Sorry to hear about Colin. Going to be a lot quieter without him around," Lachlan offered his sympathies. Dennis simply nodded his head since any mention of his brother tended to rob him of his voice as he fought back the urge to weep. Lachlan also indirectly acknowledged Colin never got to complete his tenure at Hogwarts since he died at the end of his 6th year. A glum Od settled over the lone Creevy brother as they wended their way through the castle toward the tower housing the Gryffindors. He did notice the castle appeared almost completely unscathed. It looked just as manky, as Lilith pointed out, as it did prior to the battle. The restorers of Hogwarts managed to preserve the worn, some would argue tired, aspect of the place. One change became immediately apparent. The stairs no longer made a loud grating sound as they whisked about changing their configuration. The fact they improved the stairs while maintaining its rather overly used aspect baffled the young wizard and his compatriots. Dennis and Lachlan did not stay to listen to the house head boy and head girl lecture to the first years concerning the importance of the house rules, and general school rules. Daniel Miller, albeit an excellent student and apt representative of Gryffindor, seemed rather full of himself as he droned on at the new students and cast a baleful eye at the rest of the Gryffindors who opted out of listening to him. It only took a few moments before Dennis and Lachlan got joined by their other 5th-year roommates and the 6th and 7th-year students who lived on the floors above them. The groups chatted quietly to themselves as they wormed around the circular stairwell. How'd they manage to make the place look as bleeding dumpy as it did before it got blown to bits? Harrison Lords, routinely called Harry, inquired as they got to their dormitory door and began to enter. His brown skin contrasted sharply with that of his 4 roommates, and it announced his half-Hindi ethnicity. "It's all about tradition, preserving what must be preserved, and pruning unnecessary and dangerous parts," Lachlan said in a very passable imitation of Dolores Umbridge, whom they all detested and did not bemoan her imprisonment sentence of 20 years. Dennis, Harry, Ewan Eads, and Jasper Pruitt laughed in a rather sardonic fashion as they apparently each remembered their own rotten memories of that period. Dennis went to his bed, where his trunk sat in front, and threw open to the top it. His roommates did the same, and they began to settle in. It did not take long before they managed to customize the large octagonal room to their liking. Posters of professional Quidditch teams and rock bands got applied to the walls with a sticking charm. Nightsta NDS became festooned with personal items. Dennis placed a copy of the last picture of his entire family Colin took with his non-magical camera. His parent looked flustered while he and his late brother shared some private joke. As he set it up and stared at it for a few moments, an awkward silence settled over the room. "Suck that, it does," Jasper intoned as he stared at Dennis and the photo. "Colin was a bit of all right. Must be rough for you, Denny." Dennis nodded. He alone of the roommates suffered the death of a loved one during the battle. Like him, Harry and Ewan stayed at home following the vernal equinox break. Lachlan and Jasper, as far as Dennis knew, joined the main force of students who protected the castle. It would take a while, he knew, but Dennis expected to hear a full accounting of the battle through them. He just hoped they did not embellish their roles or exaggerate on the actual events. Based on what Harry Potter told him after the battle, the remaining Creevy B. Rother wanted to piece together Colin's last day of life. Yeah, it does, especially since we can't tell any of my relatives what really happened. We just got to say Colin died when part of a building fell on him. Lot of other Muggle-born have to use the same story. He accepted the kind's words and gave a brief summary. Bleeding ministry twits, Ewan sharply remarked, since he obviously concluded who concocted the story, and rightly so. His small, dark eyes shifted about. Lachlan liked to say Ewan reminded him of a pale human rat. Got that right in one, Lachlan agreed. Then he turned directly to Ewan. Westridge asked me over the summer if you'd think about being the Seeker again. Dennis finished sorting out his personal items, choosing to use his magic trunk as a dresser as the other roommates chose to do. And listened to the debate regarding the house Quidditch team. Hogwarts Quidditch sat entirely in disarray due to the previous takeover of the school as the former and late head Master Severus Snape cancelled the entire season and all but banned practices. The overall destruction of the Quidditch pitch before the battle, although now repaired, made the sport impossible. More tea. A few now said Snape did it to protect the student players as his role on the events surrounding Lord Voldemort slowly came to light. Harry Potter, himself, attested to the heroic role Severus Snape played as a double agent for Albus Dumbledore. Dennis still did not know what to think of the man, as he found Severus Snape both cruel and odious during his tenure as a professor and headmaster. Thus, his mind wandered as Ewan explained over and over that Quidditch bored him, which his roommates patently refused to believe. When the clock tower rang 9 bells, the sound pulsed through the dormitory room. It informed all students 4th year and below they needed to prepare for bed. 5th years and above would need to douse their lights an hour later, given that the clock would chime again at 6 in the morning. It seemed prudent to follow the reminder. Okay, lads, out with it, show us your schedules, Harry announced when the last reverberations of the last bell faded. Dennis and his F.L.O. Gryffindors met at the central stove that would heat the room over the course of the winter. He clutched a piece of parchment, as did the others, and presented it for inspection. His eyes quickly ranged over the class schedules. He did not find any surprises. Both Lachlan and Ewan looked perplexed. How did Creevy and Lords get such a good roster? Lachlan complained. I'm stuck with astronomy on Friday and Saturday nights. It's called planning, McCoy, Harry grunted in response. I saw Denny planning his schedule at Yuletide, and it seemed like a good idea. That's why our schedules work and yours doesn't. You don't know my parents, Dennis half groaned. They started getting on me about this year's schedule when we just started 4th year. My DS. Ruddy pain, but they had to know. Did you a favor, mate? Jasper said without any noticeable rancor. Not sure I'd want to face McGonagall first thing at the start of the week. And why is she teaching anyway? She's still headmistress. Dumbledore never taught when he was. He taught 6th and 7th special subjects, Lachlan corrected him. My brother had him for advanced magical theory, not that it did that thick tosser any good. Lachlan spent the previous 4 years dutifully complaining about his closest aged sibling. He painted a picture of a middle child who sounded like he suffered a severe head wound in infancy. Dennis met Rory enough to know Lachlan did not present a falsehood. Lachlan and Rory simply did not get along, and Lachlan went out of his way to disparage his older brother who graduated, if it could be called such, the previous year. Rory, himself, also spread a series of vicious rumors about Lachlan that only his roommates and girlfriends knew to be completely fabricated. Dennis still heard unsavory names leveled at Lachlan when people thought no one listened. I've got her, too, Harry said and nodded to Dennis. And that's not accident. You're bloody good with transformations, Denny. Bloody heck, Ewan, you took divination and Muggle studies for your electives. Dennis exclaimed as he looked over the young wizard's schedule. Didn't want to kill myself this year since we got owls coming up. And so what? You took that fracking the magical creatures class again, Ewan defended his choice without From there out it became a free-for-all at demeaning the others for their choice of electives. Jasper and Ewan wanted to know who Dennis thought he might impress by taking magical theory. They also took shots at him for taking flying lessons during his open period, but Lachlan said he took it as well. Dennis needed to explain he lived in a Muggle neighborhood and never got the chance to ride all summer. That stemmed some of the arguments. Dennis found it difficult to snipe at Harry's schedule since it, too, leaned toward the academic side. Moreover, they shared a number of classes. Lachlan and Jasper followed Ewan's approach and selected what many considered to be the soft and easy electives. Only Lachlan used his Friday free period along with Dennis. When the 10th bell rang, Dennis went to the left side of his bed to change out of his clothes. Only Ewan wore pajamas while the rest chose to sleep in their undergarments. Per his custom, Dennis faced the wall as he stripped down, folded his clothes, and sat them on the chair next to his nightstand. Most of the others faced the corners so as to provide a modicum of privacy to the others. Dennis did it in order to avoid seeing his roommates in their underwear or, even worse, nude. It happened from time to time, and he learned he fancied both Harry and Lachlan on a physical level. Thus, he feared a physical reaction as he kept his eyes averted while climbing under the top sheets after pulling back the heavy dew. Vet emblazoned with the Gryffindor crest. "Lights out," Jasper announced and took the initiative. He doused the flicking fairy lights festooned in the chandelier hovering aloft in the center of the room. The room plunged into darkness, but the wan light a half-moon slowly filtered into the 3 windows. Dennis stared upward at the murky depths of the canopy over his bed. In many respects his return to Hogwarts felt entirely familiar. Yet his brain kept reminding him he would not see Colin anywhere on campus. Tears edged out of his eyes. He profoundly missed his brother. Anyone else skiving off from the orientation? Ewan asked after several minutes. "Wouldn't recommend it," Harry replied. "Heard there are all sorts of new rules this year, and McGonagall is taking names of anyone who doesn't attend. Heard Dan talking about it at the feast. Said it starts at 9 and runs through 5 hours. On a Sunday." Lachlan loudly complained. Even Dennis needed to chuckle at the shared exasperation. It seemed unfair their last day of freedom from classes would get consumed by administrative details. However, he did not find it surprising. Given the events of the past few years and after the battle itself, it seemed reasonable to expect a whole slew of changes. Security would top the list, Dennis informed his roommates. They agreed, but continued to complain about their weekend day getting exhausted. Their talk eventually lapsed into silence as they each began to succumb to slumber. The next day got filled with reminders of the era that came to an end the previous spring. Mention of those who lost their lives defending the school occurred far too frequently for Dennis. He tired of people offering condolences regarding Colin's death. He tried to accept the comments with good graces, as his mother cautioned him to do. But they rang hollow in his ears for the most part. Only those like his friend Rafferty who also suffered the same kind of loss knew better than give sympathies. At one point in the later afternoon those who lost a sibling in battle gathered together in the middle courtyard. No one planned it, and none could explain why it happened. Yet after all the scheduled meetings, the impromptu meeting organically evolved. 19 students assembled. Their presence, a very somber one, drove away other students. Once free of onlookers, Wendy Dalrymple, a Ravenclaw 7th year, stood on the old fountain retaining wall. She gazed at her fellow students. "My sister Belinda believed in this place, this school, and the people in it," she began and did not wipe off the small wet streaks that appeared on her cheeks. "I hate Voldemort, and I hate the Death Eaters even more. Too many of them got away with murder. I'll never forgive any of them. Eddie's throat got slashed by a werewolf. One of Fenrir's lot. The bastard only got 10 years in Moore's Hall," a boy Dennis did not know said. One by one the students began to state who from their family got killed and how. 3 happened to be Muggle-born and spoke with a bitterness about the deaths and what the ministry forced them to say about the cause. Dennis felt both his gorge and ire rise as anger swelled through him. Colin died defending the stairs to the headmistress' office, Dennis piped up when he could no longer contain the vitriol. "Doesn't matter what the papers said. Harry Potter told me himself. Cole tried to keep 3 Death Eaters from getting in there. Harry said Hogwarts would have fallen if they did. Call got evaded by one of them before anyone got there to help him. It took almost 20 minutes, but each person spoke. Although it did not lessen his emotional pain, Dennis got to see he did not suffer alone. Rafferty stood next to him and broken down after explaining how one of the giant spiders partially ate his sister. Dennis threw a supportive arm over his friend's shoulders. Rafferty leaned into him, and that gave Dennis a sense of support. Around him people cried and wept for the injustice of it all. Especially as Wendy started to recite the list of Death Eaters who received little punishment or light sentences for their role in Voldemort's attempted takeover of the Magi world. It came as a welcome surprise when he heard the number of his current comrades openly use the name of the dread and hated Dark Wizard. Dennis vowed he would forevermore use Voldemort's name in a pejorative manner. Look around. A sixth-year Dennis knew as Reggie Donaldson, exhorted the others. Don't ever feel like you're going through by yourself. We who are missing someone so bad right now it's killing us. We know what it's like. I feel bound to all of you here. Yeah, Rafferty choked out the word. Many others agreed. Dennis, however, still felt apart. He planned on speaking to those standing around him to see if any shared the same close relationship with their siblings he did with Colin. More than a brother went absent, the lone Creevy thought. The only person who ever fully understood him, one he trusted with more than his life, got removed from his life. The void it left in Dennis did not fill it, and he sometimes feared toppling inside of the dark yawning chasm. Only the thought of what a rash action would do to his parents stayed him from foolishness. Denny. His friend quietly said his name in a voice made heavy by sorrow. He was my best mate, Raph. We went through so much together, Dennis said and tried to express the depth of his loss. Within seconds he felt Rafferty enfold him in a hug, and Dennis let himself fall apart much as his friend did minutes before. Rafferty kept him upright while Dennis wanted to simply drop to the ground, curl into a ball, and let the darkness of his loneliness take him. The months his family spent avoiding dealing with Colin's death exacted a toll on him. It compounded his solitude and made him feel isolated. He wondered if anyone could understand what Voldemort's forces did to him by taking his brother away. Arms squeezed him. I know. Rafferty's scratchy voice entered his ears. You and Col were the best brothers to each other, more than brothers. We all knew it. He loved you so much. The words did not soothe as intended. It did nothing more than remind Dennis what he would never experience, never feel, again. His misery seemed as boundless as the night sky. It took him a long while before he could contain himself. Yet Dennis saw others in the same state, and his heart went out to them because he understood in manner few could. The missing magic of his brotherhood with Colin hurt him the most. Hey, Denny, going to dinner? Harry asked him hours later. No, Dennis whispered. Not hungry. The young wizard sat wedged between his bed and nightstand, his legs pulled up so his knees touched his chest, and stared at nothing while the void inside of his chest tried to eat him. Like Harry, Dennis did not wear his school attire or wizard robes since the school year did not officially start until the next day. Very little announced his Muggle heritage like his clothing, but he did not care what people thought of his attire that day. I talked to Raph about what happened after orientation, and I don't. Dennis barked. Just don't. Sorry. Harry Lords sat on the foot of Dennis' bed. It put space between them, but Dennis felt like a gulf existed. He did not glance up at his roommate. His eyes stayed fixed on a non-existent point. It seemed a permanent twilight descended over him. I know you don't want to hear this, but you really need to eat, Harry said after a few minutes. We were all saying how you look way too skinny, Denny. I mean like starvation skinny. Not hungry, Dennis repeated because it also spoke for his recent past. Denny, seriously, you need to eat. If you don't, I'm telling Healer Metter, the new guy in the infirmary. Dennis' head popped up, and his eyes threw lightning bolts at his roommate. I'm not kidding. You don't look good. I know this. All this is really hard on you, but it looks like you're trying to starve yourself to death, Harry stated in a hurried and somewhat shrill manner. Harry's dark eyes, peering out from intensely black eyebrows, seemed full of concern. To hear another worry over his condition gave him pause. Roommates typically did not involve themselves in each other's personal or private affairs unless asked. Hence, Harry addressing the issue lent weight to his words. Dennis tried to calm down. I don't know where it went, but I don't have an appetite anymore, Harry, Dennis conference. As he let the worry of his roommate, his friend, hold sway. All summer. Just never felt like eating and nothing tasted good, like it was dirt in my mouth. 'Cause you're depressed, you think, Harry, geez, wonder what the heck could be depressing me. Dennis, voice rang through the room. Harry flinched as his face went flush. Sorry, that was stupid thing to say. Sorry, Denny, Harry quickly apologized. I won't try to force you to go to the Great Hall, but I'm going to ask McGonagall if I can bring a plate up for you, and you're going to eat it or I'm telling Healer Metter what I think. Despite wanting to yell at Harry to leave him alone, Dennis heard the steel in his roommate's tone. 4 years of attending the school meant he knew just how serious the staff would address the issue. It would go double as he guessed the staff watched for the psychological ramifications students might suffer. Given his reputation with Colin, Dennis knew McGonagall would be compelled to act. He started nodding his head. Okay, good. Now, what do you want? Chicken or turkey? Roasted tubers, and some gravy. Maybe a couple of rolls. Some carrots if they got it. Don't want any dessert. He saw Harry's lips move as his roommate silently repeated everything. Then Harry nodded and stood. The two stared at each other for a second. You know there's a mixer tonight from 8 to 10, right after dinner? Harry inquired. Dennis nodded and said, yeah, I heard. Not up much for a party. Sides, heard it wasn't mandatory. It's not, his roommate, his friend, said and let slip with a rueful smirk. But you know how she gets with these mandatory things. The she in question did not need explanation. She can go and chomp on the hag's wart for all I care, Dennis acerbically answered. Harry snorted at the foulness of the response, one that would earn Dennis a detention if any of the staff heard him utter it. Following the meeting when he and his parents went to collect Colin's body, Dennis never quite forgave Minerva McGonagall for her demeanor. Even during one of the worst tragedies of his or his parents' life, the woman still thought herself entitled to full deference in the face of their pain. It galled Dennis all summer, and his attitude toward the school headmistress, his schoolhouse advisor, slowly eroded. A severe dislike of her began to grow. Okay, Harry said through his chortling at the moxie Dennis displayed. I'll bring up something for you round 7 bells. Yeah, thanks. Maybe I'll be hungry by then. Dennis studied the lean and somewhat sharp features of his roommate. Like many of mixed blood, whether ethnic or Muggle, Harry also got the occasional negative comment thrown at him by other students. The Carrows even asked at one point if Harry's father slept with the household maid in order to produce him. When Harry answered his father happened to be Indian, it earned him a strike across the face that nearly knocked him out and left him dazed for an hour. In that regard, Dennis and Harry shared one small facet in common, and a good portion of their friendship got built upon it. Thus, as he thought over the matter, he began to understand why Harry took it upon himself to check on him. Dennis began to bob his head. Right, see you in a little while, Harry stated as if their business concluded. Maybe if you feel up to it, you can come down. Dennis felt the frown take root on his face. Or maybe not, your call, mate. Thanks, Harry, he responded to the quick reversal of the suggestion. Harry nodded once, and then turned. Dennis listened as the footfalls became distant, and then when the room door opened and closed. He sat alone on the stone floor as the temporary reprieve from his sadness began to expire. Time. And again the circumstances hardly matter when everything at the school reminded him of his brother. Colin would be the first to tell him they needed to go to the party to both enjoy themselves and aggravate the others. For 2 years Colin lived under the subtle harassment engendered by his Muggle birth. Hence, when Dennis joined him at Hogwarts, they became a unified force against the prejudice hurled in their direction. Their answer: meet it head on, laugh out loud, and draw unwanted attention to their treatment. It further bonded them as brothers. The fact the comments did not appear to bow their either Creevy boy sent their detractors into a tizzy. Thus, the presence of Colin acted like a form of armor. Given the secret buried within him, Dennis began to fear his future while alone at the school. No way I was going to that, Bobby said as he lounged. Lulu, his pet iguana, sat perched on his shoulder. Many suspected Bobby taught her to disapparate since she would appear anywhere at any time. He and Rafferty followed Harry up to their room, allowable only with a Gryffindor escort. By the time the three arrived at the hour Harry promised, Dennis did find himself rather hungry. They sat and watched him gobble down the meal. Harry made certain to pile the plate high with the requested fare. All about unity and getting over the battle, Rafferty spat the words, reflectin'. Gee, the ire blooming in Dennis' chest at such a notion. Dennis and Rafferty locked eyes and confirmed each other's anger. I really miss Dumbledore sometimes, Harry sighed as he lay on his bed watching the two Hufflepuffs. Sure do. Least he knew what people could be like. Bobby agreed and acknowledged the later headmaster's skill at balancing expectations, something few students thought McGonagall did. And why are they still working on the school? Thought they got it up to its old tatty state. Rafferty complained. Building in new protective spells, Dennis said. Heard they got Flitwick to oversee that. And it's part of the reason they made him deputy headmaster. The man knows his charms. He was pretty important in the battle. They said Death Eaters couldn't get near him, and he deflected everything. I'd hate to go up against that guy, Bobby recounted for them as he raised his fine eyebrows to accentuate the point. You're pretty good with charms, Denny. What do you think? Rafferty, looking as solidly built as ever and amply displaying the physical demands of being a Quidditch beater, slyly asked his friend. I ain't anything close to that. The guy probably forgot more spell LS than we ever learned, between all of us. He loves charms, Dennis responded and did not disguise his admiration for the professor. He can duel. I can't. Liar. Harry snorted the word. I've lost against you every time in the house challenge. You're sneaky. Bobby and Rafferty started to laugh. Dennis began to appreciate the genius of Harry's tactic in bringing Bobby and Rafferty with him. He felt his spirits lighten. The room seemed warmer to Dennis, half of which he attributed to finding himself very hungry and able to satiate his sudden appetite. It dawned on him that 3 of the 4 people currently occupying the room came from at least a half-Muggle family. Bobby, like him, grew up in a completely Muggle family. Rafferty alone got raised in a Magi household and could actually see. Lame a lineage of Irish Magi stretching back until the records got lost, as he claimed, well over 1,500 years before. It's 'cause you're sloppy, don't pay attention, and leave too many openings. Have you ever won a house challenge? Dennis rejoined and set aside his mostly empty plates on the tray. Harry's face turned pink. I haven't either, so don't let it get to you. I suck at casting spells. Rafferty lent verbal support to the Gryffindor. Cripes, you could poison us all, 'fore we even knew it, Bobby sniggered the statement. Dennis nodded his head, and then saw Harry staring in befuddlement at the 3 of them. Raph is the best with potions. It's like it flows in his veins, he explained. Such a bad joke, Rafferty groaned as he shook his head. Then he glanced over at Harry. My mum is top-notch with potions, and she started teaching me before I can even remember. I grew up standing next to her cauldron. Must have been nice, Bobby darkly muttered. Get off it, Bobby, the more brawny Hufflepuff quipped. Not like you didn't make a legend out of yourself by throwing those chucks of wall around during the battle. Wait, what? You were here? Dennis burbled in confusion, although he knew his Hufflepuff friend specialized in levitation spells. Thought you went home. Bobby shook his head, but he also looked away. Bunch of us stayed back. I mean, most of us were already here, Denny. Rafferty told him. Dennis felt his mood darken. Don't. Bobby barked at him. I should have done what you did. You went home to keep your parents safe. Call. He told me that's why you weren't here. Most of the Muggle kids didn't even think of that. You did. Colin did. He asked me to stay home to watch over them like I'd have any bleeding chance against Death Eaters, Dennis grumbled. Like I should have done. I felt like shite when I found out why you didn't come back after the break. My parents would have been killed in 2 seconds if Voldemort won. I still feel bad about that. So don't go thinking you did anything wrong, Denny, the other full Muggle affirmatively stated. Yeah, well, Hexiled called me a coward. The name raised both eyebrows and hackles. Lulu scurried to the other side of Bobby's neck, and her tail made it appear he wore a broken necklace. Unlike many other pets on the now extensively revised list, the iguana seldom made a sound. At most it hissed at people she did not like. Lulu seemed to react to her owner's mood. Hexiled Newell, she can go freak herself. She hid in a bathroom the whole time, so tell her you know. Rafferty spat and used one of his favorite American invective. Dennis looked at him in surprise. No, seriously, she did. They thought she was dead, till she came crawling out of the second-floor bathroom over by the East Wing greenhouses. Hexiled never fought once. That fact oddly made Dennis feel better. Bobby's words also influenced his mood. His friend sounded ashamed he did not stay back to protect his family. In a corner of his mind, Dennis could hear Colin's voice reading the note he left behind. Even in writing, his brother claimed Dennis to be the better wizard of the two of them. He thought back to what Hi's mother said 2 days before about Colin meaning what he said. "Can I say something that really gets my Benny on?" Harry asked and gave evidence as to where he grew up. They all nodded. "There's still some people here who won't say what Voldemort did was wrong. They should get tossed. Right now." Dennis, roommate all but demanded. "Darn Slytherin." Bobby jumped to an immediate conclusion. "Yeah, them. But I heard some Ravenclaws saying they kind of understood a couple of his reasons." "Who?" 3 voices instantly demanded of the Gryffindor. Harry nervously glanced around. The gold and maroon decorations also seemed affronted by his claim. 6 eyes bore down on him. "Harry." Dennis pressed with the name. "Laurel Dalemont for starters," he relented. "She's a head girl," Rafferty whispered in stunned disappointment. "Know what? You need to tell Ori Lockley this, Harry," Bobby sputtered. "She's a Ravenclaw, and she'd trust you 'cause she knows you're one of Denny's roommates. Tell her." Dennis felt his head bobbing up and down, just as Rafferty's did, at the suggestion. The revelation a Ravenclaw would sympathize with Voldemort sickened him. The ranks of students wearing blue and NZE or the Bronze Eagle mascot got pruned the fastest during the Snape headmaster period, since they tended to challenge every false claim or bit of propaganda. Ravenclaws, as a general rule, valued fact over just about everything else. The news left Dennis gaping, and he wholeheartedly agreed with Bobby. "I'll go with you," he volunteered. "She'll know how to bring this up to Flitwick, and he has to know." "But it's just my word against theirs," Harry almost wailed. "PFF'd. You're a Gryffindor. Everybody trusts Gryffindors. Not like you bunch are known for lying. At least not like those wearing green," Rafferty opined. "Sure, but you know how McGonagall gets if she thinks we're spreading rumors around," Dennis' roommate argued against the idea. "But if you can name names and tell her where you heard this, then you'll be able to make a case," Rafferty countered. "And tell McGonagall you'd be willing to take Veritas," Dennis suggested. 3 faces looked as equally shocked at his idea as they did hearing Ravenclaws verbally lent support to some of Voldemort's notions. During the reign of the Carrows, Veritas serum got used to extract information from students to try and find out what they knew about Harry Potter's. Fortunately, several of the supremely gifted potions students banded together to make a protective elixir. They made enough so each of those in Dumbledore's army could take it every day. It meant raiding the potion stores on a regular basis, and Snape threw an enormous fit over that. However, those who knew who conducted the raids got protected by the elixir and never divulged the culprits. Rafferty spoke in awe of the students who concocted the anti-Veritas potion. "Oh, she won't like hearing that," Bobby snickered in a wicked fashion. "Isn't it against the rules to give students Veritas?" Rafferty said, and Dennis could see his friend's brain at work. "Lest they volunteer. That's always been the rule. It gives us a way to prove we're being honest, asked innocent of whatever it is they think we did. Why do you think so many of us won't take it?" Bobby said what they all knew. A knowing grin spread from face to face. The notion they could take action against Voldemort, despite his fall and death, made Dennis feel more efficacious. He got tired at times of simply sitting around feeling depressed and sad. He began to accept he might never fully recover from Colin's death, but it also gave him the notion he needed to act. Action versus inaction felt right. It provided a means to direct his emotions. Mostly, the staggeringly deep well of anger and fury in his gut needed to be drained. He could feel it poisoning his mind just as readily as one of the brews Rafferty could create. However, Finding the proper vent for his emotions and thoughts proved the biggest obstacle. Thus, in hearing about certain Ravenclaws and a possible avenue to counter them energized the young wizard. The fight against the Dark Lord, he concluded, still continued. "You'll go with me, Denny?" Harry asked as he seemed to bend to their collective will. "Right now if you want," Dennis rejoined and started to stand. "Wait till tomorrow, otherwise you'll have to go down to that darn party, and go right to Flitwick after Ori," Rafferty wisely stated. "If you go to McGonagall first, she'll waste time wanting to properly investigate it. That'll give Dalemont too much time to cook up some shite story." The four young wizards, 5th years all, glanced at one another in a conspiratorial fashion. They each understood reporting a fellow student would raise the ire of the other house, possibly houses, and create division. Headmistress McGonagall would not like that, especially after the poem the Sorting Hat recited. The entire staff seemed focused on reconciliation and reuniting the school. However, Dennis did not feel like reuniting with anyone who could sympathize with the person who directly led to the death of his brother. He did not want to call it revenge, but the lone Creevy brother knew it came very close. The start of classes seemed brutal as order got restored after 2 years of chaos. While trying to make things normal, the staff began to turn a blind eye to some of the antics of students. However, when Dennis, Aurelia, and Harry approached Professor Flitwick, with whom Dennis enjoyed a rather warm working relationship based on their shared love of charms, the man listened to what Harry said with a fixed attention. He asked pointed questions requiring Harry to name specific individuals, and where he overheard the statements, it seemed more like a cross-examination. Harry dutifully answered as it became frighteningly obvious the professor treated the accusations with all due seriousness. After dismissing the 2 Gryffindors, Dennis and Harry speculated what might happen in the short term. Short term meant only hours. Word quickly spread the Laurel got called to the professor's office. It apparently took her only 15 minutes before she stated she did understand some of Voldemort's reasoning, but also said she did not support his murderous tactics. From what others reported, she leaned heavily on the idea only the serious and studious mind should be in positions of real power, since they alone would avoid falling victim to anger and avarice. Laurel Dalemont became persona non grata before the end of the day. All but one of the Ravenclaws refused to interact with her, and Aurelia said a wall of silence sprang up whenever she entered a room. While the headmistress and the professors called for a reasoned approach to dealing with the Ravenclaw former head girl, a position she lost because she obviously would adjudicate against those she felt intellectually inferior, only half of the Slytherins actually made an effort. Laurel Dalemont's reputation fell faster than stone tossed from the top of the astronomy tower. Amid the furor surrounding the Ravenclaw student, classes resumed, and with it came new demands on the attention and time of 5th years. In every class, including the optional flying lessons class, they all heard about the importance of ordinary wizarding levels examinations (OWLs). Not only would it test to see what the student learned over the previous 4 years, it would also be used in determining career guidance and, thusly, their course of study for the next 2 years. Moreover, the students would get to select the 5 OWLs they wanted to take. The constant reminders nearly felt like a terrorist tactic legally employed to scare the daylights out of students. Even though all 5th years knew the exams would take place and the rigors to study for them, it still felt traumatizing to hear professors describe them in quiet, stern terms. "Eileen never warned me it'd be this bad," Raffert complained about his late sister during lunch on Friday. Aurelia shook her head and said, "We started worrying about them in Ravenclaw last year. You know how Flitwick gets." "Won't be a problem for Denny then," Bobby chided him. His 3 friends snickered. Whether deserved or not, and Dennis thought it undeserved, he got viewed as a fairly apt student. Both he and Colin surprised many at the pace with which they adapted to and learned of their magical abilities. By the end of Dennis' first year, he no longer felt at a disadvantage with his fellow students. This he ascribed to the dedicated and intense tutoring by his brother both at home and at school. However, Colin always claimed Dennis to be a natural when it came to magic and the better wizard between them. Dennis never believed that, yet his friends and roommates constantly came to him for help in charms and transformations. They got a point. Harry intoned before stuffing half a grilled bacon and cheese sandwich in his mouth. He started sitting with them during meals following the Ravenclaw incident, since many considered his coming forward with information about Laurel Dalemont a violation of the unspoken student code. Give it rest. Dennis chuffed and toyed around with sausages and sauerkraut on his plate. His mother often made the dish as it simply required heating in the oven following very little preparation. What the elves prepared outshone his mother's efforts by a long stretch. I don't know, Denny. I've heard Flitwick say you're the best at charms in our year, and McGonagall talks you up all the time. You even make Harry nervous in transformations class, Rafferty flatly stated as if just laying out the facts. Dennis felt his cheeks heat up as he twitched his head back and forth. We need to work out a study schedule, so we can help each other, Lilith rejoined. I know I could use help with charms and transformations, Denny. Then you get to help me with history, and Raph needs to chip in with potions without being an ass about it. He replied and made a counter-offer. From that point until they left the tables to go out and enjoy the sunny, warm weather, the group of students bartered and haggled with who would lend assistance with each subject. Dennis found himself going solo when it came to the magical theory class he opted to take. Despite the somewhat daunting nature of the course, he already discovered he liked it quite a bit. It taught him more about the underpinnings of magic in a manner no other class managed. Dennis mindlessly led his classmates southward, past small Groe as Sonley greeted them. Until they stood on viaduct joining the two halves of Hogwarts and spanning the river outlet far below. Oftentimes the giant squid could be seen swimming in the shallow, warmer waters of the tiny bay. He paused to look out over the view with Hogsmeade in the distance. In a rare turn for Dennis, he dressed exactly like his Magi-born contemporaries as dictated by the school code. They dressed in dark pants, or skirt if the females wished, and only half chose that attire. White shirt, and tie with their house colors. Few wore robes day in and day out during the warmer spells. Not a sweater could be seen either. Some professors complained about the lax enforcement of the dress code, but they all heard McGonagall rightly claim more important issues needed addressing. Thus, his student body got a minor reprieve in one small area. Cripes, I hate this bridge, Bobby muttered as Lulu, and no one knew where Bobby kept her hid on his person during lunch, tightened her tail around his neck. You've never been good with heights, grunted his fellow Hufflepuff student. How do you manage brooms, or even astronomy? Lay off him, Raph, Aurelia defended Bobby. Aren't you the one afraid of centaurs and won't go near the Forbidden Forest? Rafferty frowned and found somewhere far off at which to gaze. Everyone knew he did not like mixed humanoid creatures. Rafferty claimed it violated the fundamentals of nature. Dennis kind of agreed about centaurs since they tended to be very large, very intelligent, and at times very violent. Centaur archers kept the Forbidden Forest mostly free of Voldemort's forces, and the death toll in the Dark Lord's ranks from the pointed tips of arrows reached fairly high. More Death Eaters died from centaurs than at the hands of other wizards. He's got a point there, Dennis said to his own internal thoughts. Okay, so are we settled on who's doing what to help with studying this year? Aurelia returned to what she clearly thought the most important topic. Yeah, we all know who's good at what, Bobby droned, although he tended to be a middling student in almost every subject except care of magical creatures. And don't forge. They're starting career counseling before Yuletide break. I saw that stupid questionnaire from last year. Half the fifth years treated it like a joke, but it sort of messed up what classes they could take this year. Lilith informed them. She glanced at Dennis. What? I was planning on being serious with it, he bridled at her expression. And that was last year under the Carrows. They were digging for dirt on people they could use to blackmail parents. None of his friends disputed his claim as the group lounged at the edge viaduct. Bobby held back by a meter as his fear of heights demanded. Dennis scanned the inlet from end to end, but he did not catch so much as a ripple of the giant squid that disappeared under the surface. In some ways he felt connected to the animal that plucked him from the cold, dark waters of Black Lake, although everyone knew it a lock in reality, on his first day at Hogwarts and returned him to safety of the boat from which he tumbled. The squid also worked in concert with the merpeople to make it impossible for Voldemort's troops to reach the castle via the water. Few ever truly considered the importance of their awkwardous presence, but Professor Hagrid already expounded once on their contributions during the first week of classes. "Any of you ever talked to that ghost out there?" Harry inquired, wildly off topic, and pointed to where the dim outline of figure standing on an outcropping of the plateau supporting the castle. The ghost routinely disappeared in the sunlight. "Silent Tom?" Aurelia half inquired. "Nah, I don't know that one. Eared some of the Ravenclaws say he doesn't talk much." "Sheesh, wonder why they call him Silent Tom?" Rafferty sarcastically asked. "Get stuffed, Muldoon," the Ravenclaw dryly retorted. "Anyone ever see him in the castle?" Harry continued his inquiry. 5 heads shook back and forth. "Wonder why he's out there." Dennis, roommate, added. "No one really knows. There's only one sentence about him in Hogwarts, a history. They just call him Silent Tom, the ghost on the overhang." "Been there centuries from what the book says," Lilith chimed in and displayed her ample knowledge of history. "If she doesn't know, then no one knows," Bobby stated with a hint of true respect. He tried to loosen Lulu's tail, but the iguana would not budge. "Ease up, girl, looks kind of lonely," Dennis mumbled to himself. And it caused an ache to throb in his chest. "Maybe you should get to know him," Rafferty suggested, and he clearly did not mean it as joke. "You'll fall to your death trying to get to him," Bobby warned. "Cripes," Aurelia let slip with the small exclamation. "He did fall out of a boat, so it's not like it couldn't happen." The Hufflepuff boy standing in the middle of Viaduct Walkway verbally retaliated. "There is that," Rafferty said and elbowed Dennis, who stood next to him. "How many times do I have to tell you I was actually looking for the merpeople Colin told me about?" Dennis grumbled. The friends then took turns taking potshots at one another regarding various foibles. Harry kept his mouth closed after Dennis threw him a telltale glance. Dennis knew he and Harry could destro why each other with the amount of personal information they accumulated as roommates. The surviving Creevy brother feared Harrison Lords might let slip with certain unwanted details that looked disconnected on the surface. Pieces of a puzzle could be put in order with little effort, he thought. Hence, the two Gryffindors kept mum regarding one another. Once the friendly heckling ended, they began to make plans for the weekend. Being a 5th year liberated them to a certain extent, and they could apply to go to Hogsmeade whenever they wished. The group made a plan to go on Sunday, and the reason why each wanted to venture out of castle led to another round bickering and teasing as they headed back inside to attend their last classes for the day and week. It seemed impossible to Dennis, but the weeks after the first became oppressive as the instructors issued hideous amounts of homework to the 5th years. He spent more time studying in both the Gryffindor common room and library than it appeared he did during the previous 4 years in total. He also came to realize the disruption the Second Wizarding War exerted on his education. It affected everyone regardless of the year, except for first years. As the teaching staff sought to impose real academic standards. By the end of September, Dennis started to feel burnt out from the all late night hours trying to stay atop the massive pile of homework after abandoning any sense quality for his completed assignments. Professors began to complain in general about the seeming low effort on the part of students. "Every night this week, Creevy," an unfamiliar voice said as Dennis lay sprawled on a table in the library surrounded by books and parchment. His brain became overtaxed, and he flopped forward in frustration minutes before. One hand twiddled with one of his favorite Muggle pens. "They're trying to kill us with homework," he moaned the complaint. He heard a chair scud across the stone floor opposite of his seating, and then the table jostled a little. Dennis looked up without raising his head. A fairly broad face with full lips, a straight nose with wide nostrils on each side, and somewhat ruddy complexion scrutinized him. The brown eyes looked both compassionate and curious. Dennis noticed the face in the past, and he knew it belonged to a 6th year Ravenclaw. His pin and loosened tie gave him away, although the rest of his clothing looked impeccable. "You know all the 6th years have to retake the owls on top of everything else," Stuart Ackerley intoned. "So, we get to study twice as much. I'd quit SC School and go work with my dad at the dairy if I had to do that," the tired Gryffindor droned. Stuart laughed and said, "I forgot you come from a Muggle family." "Who lets me forget? Some of us know. Muggle-born wizards and witches can be just as powerful, even more powerful. Look at what Granger did with Potter and Weasley. Bet it really scorched the Death Eaters and purebloods to know a Muggle-born helped bring down the Dark Lord. Quote, Dennis sat up. The warm yellow light flowed from a multitude of little fairy fires housed in candle-like tubes clustered in the chandeliers and wall sconces. It spread an even illumination. The heavy slab table stood strewn with his books, the Muggle notebooks he liked, and ballpoint pens of several colors. One simply needed to only look at Dennis to see the evidence of his non-magical background. However, Stuart sat smirking at him, and it caused Dennis' stomach to jump and tingle. He though Stuart handsome in a very Ravenclaw fashion. Besides, Ori keeps saying you're one of the better charms student than any Ravenclaw in your year, the young man said and winked. And you know she's kind of into you. Are you trying to set us up? Dennis replied and jumped to a conclusion. No, at least not if you don't want me to. I could, you know. The statements caused a momentary dissonance in his brain, making him frown a little. Dennis counter-edited by holding up his wand and mumbling the temporous spell he created in his second year. 6 numbers floated above his wand, 3 sets of 2 numerals separated by colons, showed the time. Stuart whistled a little. Got to show me that one. Where'd you learn it? Stuart asked. Like most students, Stuart reverted to normal clothing once classes let out for the day. His normal, vastly different from most, consisted of what looked like a silk Oxford shirt and pleated pants dyed a deep navy blue. Conversely, Dennis sat adorned in a light blue polo shirt with his faded plain jeans. Stuart's auburn hair looked messy in a sculpted fashion, unlike the short crop Dennis preferred since it spared him the worry of trying to decide on a haircut and needing to maintain it. His gray-blue eyes opened a little in wonder at Stuart's interest in his little spell. Well, I made in my second year since I couldn't wear a digital watch and everyone kept stealing my wind-up wrist watches. That sort of became a contest. He explained the basics reasons why the Temporis charm came into being. Professor Flitwick thought it was pretty original, and he gave me points for it. Pretty bloody impressive for second year. How does it work? Dennis then went through a brief recounting of how he learned a global timekeeping magic stream acted just like the satellites the non-magical world used to keep time in synchronicity across the globe. As he spoke, Stuart propped his left arm on the table, made a fist, and rested his chin on it. The Gryffindor again felt stunned. Ravenclaw would show any interest in his spell. No one in Gryffindor thought much of it, although a majority his housemates learned and used it. After he finished, Stuart sat up and nodded his head. How come you didn't end up in Ravenclaw? The young man blurted. That's, totally something we'd do. Not knocking Gryffindor, but you guys aren't the most imaginative witches or wizards, except Granger, and she should have been in Ravenclaw, too. Right. Comparing me to Hermione is mental, Dennis refuted the assertion. And most of the people in Ravenclaw can cast circles around me. Not what Lockley says, and I heard the same from half the ravens in your year, Stuart deftly countered. To be honest, I sort of wanted to meet you, for a lot of reasons. Why? The air palpably shifted around them. Stay. Wart's facial expression changed into an unreadable one right before Dennis' eyes, and it made him nervous. He knew little to nothing about the 6th year. His ignorance made him wary. Stuart began to gaze into the invisible distance. My aunt and her family got completely wiped out by Death Eaters. My grandmother died of heart failure when she found out. 2 of my dad's best friends only came out of hiding a couple of weeks ago. They lost most of their families, too. The black void in the shape of Colin opened in Dennis' chest. Stuart talked of a level of tragedy he could barely conceive except nothing seemed to compare to what the death of his brother did to him. Stuart did not hide his emotions as tears flowed from his eyes. He wiped at them with the back of hand, but not before Dennis felt his eyes do the same. Everyone, and I mean everyone, knows what you and your brother meant to each other, the Ravenclaw young man said in a thicker voice. I kept thinking maybe you'd get and I'm going through without trying to analyze me and make it go away. It won't go away. It won't. Ever. Dennis whispered his confirmation. I think of Call all the time. Stuart nodded. How close were? I loved my aunt and uncle as much as my parents, maybe more. Dennis' table companion choked out the words. They Got me. Understood what I was going through, helped when my own family couldn't. My Aunt Phi meant so much to me. Sorry, Stuart croaked out the words. I didn't mean. No, don't, Dennis rumbled as he wiped at his face a fourth time. His nose felt stuffed. I get it, I really do. Sometimes it just takes everything I have to keep myself together. I usually feel better for a little bit after a good cry. A half-smile cracked his table companion's face as he said, yeah. That right there. It comes back, but for a little bit. The fifth year nodded at the sixth year. They communed in an unspoken manner because they shared a similar terrible legacy. Toward slid down in his chair as if to conceal himself while continuing to stare at the Gryffindor. Dennis felt a foot slide against his, but he did not move his appendage. The other foot remained. In small way, the tiny contact lent him a sense of comfort. Another minute of silence passed. Then Stuart lifted his chin a little. So, what are you working on? The Ravenclaw queried. Magical theory. It's hard, but it's helping me understand what magic is a little better, Dennis rejoined. Anything in particular? I took magical theory last year. Basic taumaturgic load equations for spellcasting. Sheesh. Oh, yeah, that is bugger. But once you get it, it stays with you. Also helps you regulate how you actually cast a spell, at least how much energy to put into it. As Dennis listened, Hogwarts' foot slid back and forth against his while the young man spoke and shifted around. The younger Gryffindor student got distracted as he listened. Then the worst happened to Dennis. He began to physically react to the contact. His face turned into an inferno as he slid into a more upright position and broke contact with the foot. What's got you so spiked? Stuart asked through a chuckle. I'm just so stupid. Dennis began his fib. I never thought this would, have real use. Thought it was just theoretical. Stuart laughed and said, I didn't get it at first, till Wick started telling me to put what I learned into practice. How many times have you heard him say, don't just practice, do it? The phrase stood as one of Professor Flitwick's 13 favorite aphorisms with which he exhorted students. Dennis began to smirk even though he continued to worry about his physical state. The younger teenager also began to contemplate training to become an animagus in order to turn into a flatworm and hide from his own embarrassment. He calmed a little by mentally reminding himself no one, most importantly Stuart, could see what happened while he remained seated. I heard you were into transfiguration, so think about one of the hardest spells you know, and think about how much magic you have to use to make it work, the teenage Ravenclaw suggested. That'd be turning a dove into a salt cellar. Dennis spat the first thing that came to mind. Sheesh, think you could go for something a little harder. Stuart began to laugh again, a sound Dennis liked. Beck. The salt cellar transformation needed very specific control as magic could react in unpredict. He added the phenomenon to the list of questions he wanted to ask Professor Lucritans during the next magical theory class. Fortunately, it became an intriguing example as Stuart began to dissect the tricky transformation aspects. For 10 minutes the two batted around the various complexities of not only the dove transformation, but transfiguration on the whole. It seemed to Dennis they went on a wild topic ride as they veered from the deeply personal into the deeply academic. He enjoyed every moment of it, and mainly because it felt as if he made a connection with the Ravenclaw young man on many levels. Okay, enough, Stuart said and stood up. I'm wasting your study time. Plus, it's starting to get late. Pop up the time again. Temporis, Dennis muttered while holding his wand upright and swiveling the tip around in 3 small circles. The numbers for the hour, minute, and seconds hovered over the tip of the wand. The 2.5 centimeter tall numerals faintly glowed. The seconds ticked by. Brilliant, Denny, really brilliant, simple, efficient. No wonder Flitwick gave you points for it. Now I just got to figure out how you ended up in Gryffindor when you obviously belonged in Ravenclaw. That's another easy one. I wanted to be in the same house as Colin. Dennis sighed. Before he could think better of his response. The gaping void flexed in his chest. He face winced at the reminder. Course you did, Stuart gently acknowledged. I'd do the same if he was you. Makes perfect sense now. Dennis bobbed his head once as he struggled to maintain emotional equilibrium. Okay, mate, I'll leave you alone for now. Looks like you're deep into it. Yeah, want to get a jump on some essays due on Monday. Dennis mumbled. Listen, if you got any questions on magical theory, hit me up. I like the subject enough that I took it again this year. Looking at the advanced theory for next year, Stuart offered in what sounded like an earnest proposal. Wow, thanks. You seem like an interesting guy, Creevy. Wouldn't mind getting to know you better. I need to figure out how. You figured out how to make that spell in second year. I think there's something you're not telling me. Dennis only heard a playful suspicion, and it piqued his interest. From the brief chat he found Stuart accurately appealing. His body cautioned him about developing too much of interest lest it lead to infatuation. He found Stuart handsome enough, but the mind and personality captured his real attention. Sure, some of my friends don't like the fiddly bits about magic like I do. He tried to gracefully accept the offer. Fiddly bits. Good way to describe it. The two students grinned at each other. Then Stuart lifted a hand. Dennis could see ink stains on his fingers and the writing knob on his middle finger. It meant the Ravenclaw spent a lot of time writing with a quill. Dennis raised his more or less cleaner hand. Until later, Denny, Stuart gave one last farewell. Yeah, later, Dennis agreed with a note of optimism in his voice. Stuart smiled at him one last time before heading off into the library. A small grin landed on Dennis' face as he watched the Ravenclaw teenager disappear into the stacks. Then he tried to focus his attention on his studies. Reviewing his magical theory. Throw people out of the library. On Sunday Dennis received a pleasant surprise. Don't know what you said or did, but you impressed Stu quite a bit, and he doesn't get impressed by much. Aurelia told him as the usual gang wandered toward Hogsmeade for a well-deserved visit. Just showed him the Temporous charm, Dennis answered. That's a good spell, Lilith stated in what sounded like an absent-minded manner. Bobby, Harry, and Rafferty also agreed. Everyone seemed to forget they added Harry to their lot only just 4 weeks before. It felt as if he always consorted with them. Dennis found he enjoyed the closer ties with his roommate. Ewan, Lachlan, and Jasper noted the tightening bonds between them. Of course, the Laurel Dalemont incident went without the need to mention. Harry, for his part, said it made him feel marked as people still called him a rat and a snitch. Headmistress McGonagall's plan to create a united student body did not meet with much success. Old divisions and hostilities from both before and during the Battle of Hogwarts did not wash away with same ease as the blood and tears the war caused. Ever think of turning it into an alarm clock? Bobby suggested. Why, we got the clock tower close to our tower, Dennis countered. Does anyone stay asleep at 6 bells in the morning? A round of grumbling complaints surged between then. While the chimes did not sound after 10 bells in the evening, the resumption early in the morning became a constant jarring experience. Only the Quidditch team's members or overnight astronomers got spared as they tended to be awake at that time. On weekends, the student body got spared until the 7 o'clock chime woke them. During holidays, the bell did not sound until 8 in the morning. The daily 6 bells ousted a lot of grousing since most students thought it would serve them better if they could sleep for an extra hour or two. Denny, does the tick-tock ever get to you? Or that muted thump that happens when there's no bell? Harry questioned him. All the time. Why to think I don't study in our room? He answered. It's awful. Lilith added her opinion since the female Gryffindors suffered just as much. And it's just as bad in common room. Other groups of students wandered the route with the sextet as they took the path from the East Wing entrance tower, down the steep slope of the southern end of the plateau, across the tributary river of the loch, and onto the wending road leading the village. Voices rose and fell to varying degrees depending on the discussions. Gray clouds crowded overhead threatening rain, and cool wind blew off the Black Lake in their direction. The external conditions could not, however, dampen their spirits. They enjoyed a respite from studying. Think you got it bad? Rafferty scoffed at them. You should hear the house elves. Just elves now, Aurelia reminded him, since the elves finally achieved their liberation with the conclusion of the war. When hey get to cooking at 5 in the morning. I swear to Barnaby they're holding a joust using ladles and baking pans. The Hufflepuff beater snorted in frustration. Raff, we have sound dampening spells in place. I can't hear a thing, Bobby countered, and his opinion carried weight since he and Rafferty shared the same dorm room. Switch beds with me tonight, Rafferty heatedly requested. Dude, I know do what you at night. 4 voices from 2 other houses rose up in laughter, although Dennis came with a mix of embarrassment and nervousness. A glance at Harry showed his roommate seemed to laugh in the same manner. They made eye contact for a second, and then immediately broke it off. Once more, as Bobby revealed, roommates tended to know potentially devastating details and information. Ennis wondered if Aurelia and Lilith caught the undercurrent. Knowing Aurelia as he did, the vastly intelligent Ravenclaw likely got the full range of meaning. It almost made him trip when Dennis whined. If Stuart did the same as Bobby indirectly accused Rafferty. His cheeks grew very warm. Boys, Aurelia grunted as she glanced around. You try having your bits dangling around rubbing against everything and tell me it wouldn't make you act in certain ways. Rafferty, ever one to enjoy a body argument, stated and then appeared to realize midstream exactly what he said. Ever have tea? Oh, tell a girl your eyes are on your head. Lilith rejoined in her friend's place as a battle of the sexes began to take shape. She glanced down at her own breasts. In the last 2 years, topics both directly and indirectly about sex began to emerge in conversations with his friends. Dennis usually did not take part. When pressed, he claimed his mother would hear him even though St. Albans reside. Some 785 kilometers to T often laughed and reminded him his mother happened to be a muggle. He would then challenge them to say something filthy and think of his mother, They all met during various parental visitations. That regularly shut them up. All the time, Rafferty said as he began to lower his hand. Touch it, and I use a shrinking spell, Aurelia warned him. Just a little one, Lilith viciously added. While Rafferty sputtered from the blow to his ego, the rest burst into laughter. They continued to laugh as they walked the road to Hogsmeade. Rafferty's face glowed crimson, but Dennis could not discern whether from embarrassment at the possible truth or simply from his wounded male psyche. He learned long ago to refrain from making certain boasts, because Dennis knew he could not predict in which direction challenges would proceed. He slipped into silence as the conversation ground on and became fairly vulgar. He did laugh, but Dennis knew it more from nerves than enjoyment. Say, Raph, you still longing? And Bobby droned the word, for Penelope Green. Stuff it, Bobby, Rafferty barked as his face turned pink. She nice, even though she's a Slytherin. I've had her in loads of classes, Lilith intoned in her serious voice. I think you two would be good together. A Slytherin, Harry rumbled in disbelief, as the group finished crossing the tributary, and aimed for the last stretch of path leading to Hogsmeade. Rafferty shook his head in seeming repugnance. Both Aurelia and Lilith studied him with what appeared to be disapproval. Her parents weren't Death Eaters, in case you didn't know, Aurelia said with a hint of disgust toward their friend. Why's she in Slytherin then? Bobby hotly inquired. 'Cause she's driven, knows her own mind, and doesn't take garbage from anyone, or is that what you're afraid of, Raph? Lilith rejoined in a stern tone. Afraid of strong women? No, Rafferty grumped. It's a reputation thing. Harry supplied what sounded like the real reason. Aurelia and Lilith stopped dead in their tracks and gaped at Harry and Rafferty. Rafferty bobbed his head a little. Dennis and Bobby backed away, since Dennis could see the building tension. While not exactly a playboy as he would otherwise like people to believe, Rafferty managed to secure more dates than Dennis and Bobby combined. However, Dennis privately acknowledged his tally stood at 0 and one date would be 100% more than he achieved. Yet watching the expression on his 2 female friends' faces told him Harry and Rafferty ignited a conflict. And what fucking reputation do you have, Harry, that you need to protect? Aurelia fired the question at them. Both teenagers opened their mouths, but neither spoke. Dennis slid backward on his feet. Bobby kept pace with him while Lulu balanced on the back of his neck. As one, Aurelia and Lilith advanced on the other 2 boys. Harry, who did not appear to understand the titanic force the 2 young women could project when united, faced them without flinching. Aurelia narrowed her eyes, and Dennis swore he could see Lilith preparing a curse. You ever date a Slytherin? Either one of one, Harry calmly inquired. Rafferty, mouth flopped open, as did Dennis and Bobby's. The two teenage young women halted. Lilith looked abashed. Aurelia appeared angry at the question. Harry seemed calm and collected. Yeah, I thought so. Why not? Huh, why haven't either of ever gone out with a guy in green? Harry pressed the point. Rafferty's head nodded up and down. Annette. Her group of students walked past them and cast questioning looks at the sextet while the standoff took shape. No one spoke. Harry presented a defiant face at the expressions of anger and discomfort on display before him. Rafferty remained silent. Ooh, is it 'cause you might be afraid the other girls are gonna talk? Dennis saw a prime example of Gryffindor bravery in face of overwhelming odds. Despite quite possibly lining up the truth on his side, Dennis could count too many experiences where Aurelia, Lilith, sometimes both, verbally lacerated him into a pile of trash. He began to count WN in his head how Aurelia would deflect and twist the topic around. The somewhat ginger-haired and exceptionally skinny Gryffindor admired her dexterous and wily mind. Really? That why you won't date one? Aurelia returned the volley. Yeah, it is. Might not seem fair, but it's the truth. I don't want to put up with whatever shite people are going to say. Just doesn't seem worth it. Harry courageously laid out the truth. But what if she's the one for you, Harry? You won't even take the chance to find out. Lilith pestered him with the question. Harry simply stared at her and let his gaze ask the same question of her. Lilith glanced away. Aurelia seemed to deflate a bit since Dennis' roommate robbed her of the most viable avenue of verbal attack by admitting the truth. A stalemate ensued. Dennis grew fascinated at the way it evolved, but he mostly enjoyed the fact he did not get swept up into the argument. What about you, Bobby? Dennis, you feel the same way? Aurelia asked and played a dirty trick. At least in Dennis' estimation. Slytherin scares me, Bobby whispered. And I ain't got time to date anyone with all this homework they give us, Dennis began his defense. Sides, aren't you the one who says I'm not emotionally mature enough to take dating serious? Aurelia appeared gobsmacked when he threw her words back at her. Slytherin or not, I don't have time for it, he concluded. Chicken, Lilith blurted at him. Bwaak, BWAAK, the strawberry blonde Gryffindor cackled. He also tucked his hands into his armpits and flapped his crooked arms. He learned the tactic ages ago when he attended a Muggle primary school. Rafferty started laughing. The tension broke when Bobby and Harry did as well. A grin slid across Aurelia's mouth. Lilith rolled her blue eyes. Least ways he admits it, Aurelia rejoined. They all did, Lilith chimed with what sounded like defeat. They're simple creatures. Look in the mirror much? Harry queried in a stern voice. You think we don't know how you like to act all complicated just to show you're somehow better than us. Come on and give it a rest. You're just as much into good looks and reputations as guys are. Aurelia suddenly looked fit to explode. Then go ask Wilbur Dankworth out for a date. Dennis felt the final nail in the topic coffin get driven in. Wilbur Dankworth, often just called Will, looked greasy all the time. He also went into the infirmary for weekly treatment of a pernicious case of acne. From his hair to his knees, the Hufflepuff boy looked like he worked at flaying engorged water horses for their fat. While he seemed pleasant enough as a person, his basic greasy condition caused concern. Bobby and Rafferty claimed to be friends with the hard-working teenager, a testament to his placement in Hufflepuff. But Dennis never saw them associate with Dankworth in all his days. Aurelia snapped her mouth closed, turned, and began walking toward the village. Lilith quickly followed. A few seconds later, the four boys fell in shoulder to shoulder and made for the same route. No one spoke for over a minute. Remind me to keep you around for arguments with her, Rafferty whispered to Harry. She wasn't being honest, Harry said. Can't stand it when people do that. Dennis kept his lips sealed. Given what he thus far failed to divulge about himself in over 4 years, he did not want to comment. It prickled at his fear of how his fellow students, especially his roommates, would take the news of his sexuality. Harry, without realizing it, condemned Dennis. Moreover, Dennis felt the unknown reproof justified. But she was right about what she said. What you said, Rafferty magnanimously admitted. I don't want people taking the mickey out of me for dating a Slytherin, and Penelope is pretty fine. Shame she wears green. I can't do it, either, Bobby also confessed. I mean, it's hard, not asking a girl out, but, cripes, even the guys in Slytherin would have a go at me for trying with one of their girl that. I honestly don't have time, Dennis rejoined with his previous excuse. You know Ori, Rafferty began. 3 head turned in his direction while one of his best Hufflepuff friends spoke. However, Dennis started to twitch his head back and forth. He never gave Rafferty a chance to finish the thought. I heard. Stuart Ackerley told me the same thing, Dennis interjected. Aye, and nearly afraid of Slytherins like I am when Ori gets on one about me. I probably wouldn't get out alive. His 3 male companions started to laugh, and it drew the attention of the 2 females leading their pack. Aurelia and Lilith glanced back at them. The boys kept laughing. So much for Gryffindors being brave, Bobby snarkily commented. Even the teenage girls started to laugh, although Ennis thought they did not understand the context. He walked along as his cheeks turned red. The mood slowly shifted as they approached Hogsmeade. Harry ventured aloud what shops he intended to visit, and that got the ball rolling. As each member of their party began to announce their preferences, Dennis let go of his embarrassment with the hope he managed to put some distance between himself and the topic of dating. And especially the part about dating girls. He already felt his life overly complicated by trying to deal with too many personal issues. Although people might question why, Dennis planned on a monk-like state of celibacy during his time at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It seemed the safest route to him. Anyone else feel like loading up on butterbeer and barfing all over the place? Rafferty inquired with his usual tactless manner. You are so disgusting sometimes, Aurelia chuckled her condemnation. But you got to admit it comes up almost as good as it goes down. So smooth. With that, Dennis managed to temporarily put his troubles behind him as they entered the edge of the village. He wished he could tell Rafferty how much he appreciated the distraction his friend provided. But even that fell to the wayside as discussion about what made them vomit took precedence. While Aurelia and Lilith decried the subject, they also joined in with gusto. It consumed the last of their stroll until the path bent toward Honeydukes, often the cause of an upset stomach, and the group prepared to spend some nuts, sickles, and galleons on their favorite sweets. Nnis could mentally hear his mother warning him she would not offer any sympathy if he got ill. He rather planned on it. Honeydukes and an upset stomach aside, the resumption of classes also initiate. The resumption of anxiety over the amount of studying they needed to complete. Their instructors seemed intent on filling every available moment spent awake consumed with homework. The situation did not improve in the actual classes as the professors expected them to know answers to a complicated array of questions regarding their studies. Points got added and subtracted from the houses at a dizzying pace. Dennis came to appreciate the ancient charm that managed to keep accurate tally of the teacher's declarations, especially when he knew it happened simultaneously across the school. Dennis. Professor Lucridens loudly said the name, making him the 5th person upon whom the professor called. What is thaumatic principle of the one-to-one relationship between the caster's intent and the outcome? It's an even exchange of energy. You can't expect to get more out of a spell than what you put into it, he half-shouted his response. Several of his classmates snickered. That's the easy answer. What is the acting principle? The conservation of energy. It's like the Muggles trying to find a perpetual motion machine. It just won't happen. Good example, but why? The professor harped. Because you can't get more energy out of a machine than what you add to it. Besides, there's a loss of energy in making a machine move, he dutifully answered and privately thanked his father for making him watch many documentaries in his early childhood. He failed to recall the times he read about the models he built. So, the effect of a spell isn't equal to or greater than the magic you use to cast it. Excellent. 5 points to Gryffindor. Did everyone get that? The students in the classroom situated on the 4th floor halfway to the astronomy tower, one with tall windows that let in a lot of light, reverberated with muted groans. Dennis joined them. He recited his answers without any certainty. It felt more like guessing, and each day it seemed he guessed with increasing frequency. Furthermore, Dennis heard the same complaint from his friends and a myriad of other 5th-year students. Professor Lucritans, standing at nearly 2 meters tall with a protruding belly easily visible beneath his robes, threw a fierce glare at the students. His mortarboard hat wobbled to and fro on the top of his head. An affixed mustard yellow tassel swung around in a wild gyration. He looked like an extruded spaghetti version of Professor Slughorn. This is elementary information you'll find on any OWL exam. Its principal magical theory. The man exhorted them and aimed his wand at the black chalkboard. Dennis had the right of it. You can't get more out of spell than what you put into it, and the reason is because there's a loss of magic when you cast a spell. You need to compensate for that at all times. It's why most of your early efforts fail. Words appeared on the chalkboard as the stub of chalk skittered over the surface. Small squeaks accompanied the rat-a-tat sound. Dennis automatically wrote it down in his notebook. One his fellow students often chided him over due to the Muggle origin, as 4 years at Hogwarts taught and compelled him to do. As he copied the words, he tried to figure out why Professor Lucritans singled him out. It seemed to happen on too regular a basis. Alyssa Grimes let out with a tiny yelp. What is the equation for lighting a candle from a meter away? The professor almost angrily asked. Distance, the applied force, the amount of magic needed is, she began and faltered. Professor Lucritans glared at the Slytherin teenager. The amount of magic needed is equal to the amount for the base spell multiplied by some of the distance in order to complete the spell, the girl with almond chap. Ed eyes and jet black hair tried to answer. The man spat in clear frustration. 1 point to Slytherin. The single point acted as an insult. Professor, Alyssa growled. The base magic of the spell multiplied by the square of the distance to the object in order to correctly project it. Exactly. So, have you all used the measurement charm? Did you cast it permanently on your wands? The professor belted out the question. You never told us to do that. Burst Darcy Mullins, a boy in Slytherin colors. Professor Lucritans stopped and glanced around. 16 faces peered at the instructor, 4 from Gryffindor, 2 from Hufflepuff, 7 from Ravenclaw, and 3 from Slytherin. He blinked several times. The salt and pepper eyebrows twitched like aggravated caterpillars. His eyes narrowed. I didn't, he demanded. No, sir, you most certainly did not. Darcy bluntly answered. Books out. Turn to Appendix 3. Time to learn how to quickly and accurately gauge and apply distances. Dennis and his classmates scrambled to produce their books and find the right section. Like most books on magic, it seemed a rather hodgepodge method of layout got applied since the third appendix appeared in halfway of the way through the book while the first appendix sat 26 pages into the tome. It suggested that as various authors added to the volume, they just slapped it onto the end. Hence, clearly supplemental material popped up in the most unlikely places within the volume. Apply the spell to your wands. I'm sure all of you know how to apply a charm. This one helps you compensate for distance. Professor Lucritans said, but it sounded like an admonishment. The rest of the class period, more than an hour, got absorbed by the student apply the charm to their wands and test it. As Dennis studied the spell, he found he disagreed with several of the elements. His experience applying the Temporis charm to his wand, and then refining it as other students asked to use it, gave him some valuable insight. He applied and stripped the measuring charm from his wand 3 times, making adjustments to it each step of the way. As happened in his youth when building models, Dennis got caught up in understanding the minutiae of the spell as applied to the whole. Several people started to copy him as he worked, but he did not care. In the end, one small piece of the charm continued to annoy him even after they got released for the day. The vague thought nagged him. For Merlin's sake, Denny, it's a Friday night and you're tucked away in here like a doxy in an old clothes cabinet. Stuart said to him after dinner, from which Dennis retreated to do more studying. Dennis glanced up and grinned at the Ravenclaw young man. It never dawned on him to ask why Stuart came to the library. He huffed a little and then frowned. Now what's got you stumped? Just this spell that Lucritans asked us to apply to our wands, Dennis answered. As before, both boys switched to their normal clothing after the cessation of classes. Stuart appeared like most young wizards of the time in clothing adopted from the end of the Grindelwald Wars. The Ravenclaw wore pair medium blue high-waisted pleated pants. cinched with a thin belt, a white linen shirt, and a matching blazer. The buttons, however, gleamed and sparkled in a way never seen in the Muggle world. Furthermore, a.s. eries of 4 pockets ran up either side of the jacket front. It dawned on Dennis Stewart likely came from a family with monetary means. Stewart sat down at the table, opposite Dennis, and slung his exquisitely aged leather, probably dragon leather, satchel onto the tabletop. Like his clothing, the briefcase appeared straight out of some idealized version of the 1940s. Which one? Time, temperature, distance, sizing. Stewart answered with a small range of possibilities. Dennis, mouth hung open a little before he said, measuring distance. He thought he told us. Stewart's laugh interrupted him, and the new table companion replied, he does that with all of the wand charms. I think it's his way of getting us to pay attention to what we're doing. Sort of, I guess, putting us under the hex to get it right. Sept everyone kept getting us wrong at first, Dennis rumbled. Sept you? Stewart asked in a knowing manner. No, I kept. See, there's something not right with it. Too basic, too simple. Not sure it's all that accurate at measuring distance. I, mucked with it a bit. His new friend sat up and leaned forward, clearly interested in what Dennis said. Dennis took it as a sign to continue. He then pulled out his magical theory textbook, opened it to the 3rd appendix to the appropriate page, and showed Stewart the notes he jotted in the margins as he augmented the spell. Whoa, this is top-notch spellcraft, Creevy, the Ravenclaw said as he examined the notations. Better application, better readout, and I like how you make the numbers appear on the wand itself, better focusing. This is really good work, Denny. Dennis felt his face go flush from the compliments. But what's with this big question mark at the end? That's just it. I think the starting point of measuring is wrong. It begins at the tip of the wand. I know that's where the spells come out, but that's not the real source. It comes out of the hand holding the wand, he explained. And, Stewart urged him, I know it's not much. But that's like a 5, 6 or 7 inch difference in distance, depending on the wand. On mine it's about 6 inches from where I hold it, so I moved the point of origination back. His fellow student smirked at him in a rather cryptic manner. Look, if you're measuring the distance to an object a 3 or 4 meters away, then the adjustment is just a little off. I guess it's not a big deal if it's a fair bit away or you're trying to charm something really big, but for smaller stuff, like transformations, I'm thinking it makes an important difference, Dennis concluded his reasoning. Stewart's eyes widened as Dennis spoke. When the Gryffindor finished, the Ravenclaw sat up, sat back in his chair, and slid down into a slouch. His amber eyes fixed on Dennis as he apparently pondered what he heard. After half a minute, his head started to nod. Okay, so let's test this cuz that makes almost too much sense, Stewart suggested. Can we use your pens? We'll transform them into quills and back again. Sure, Dennis agreed and slid 2 of his least favorite Muggle ballpoint pens into the center of the table at the edge of his books. Both boys stood at the same time. Stewart produced a darkly colored wand around 10 inches long. Dennis retrieved his American red pine wand, one with a dragon heartstring core, and took it into his right hand ready to cast a spell. That's a good-looking wand, Stewart commented. Never seen one that color before. Wood came from America, or that's what Ollivander said. Dennis stated what he knew of it. Just plain old English black walnut for me, but it's a really solid wand. Hey, if it works, don't complain. I was so excited to find out I was a wizard I'd have taken a plastic straw with a unicorn hair in it if I had to. Stewart chuckled, and then grew serious. He pointed his wand at the clear plastic pen with the blue ink reservoir. Dennis aimed his at the one with the red ink chamber. Mutare in quill, Stewart uttered as he moved the wand tip back and forth in the odd wavy pattern required of the spell. Mutare in quill, Dennis repeated the words in action. The spell differ. D from transforming a living thing into something else. While Stewart's attempt took several more seconds to take effect, Dennis's pen transformed into a quill in 2 seconds. The tube changed an SPR. Outed the soft branches of the feather along 3/4 of the pen length. A pink hue adorned the feather. 3 seconds later the blue pen also transformed. Like its counterpart, it shone with a blue sheen. Holy! Either you're really Really good at casting spells, or you're onto something here, Creevy, Stuart said in what sounded like awe. You already adjust the charm on your wand. Dennis nodded. Show me what you did. And I'll do the same to mine. The Ravenclaw walked around the end of the table and came to halt as his left shoulder bumped into Dennis' right one. Dennis felt a fluttering sensation in his stomach, but he ignored it as he began to explain how he augmented the distance measuring spell. Stuart gave all the signs of paying close attention. When he finished, Dennis demonstrated how he held his wand in order to apply the charm. He then recited the invocation while performing the movement of dragging his right hand from the point where he wanted the charm to take effect and along the length of his wand until the end of it slipped out of his hand. Stuart's head repeatedly bobbed up and down during the demonstration. Bleeding brilliant, the young man whispered. Stuart repeated every step Dennis showed him with easy perfection. At the origination point, a small glowing ring appeared before disappearing, as well as the place along the wand barrel where the numbers would very faintly appear. Stuart turned his head and gaped at Dennis. What? Did I do something wrong with the spell? Dennis croaked the words in fear he somehow lead his new friend to damage his wand. You really do like the fiddly bits, Stuart said and bumped him with his shoulder. Denny, this is an almost expert level augmentation. I like the part where you get the numbers to show. I never noticed it on your wand when you cast Mutare. It's only really visible if you're looking directly at the wand, and even then it's not very easy to see. I did it to just, sort of, use it as a check if I need it. Mick Gaffer said you're already one of the standout students in magical theory and loose. I think I know why now. How long have you been changing spells? The Ravenclaw delivered a nearly lethal compliment. When I made the Temporis charm. Dennis sputtered since his attention got pulled into too many directions. Since, maybe, second year. Don't ever be embarrassed. Half the people in my house couldn't do what you did with this, and it was your first time seeing this spell. Really impressive, Denny. Stuart squeezed him again. Dennis ulped when a rather private part of his body began to react. Panic seized his mind, but he realized the situation would only grow severely awkward if he made too big a show of it. He tried to make it appear natural when he slid out of Stuart's embrace and aimed his wand at the pink feather. Mutare in pen, he muttered and waved his wand. The feather quickly reverted back into its original form. Stuart trotted around to his side of the table, pointed his wand at the bluish feather, and uttered the magic words. As happened with the pink feather, the blue one transformed into a pen in rapid order. The older student glanced up and gazed at the younger one. What? Dennis begged for a second time as he continued to wrestle with his bodily reaction. That felt more in control. Denny, you hit on something pretty important, Stuart told him in a serious tone. Nah, bet loads of others figured it out as well. No one in my house did, and we share stuff like this all the time. The teenage R with the strawberry blonde hair blinked several times. Then Dennis quickly sat down as he began to lose the struggle with his body. He found the attention paid to him and his measly little discovery very enticing. His face began to heat up as some seriously sexual thoughts stampeded through his brain. Now what? Stuart snickered the question as he sat down. It's not that big a deal, Stuart. Just Stu. Every time I hear the full version of my name, it sounds like McGonagall is getting ready to yell at me, Stuart interjected, but did not stop. And it is a big deal, Denny. I don't know what gets said in Gryffindor, but we're always looking for a better way, sometimes a new way, to work with spells in Ravenclaw. You'd get a lot of praise from everyone for figuring this out. Dennis went into a mild form of shock. Only the Quidditch players in Gryffindor received that level of accolade. On more than one occasion, a few of his roommates laughed at him for his seeming compulsive drive to understand what made a spell work. It harkened to his past, especially the 2 years when he and Colin went to different schools, when he built models of anything and talked to plastic pieces. NNIS asked them why the models turned out like they did, and how the machines actually operated. Ofttimes he went to the set of encyclopedias his parents got when he began attending Wheatfield's Junio. Our school to learn more about the things he built. It became a habit he never bothered to break. They don't really get you in Gryffindor, do they? The Ravenclaw student nearly whispered. Dennis shrugged and glanced away. The sorting hat put you in the wrong house, Denny, and I don't care what you say. I know you wanted to be with your brother, but... Stuart stopped when Dennis froze. He could know. He imagined being in any schoolhouse other than the one where his brother resided. The 2 years in which it seemed magic separated him from Colin continued to reverberate in his mind. After Colin's death, it sometimes felt as if magic played a cruel trick on him in his youth. He swallowed hard against the emotions that roared to life in him. No, I'm sorry, Denny. I know. I'm so sorry I said that, Stuart quickly said. You and Colin. I didn't mean it like that. Okay. Dennis scratched out the word. Try as he might, he could not stop the tears. Oh, gods. I am so sorry I said it like that, the Ravenclaw continued to amend. I only meant, you're a natural, Denny, and they can't see that in Gryffindor. I've heard Flitwick compliment you, and it's hard to impress him. I just think, you needed to be somewhere where people would appreciate your abilities. Dennis heard honest and sincere contrition in Stuart's voice. Moreover, the Ravenclaw wore a face full of apology. He nodded, his head in acceptance of what he heard. Colin must have seen it in you, too. You were too close for him not to. Cheers leaked out of Dennis as he said in a scratchy, thick voice, Col always said I was better than him at this. It's why he asked me to stay home, to protect our parents. Why I wasn't here when. Stuart jumped up from his chair, ran around the table, and did not give Dennis time to react while sweeping him into a hug. As often happened with Rafferty since the end of the Voldemort War and the terrible results, Dennis let himself fall apart into a weeping mess. He wanted his Rother back and alive so bad it became paralyzing. The only person who accepted him without question, who loved him without reserve, who viewed him as a whole person, left an enormous gaping wound in his person by being taken away. Dennis did not know how to recover from the loss. Nothing seemed right in his life without his brother. Great Thurston, what did they do to you? Stuart all but quailed. Took him from me. Dennis hiccuped the words filled with anger and grief. I miss Colin so much. It seemed impossible to explain how Colin supported him while they grew up and especially when they discovered themselves to be wizards. His brother encouraged Dennis to be fearless, to charge forward in life without hesitation, and stood with the younger brother regardless of the outcomes. Together they launched themselves into the world. Together they faced it. Together they conquered it. Dennis could not conceive of how to do the same on his own. The world became huge and terrifying to him when he lost Colin. Yet he found no means to fully explain what it did to him. Thus, he felt alone with his misery, but Stuart offered him a sense of comfort because, like Dennis, he also suffered staggering losses. The quiet of the library surrounded them as Dennis gradually exerted control over his roiling emotions. He hated that he constantly fell to pieces at the mere mention of his brother's name. He did not want to be ruled by the tragedy, yet the only person who could lend any interpersonal advice got taken from him. As his sobs quieted, Stuart continued to hug him. Dennis found he liked the feeling of physical closeness to another person. It helped center him. It made the young wizard aware of his physical being and surroundings. He started to wiggle a little, and the Ravenclaw eased his hold. Stuart did not drop his arms. You're okay, Denny, the one Dennis now considered a friend said in an encouraging voice. You're too smart not to be. This is all just too new, too much to handle in a short time. Yeah, Dennis whispered. I lost it last night thinking about my aunt. Wished I had you around 'cause I'll be there for you. Thanks, Stuart replied and hugged him again. Stuart let his arms drop away. He stood back. Dennis gazed at him. Then, Stuart smiled. Dennis tilted his head to one side in question. I really like the color of your hair. Looks kind of like a copper cauldron. Stuart told him. Never heard that one before, Dennis stated and, although it seemed rather forced, he smiled. The last Creevy son believed he probably looked a mess. And I don't care what anyone says, I'm adopting you as a Ravenclaw. Now you get to be in 2 houses, and I think they both kind of suit you. Not sure you can just say I'm a Ravenclaw. Seems like Flitwick and McGonagall would make the decision. Only a Ravenclaw would say that, Denny. With that the two started to laugh, not very hard, but it conveyed mirth. Dennis did feel better for reasons he could not quite pinpoint. Stuart offered him comfort only Rafferty managed to provide, but in ways that seemed more intimate and more personal. He liked the sensation it caused as it soothed him. Something flickered in Dennis' chest. "Let's sit down and write this new spell version out, if you don't mind," Stuart suggested. "Yeah, all right," Dennis agreed. "And we'll put your name on it. Not really mine, not really Luke Crichton's, either, and you made it a whole lot better. A ton of people are going to want to use this, Denny, and you deserve to get credit." Dennis shrugged a third time while as he began to sit. He needed to lest Stuart think he suddenly evolved into a pervert. The lone Creevy brother detested the fact he could not control how he physically reacted to some people. It threatened him along several fronts, and he planned to make a concerted effort to marshal himself in various situations. Stuart resumed his seat on the other side of the table. Then, the two bent their collective mind to writing out a new version of the spell. At the top of the piece of parchment Stuart provided, the Ravenclaw wrote, "Creevy's improved measurements." "People are going to tease me about that," he commented. "Good. You deserve the recognition." Stuart waved away the complaint. "Okay, exactly how did you hold the wand to set the locus? Point. The what? You need to pay better attention to what you read. Locus point. The spot where the spell begins. Duh," the Gryffindor said and slapped himself on the forehead. Although the thoughts about his brother persisted, Stuart managed to distract his thinking enough to concentrate on the new spell. Hence, the last hour he spent in the library centered on the use of practical magic with a person he enjoyed and came to like quite a bit. For a brief moment, school felt right to Dennis. The following Tuesday he received a shock right from the start of Charms class. "Listen up," Professor Flitwick said as they stood atop his riser behind the lectern. "We have a new spell to learn today, and I know some of you already applied it over the weekend." Dennis sat in his seat, Harry to his right, and prepared to write down whatever the diminutive professor prepared to say. He enjoyed learning new charms, and he hoped it would be complicated enough to teach him something novel. The entire class waited while their instructor eyes swept the room. "I consulted with Professor Luke Crichton's, and we both agree this is a vastly better spell than the one we currently offer. It might not seem like much, but we'll all benefit from it," the man said in stern voice. "Okay, here's the spell sheet." With a mumble and a flick of his wand, pieces of parchment flew through the air and landed on everyone's desk. Dennis looked down, groaned, and tried to slide under his desk. Several of his classmates started to laugh. Harry nudged the toe of his trainer against Dennis' leg. "Creevy's improved measurements." Harry chortled the words at him. "I'm gonna kill Ackerley." Dennis grumbled, although he knew he did not mean it. A minute of general mayhem ensued before the professor called them to order. He then called on Dennis to saint and explain how and why he altered the spell found in the Principles of Magical Theory textbook. Despite trying become invisible to avoid the attention, Professor Flitwick proved persistent. Thus, the living Creevy brother got forced into explaining why he altered the spell and in what way he augmented it. Dennis spoke as little as possible and sat down when he finished. The charms professor scowled at him for 3 seconds. "This is what you get when you pay attention and think about the magic you're using," Flitwick exhorted the entire class. Dennis noticed an inefficiency in the spell and corrected it. "This is the essence of magic. We build on past accomplishments, fix what we can, and improve everyone's lives by doing so." "Well done, young man." Half-hearted applause followed. Dennis' face burned a bright red. Harry snickered at him. "And 25 points to Gryffindor." A gasp surged through the class. Seldom did any professor ever apply that many points to an individual effort. Students usually received 10 points at most for stellar output. Dennis tried to hide his face as the enormity of the reward swept over him. He could sense the others staring at him from the rows of desks lining either side of the charms classroom. Now, as embarrassed as he might be right now, and he shouldn't, Dennis is actually improving all your lives, Professor Flitwick continued. Quote, "Can anyone tell me why this spell is an improvement?" Lydia Gale, a fifth-year Ravenclaw, raised her hand. The professor called on his house member. As per the man's rule, Lydia stood to answer. "Becca, use it means we're applying just the right amount of magic to a spell. It compensates for the distance between the caster and the Target, Lydia told the class. Talked to Stu, huh? Yes, sir. He saw it. He was the first person Denny showed the new spell to. And then Stuart showed it to me, and I went and showed it to Tomas, Professor Lucritans. We both agreed this needed to be added to the standard list of assistive spells. It's a fine piece of work that addressed a problem no one even knew existed until he found it, Professor Flitwick explained to the class and jerked a thumb over his shoulder in Dennis' direction. Get over yourself, Harry mumbled to him as Dennis slid so far down in his chair only his eyes showed above the desktop. From that point and for the next 15 minutes, Dennis got drafted in helping people apply the spell to their wands. Most did not fully appreciate, perhaps even understand, how it would aid them in their daily life. Nearly each student he assisted with implementing the spell made a snarky remark at him about trying to curry Professor Flitwick's favor. Several of the Ravenclaw students already used the improved charm, and they thanked Dennis for his work. Dennis vowed to never again reveal his private spell tinkering. He could hardly tolerate the public attention it drew to him. Any thought the furor would end after class became nothing but wishful thinking. Throughout the day Dennis heard people talking about or outright laughing about the improved spell he concocted. More than one Ravenclaw congratulated him on his insight and spellcraft. But the jeers and teasing by the Slytherins tempered those moments. Even some of his housemates cast a wary eye on him as if Dennis somehow contrived to embarrass the entirety of Gryffindor. He shuffled off to bed glad for the end of the day. Oh, look, guys. Lachlan blared as Dennis entered their room. If it isn't the great spellcrafter. Lay off, Lachlan. I've gotten enough shite today from everyone. And I didn't know they were going to push everybody to use it. I made it for just me, Dennis growled as they plodded toward his bed. Flitwick said it was Ackerley who brought it to their attention. Harry said and offered a key piece of support. Did he even ask you if he could show it to Flitwick? Dennis flopped face down on his bed before he said, I never told him not to, he did warn me Ravenclaws share that kind of stuff with each other. I think he was just doing what they all do all the time. Probably didn't think Flitwick would get that interested in it. Now the whole school is. Ewan commented from where he sat on his bed scanning a textbook. His rather beady, dark eyes flicked back and forth when Dennis glanced in his direction. I know people were taking the pee out of you, Denny. But I think it's 'cause you got 50 house points. It was only 25. Dennis rumbled in a dejected fashion. Still a good haul for one day, Jasper said from the doorway where he leaned against the jamb. Dennis did not see him in the stairwell, and he wondered if Jasper sneaked down from one of upper floors. The roommates knew he favored 6th year, but Elizabe would hardly give him the time of day. Regardless, Jasper continued to try and court her. And it means you can get demerits 'cause you have it covered already, Ewan opined. You're a twit, Ewan. Half the house thinks Denny's a hero for getting those points, replied Lachlan in a dull tone of voice. Like his roommates, he sat on his bed looking over homework. Hogwarts beds tended to be large enough to ACO people. And it made for a comfortable place to study. The only downside arrived whenever the school clock chimed the hour. The bed could turn into the equivalent of a whitewater rafting experience. I'm not a hero. Everyone is going mental for no reason, the supine young wizard muttered mostly into the duvet covering his bed. I just tinkered with a spell is all. I didn't even invent the darn thing. It was in my magic theory book. Well, it impressed someone. They're making everybody from 5th year on up put it on their wands. It probably means they think we suck at being wizards and witches. Jasper intoned as he strolled toward his bed. We do suck. All of us. Even me. I suck the worst, Dennis lamented. Then this won't cheer you up at all. Slughorn started talking about midterm exams today in potions. Jasper informed them. Dennis sat up while his face wanted to remain on the bedding. Each roommate appeared gobsmacked by the news. Jasper simply nodded his head to each of them. Why? Lachlan half shouted the question. Slughorn said the staff decided it'll improve the academic standards of the school after what it went through. I heard him tell Milwright, one of the Hufflepuffs. Tony Milner. Harry inserted the name. Him, Jasper affirmed before continuing. Slughorn told him a lot of parents are worried that after all the crazy crap, Hogwarts forgot it's a school. The teaching staff seem to think if they test us, they can show things are getting back to normal. Dennis let his head flop downward until his chin touched his chest. His stress level increased to a nearly unbearable level within seconds. He again thought about quitting school and joining his father at the dairy. The young wizards liked the cows. They never put undue expectations on anyone. They also seemed fairly placid when not spooked. His mind drifted away to memories of accompanying his father to the dairy in his youth. "Denny!" Harry yelled at him. "Where'd you go?" "To the dairy farm. I'm thinking that might be better than all this," he answered, and his internal darkness seemed to spread out of him like a silent wave. "Get off it, Creevy. You've got the least to worry about out of all of us," Lachlan upbraided him. The brawny Gryffindor eyed each of the roommates. "We need to pull together and help each other out. Denny can tutor us in charms and transfigurations. Harry's pretty decent in history of magic, so we got that covered. Ewan knows his herbology and potions. I'm a fair hand with defense against the dark arts, and Jasper is our astronomy whiz. The way I see, if we stick together, we get through these exams without too much trouble." Dennis caught Harry staring at him. He understood why. When word spread about midterm examinations, his friends, Aurelia, Bobby, Lilith, and Rafferty, would also try to draw up a study schedule as they planned for owls. The young wizard could see the pressure building to help everyone, and he began to breathe in a heavy, semi-panicked manner. "What's got you in a twist?" Jasper inquired. "It's too much," he mumbled. "How can I get my studying done if everyone keeps asking me for help? All I ever do now is study." "You can't quit on us, mate. We're your house," Ewan stated in obvious annoyance. "Why would you need to study?" Jasper taunted. "You're already the best out of all us, except maybe Harry. You owe us, Creevy. As your housemates," Lachlan added, and it sounded oddly ominous to whom the comment got directed. Dark grumbling arose around him. Dennis stared at his lap. His brain tried to make the situation work, but he would need to give up on eating and sleeping in order to accommodate the demands. Then a solution wormed its way into his thinking. He would try to compromise without sacrificing too much of his own time. 1 hour a day, that's it. "I'll help for 1 hour a day before dinner," he told his roommates. "1 skimpy hour, cripes, it'll take that amount of time to figure out what I don't know." Lachlan blurted. "Come on, Denny, be fair. You'll have the tests covered when we won't." Dennis stared at his dormitory roommate, and sense of hostility bloomed in his chest. "Then maybe you need to quit Quidditch and study more," he suggested. "Freak that. No way I'm quitting Quidditch. I'd go spare if I did. It's the only thing keeping me freaking sane right now." One of the beaters on their house team roared at him, again using one of his favorite vulgarities. "Right, so, it's all about what you want, need. You don't give a crap about what I'm going through. It all went bonkers for me back in May. But that doesn't matter to you, does it?" Dennis shouted in return. 4 people flinched at the indirect reminder of the Second Wizarding War and Dennis' personal loss. "Do any of get what it's like for me?" Dennis continued to rail while his eyes began to overflow as he stood and stared at the central stove. His hands clenched in futile frustration, rage, and sorrow. "Everywhere I look, he's not there. Then, all this work they want us to do, and I can barely keep up. If Call were here," he stopped. Yet another reason why he terribly missed his brother reared its ugly head. They studied together all time in the past, delighting in their magical powers and what they learned. They shared a joy only real brothers could understand. Dennis looked to Colin, and Colin depended on him as well. Yet again Dennis' heart broke into pieces. He needed his brother so much it became a visceral pain he could not escape. "Denny," Harry said his name. Dennis stormed past his bed, across the chamber, and out of the room. He fled down the stairs and into the common room. A few of the older Gryffindors watched him as he went to the portal and demanded the fat lady let him out. The portrait swung open, and Dennis continued his mad dash out of his house quarters. He ran down the short front hall, turned the corner, and sped toward the entrance to the headmistress' office. Yet at the steps of the grand stairway, Dennis blindly began to race down them. He descended further and further into the cold and dark environs. Before he understood where he landed, The young wizard halted when his feet hit the dirt at the very bottom. His body folded in on itself, and he landed with a thump. His butt hit the last step. Dennis drew his knees up to his chest, held them tight, and wept at the terrifying loneliness wailing in his being. What's this? The last Creevy boy in my domain. A nasally, reedy voice spoke close to his ear. The words only served to fuel his distress. And Dennis yelled, I can't find him. I don't know where he is. I need him. I need my brother. I need Colin. Oh, vexatious child, no matter where, of comfort no man speaks. Let's talk of graves, of worms, and epitaphs. Make dust our paper and with rainy eyes write sorrow on the bosom of the earth. What? He hollered in bewilderment at the invisible voice with his own made hoarse and raw. That thou canst not find him, there is your only hope, Creevy. Thy brother tarries not in these stone battlements. He is now but alive in your heart, in your memories, Peeves whispered to him. The reckless and wanton kindness the famed poltergeist showed in the moment stilled Dennis. He stared into nearly pitch-dark surroundings. Slowly, like a lighting bug coming into birth, Vase the poltergeist became partially visible in an ethereal glow as he floated in the air. His round face wore the same crazed smirk it often did, but his eyes, a dark gray and with a depth that seemed to rival eternity, gazed at him from beneath the arched and plentiful brows. His clothing, a mishmash of styles from across the centuries, looked dull and muted in color. A chill ran through the young wizard's body. Too familiar am I of the grave and what therein lies. I know the haunts of this castle. I've seen ruin and death more times over than could ever be recounted. Trust me in this, boy, thy Colin is departed from this world. And wish not for him the misfortune to remain on this plane. His life is done, and that is fact none can alter, even and please, Peeves said and sounded gruesomely delighted. Much to his dislike, Peeves hove closer to Dennis so his semi-transparent face filled most of the teenager's vision. The gray tinge to his features, the overall somberness of his aspect, gave Dennis further pause. While his cheeks remained wet, his eyes did not add any more tears. He stared at the grim figure before him, and for the first time took real stock of Peeves. I also know of minds so benighted by misery it led to a dark path, a dark act. Be wary, snotty child, of what thee considers. You'll not find what you seek if thou fails to stay thy hand. Splud, but what you will meet is not but me. I don't, Dennis began to say as confusion compounded in his brain. Now, take thee away from my realm, cur, lest I have sport with you in my true fashion. Peeves said. His voice, though soft, managed to echo in the deepest part of the stairwell. Dennis heard and understood that particular threat. He scrambled to his feet and began to backtrack in reverse up the stairs. His eyes stayed glued to the poltergeist who suddenly seemed more fearsome than ever. The translucent face continued to beam the awful smile while a whiny cackle started to fill the air. Dennis redoubled his efforts, turned, and quickly ascended. When he burst upon the first sub-level, he paused, breathing hard, and glanced about. He got an ugly shock. What are you doing out of your house and, of all places, down there? Professor McGonagall sniped at him. Dennis realized his evening got much worse as the headmistress converged on him, Professor Flitwick apparently caught in her wake. The small man looked concerned contrary to McGonagall's demeanor. She bore down on Dennis like a bird of prey on an incautious mouse. He flinched at her approach and could not back away due to the stairs behind him. She stood over him despite their equal height. What is the explanation for this? She demanded. Dennis began, but somewhere close by, yet seemingly far away, the young wizard heard the echo of a whinging laugh. While he did not suffer demerits at the behest of Professor Flitwick who urged compassion on the headmistress, part by pointing out the student's obvious distress, Dennis did get an afternoon detention. When he returned to the Gryffindor Tower and his roommates silently watched him get ready bed and climb into it. Dennis pulled the covers over his head and tried to find some ease in the darkness. Instead, the young wizard got met by mental flashes of the face of Peeves the poltergeist. The eyes disturbed Dennis the most, and forcing the images out of his mind proved a struggle. His sleep felt troubled that evening. Word spread as an increasing number of professors, eventually encompassing all, announced midterm examinations would take place at the start of the second week of November. As the present week wore on, the students began to foment open verbal revolt. Many claimed the same ills as Dennis, an overabundance of homework in each class tr. Ying to compensate for the past several years. While Ewan, Jasper, and Lachlan joined the vociferous legion, Dennis kept apart and silent. He guessed the staff would not back down in the name of Acade. Mike's standards and the overall reputation of the school. He accepted the foregone conclusion of midterm examinations. To his surprise, Aurelia, Bobby, Lilith and Rafferty did as well. They wanted to draw up a study schedule by Thursday. But Harry warned them to go easy on the topic with Dennis. Dennis felt a surge of gratitude toward his roommate. "You look like the last asphodel bloomed and won't return, Denny," Stuart said early Saturday evening after approaching the table where Dennis sat with Harry and Lilith. The trio went to the library following dinner. Dennis wanted to escape the condemning expression on the faces of Ewan, Lachlan, and Jasper. They never said it, but Dennis guessed his roommates still chafed at the 1-hour-a-day allotment of study assistants. It meant they needed to jockey for position in order to get his help. Hence, he preferred to go to the library instead, using the dormitory room to study. Secondly, he enjoyed periodically bumping into Stuart, although it happened every time he sat between the book stacks. Thus, the library appealed to Dennis with greater frequency. "He's had a hard go of it the last few days," Lilith explained for him. Stuart nodded, placed his school satchel on the table, and then sat next to Dennis across from the young Gryffindor woman. Harry sat next to Lilith, and the center of the table got cluttered with all their textbooks and notes. Dennis alone looked like a muggle in his button-down Oxford shirt and his most comfortable and somewhat tattered jeans. Harry wore an exceedingly odd combination of Hindi and English attire. Lilith tried to best him with an outfit ripped straight from the late 1960s London swingers scene. Stuart again stepped out of the 1940s, except his jacket and pants shone with purple hue never seen during that period. His pale pink shirt appeared tailored. All in all, it made Dennis feel awkward and further apart from his friends. He got the business from a lot of people bout that measuring charm. Harry added with a touch of heat in his tone. "I'm so sorry about that, Denny. I never dreamed Flitwick would go that far. I just thought it was a really good spell a lot of people could use," Stuart answered and sounded contrite. "He did too, so not your fault. He sort of apologized to me yesterday about what happened." "Can't be undone," Dennis said with little enthusiasm. Stuart leaned toward him, knocked him with an elbow. Dennis' stomach jumped a little. The minor gloom that settled on him from the unwanted attention and the detention lifted a small amount. "Plus my roommates and friends are on me bout helping them study for the new exams," Dennis stated. "I only promised to help an hour a day, and they got pretty cheesed off." Denny suggested Lachlan should quit Quidditch and study more, Harry added. Quoting Dennis. Lilith, who did not hear that portion, looked a bit stunned. Stuart started to shake his head. Dennis glanced at him. "I heard an American say one time, those who understand, teach. Those who know, do. Those who neither understand or know, play Quidditch," or something like that, the older Ravenclaw student expounded in a stentorian manner. Both Harry and Lilith snorted in amusement. Dennis grinned. He liked the aphorism, and immediately set to work memorizing it. It highlighted what he already thought of the situation, although a sense of guilt began to pester Dennis the previous day. Stuart bumped a shoulder against his. The end of the aisle where they sat in the library seemed warmer than when they arrived, and Dennis privately attributed the change to the appearance of Stuart. "But you, in the name of House Unity, you might want to help out a little more," the young Ravenclaw man suggested. "I did. I told them I'd help an hour a day before supper. They didn't like that," Dennis informed him. "It was just Lachlan. Jasper and Ewan told me they'd take whatever help you're willing to offer." Harry again supplied a vital piece of information. "I heard Lachlan say at the start of the year he thought the school would go easy on us after all that." Three heads nodded. Dennis twiddled with one of his favorite retractable ballpoint pens, of which he owned many. His parents repeatedly asked him if he ate the pens, as he regularly requested a resupply. He failed to tell them. A great number of his housemates started using the Muggle contrivance after asking him for one. Dennis went on a secret mission to abolish ink and quills, along with parchment, as an unnecessarily messy practice. Despite the razzing he received from other students, As he pointedly refused halt using his muggle notebooks and pens, he noticed how many others followed his lead. Well, you made an offer. If they don't like it, then it's not your fault, Stuart concluded. I have strict rules about tutoring others. That's what made working with you, Denny, on the improved measuring. I learned something. Get off it, Denny, Harry chided him as Dennis turned a deep shade of red at the compliment. You do have a really good hand at charms, Lilith stated. Yeah, he said and attempted to brush aside the topic. So, what is everyone working on? Stuart inquired and appeared to take Dennis' state as a cue. The four quietly discussed their various studies. The henchpeople of Madame Pants strolled through the library, put away books, and shushed people who talked too loud. Stuart showed surprise when he learned they each worked on individual homework from different classes. Throughout the chat, Dennis felt Stuart's left leg press against his right one. The Ravenclaw seemed entirely unaware of it, but the physical contact generated a giddy feeling in Dennis. Without thinking better of it, Dennis applied pressure of his own. His thigh lay firmly along Stuart's, who did not seem to register Dennis' reaction. Right, well, I'm getting in some extra astronomy time this evening, so I need to single out the constellations I need to study since Air moving closer to the winter solstice. Tychrahe, one of the Centaur astrologers, gave lectures all week. The oldest among the four explained his plan. I heard Dan mention that. He said 4th and 5th years could attend if they wanted, Lilith murmured. Wasn't any room for the lower classes. I think every 6th and 7th year showed up to each lecture. He was talking about how the defeat of Voldemort got augured and what it means for the future. It all seemed, I don't know, a little imprecise. Someone said they noticed none of the star positions changed, and that started a 3-day argument. You know, I've asked my aunt who's really into divination and soothsaying about how it all works, on a physical level, and she's never been able to give me a decent answer. She won't talk about it anymore with me. My dad gets angry when I bring it up 'cause it upsets her, Harry said and provided a personal story. The foursome launched into another whispered discussion centered on what they thought to be the weakest aspects of magical studies. Divination ranked at the top, but arithmancy came in close second. Lilith raised the idea that the future depended on undetermined factors, and it did not make sense to that anyone or anything could accurately predict what might happen more than 2 days out. Her argument got met with general agreement. The entire time Stuart held his leg against Dennis. Dennis, true to his nature, physically reacted to the contact with his Ravenclaw friend. A certain piece of his anatomy bent at a painful angle, but he could do nothing to rectify the situation without calling attention to it. He railed against himself that something so simple could so profoundly affect him. His reaction, he reasoned, seemed unreasonable. Yet try as he might, Dennis routinely found himself unable to control his reactions. Thus, he suffered a form of delectable pain. Although he knew better than to ascribe anything more to the situation, the young wizard continued to overly enjoy the feel of Stuart's leg touching his. Okay, listen, Stuart said as the talk over soft subjects wound down and he stood. I've got to go check the star charts to get ready for tonight, but I wanted to say hello, and I had a great time talking to all of you. Good to see Gryffindor isn't the intellectual wasteland half of Ravenclaw thinks it is. Well, there's only 12 players on a Quidditch team if you count the alternates, Harry rejoined in a haughty and dismissive tone. So, they got to fill the house with other types of people. Stuart started to laugh at the reply. Lilith laughed as well, and Dennis grinned. He hoped Stuart did not look down or study him too closely. It would be a revealing moment, so he held as still as he could. Much to his chagrin, Stuart did glance at him and everyone else at the table. If any of you are interested, you can join me in the tower after the last class lets out at 10. There's only 3 of us signed up for extra gazing time, so it wouldn't be a problem if you popped in for bit, Stuart entreated the group. Not me, I need sleep. Been a long week, Harry immediately declined. I've got a goblins and trolls tourney tonight in our common room. That runs on past midnight most of the time. Lilith also excused herself from joining. Then she started to collect her materials. And we still have to find 2 pieces that escaped last week. They're hiding somewhere in the common room. We got a piece that's been hiding in our common room for 3 years now. We see it, but can't quite catch it, Stuart said and chuckled. Then he glanced down at Dennis, who tried to will himself to another part of the library. What about you? Up for a little star? Watching? Maybe, Dennis said and swallowed hard against his internal panic. If I'm still awake, I get it. I'll put your name down in case you can make it. Have a good night, Lilith, Harry. Stuart politely dipped his head in their directions before snatching his satchel and strolling in the direction where the star charts got stored. Lilith finished packing her books, quills, and parchment before she stood. I'll let Dan know you might be going to the astronomy tower tonight. Denny, she offered. Thanks. Breakfast tomorrow? Harry inquired of her. As usual, but I might be a little put off depending on how I do tonight. I won't mention Janine's name, but some player likes to put some extra ginger root powder on her troll pieces. Lilith huffed as she finished speaking. Well, have fun, Dennis told her while silently admiring her subversive way of exposing her offending rival. Lilith lifted her hand in farewell and sauntered off. It's like they do it on purpose to get to each other, Dennis quipped when Lilith disappeared around a bend. Course they do, Harry grunted. His gaze turned fixed as he looked at Dennis. I think Stuart really likes you. Dennis sat up straight, met his roommate's expression, and replied, Good, 'cause I like him. His family went through a lot, too, and he gets what I'm going through. Stu's turning into a really good friend, Harry. Doesn't hurt that he's probably the smartest person I know. Sure, smarts. That's what he's all about. He's a Ravenclaw. What did you expect? Harry rolled his eyes, shook his head, and his mouth stretched into a smirk. Dennis did not quite understand the response, but he grinned all the same. He did like Stuart, and a lot more than he wanted to express to Harry or anyone else. He feared admitting it to himself since his imagination tended to run wild in those circumstances when he read far too much into another person's actions. The current state of his body could prove that point if he dared stand. Hence, he bent his head and mind back to studying. Regardless of whatever else he might wish to think about, the school demands took precedent unless he truly did intend to join his father at the dairy. When the bodies finished flooding past him, including Professor Hippolyta who bid him a good evening, Dennis ascended the circular stairs in the tight stairwell. It differed vastly from the main stairs in the foyer, but thinking of that remnant Dennis of Peeves and the poltergeist's bottomless eyes, the sight of Stuart sitting at a telescope, one of the larger ones, allowed him to shelve the disturbing aspects of Hogwarts' notorious specter. He wandered over to where Stuart sat. Hey, he quietly said since 2 other scopes hosted observers. Stuart sat up, craned his head around, and his face broke into a broad grin. Dennis' stomach jumped at the warm expression. He smiled in return. The very dim tower lighting forced his mind to fill in the parts that he could not completely see. Dennis suspected he added some inaccurate details. Glad you made it, Denny. Star watching is always better with someone else, Stuart told him as he pointed to a nearby chair. Bring that over. Dennis did as directed. Stuart made him situate the stool right next to his. When Dennis sat down, half his body nudged against Stentire carriage twitch in reaction. Yeah, I know. It'd actually be easier if you sat in my lap. This way we wouldn't run the risk of knocking the scope out of alignment, the Ravenclaw told him. Dennis gaped Stuart at the audaciousness of the suggestion. I know. It'd look awkward, but did you never figure what it means when a guy asks a girl if she wants to go stargazing? Several lights came on in Dennis' brain. He shook his head as at own naivete. His friend grinned at him. I mean, I wouldn't object if you wanted to. We could even switch places every 10 minutes, but I get it'd look really strange, Stuart quietly said. The idea of sitting in Stuart's lap or Stuart sitting in his sent Dennis' hormones into overdrive. He almost buckled at the waist from the force of his physical reaction. His mouth fell open as his brain actively began to consider accepting the offer. So, anyway, Toward continued when Dennis did not respond. Tonight I'm observing Sirius as part Canis Major. I guess I'm really looking at the Winter Triangle with Sirius as the base star. I know Betelgeuse is part of that. What's the third one? Dennis asked since he only studied the winter triangle once. Procyon, and it's also part of Canis Minor, so all these constellations are linked together. That is so cool, Stu. Sirius? Stuart asked. Like in the Dog Star. Dennis replied and snickered. Stuart laughed as well before he said, "Sheesh, I like me a smart guy." Dennis felt free to blush because the minimal light hit it, and rejoined, "I'm not that smart," says the guy who figured out a problem with a charm. "That still blows me away, Denny. You're too easily impressed then. Why don't you think you're impressive?" "I think you are, and not just 'cause of that fantastic hair of yours," Stuart quietly said in serious manner while leaning a little harder against the Gryffindor. Denny's body already ran headlong into disaster. For reasons he could not explain to himself, he recalled Harry telling Dennis a short while before that Stuart really liked him. His roommate's odd delivery suddenly made sense. Dennis felt very, very dim, and more dim than the surrounding illumination. His brain began to flail because he could not determine if heard what he wanted to hear or simply misconstrued Stuart's intent. However, the memory of Harry's statement coupled with Stuart's current actions began to add up in his mind. Dennis, acting against what he thought his better interests, decided to test the situation. He leaned into Stuart with greater force. Stuart made a small humming sound. "Stu, can I ask you something?" Dennis inquired. In the back of his mind he heard Colin, reminding him the only way to fail the great adventure of life happened when one did not take chances. Dennis and his brother risked public humiliation at every opportunity in their zeal and zest to become the best wizards they could. The lone Creevy brother felt himself being wrapped in the armor forged from Colin's abundance of self-confidence. Colin always believed in him, Dennis knew, and he did not want to fail the memory of his beloved brother. He could all but feel Colin's hands on his back pushing him forward. "Sure," Stuart whispered. When you say, you know, that you like me, do you, mean just like or, like? Dennis stumbled through his question as his voice quavered. Stuart up and away from the telescope, ostensibly to avoid upsetting the alignment. Although his face appeared nothing more than a shadowy outline, Dennis could tell his friend scrutinized him. It made the younger Gryffindor a bit nervous, but he also realized trying to retract the question would be absurd. "I heard Ori last year talking about this guy she knew who, he wasn't afraid of anything. He just went and did what he wanted, and he wasn't dumb about it either. She said him and his brother could do anything, and he was the real wizard out of the two of them. Didn't take me long to find out who she meant. I started watching you and Colin last year, and I kept thinking I got to know one of them," Stuart answered at length and, in Dennis' estimation, completely avoided answering the original question. "So, what?" "So, then, the battle. I saw them carry Colin into the Great Hall. No one needed to tell me he didn't make it." Dennis' body stiffened as the too familiar turmoil surrounding his brother's death rose in him. "I knew it was over for him. But, it troll smacked me thinking what it would do to you when you found out, Denny," Stuart said, compassion oozing from his words. "I saw you arrive with your mum and dad, and I hid 'cause I couldn't watch. I knew what it would do to you 'cause my aunt and uncle got killed that fall. I sat in that empty classroom, and just cried for you." Dennis drew in a stuttering breath. "Then later I overheard a couple of people who heard Potter talking to you. He really is a great wizard, and not just 'cause of his magic." "Yeah," the Gryffindor boy barely breathed the word. "I wasn't sure you were going to come back. When I saw you the first time, it tore me apart. I could see what you were feeling 'cause I felt like that for a year. I heard about Muldoon's sister, and I figured it was good you and him were close friends. I guessed you two could help each other out." "We do," Dennis confirmed. "It's stupid, I know it is, but I couldn't stop watching you and I understood the sadness in your eyes. I could feel it. Then I saw you started coming to the library a lot, so I thought I'd just say hi and get it over with. I saw how stressed you were that day, laying on the table like you couldn't lift your head anymore. And I couldn't stop myself. I had to get to know you," said Stuart with an air of finality. The cool evening air came in through the open viewing ports. However, the flow, or got magicked and warm air floated at roughly calf level on the legs. It kept feet warm, and that made viewing tolerable on cold nights. The warm air caressed Dennis' legs as he thought for a second. Thanks, but, what, how? The 15-year-old muttered the unfinished question. I honestly didn't know for certain, till you showed up here and asked me that question, and I know I didn't answer it, but, I think you know the answer. Dennis shrugged. Stuart chuckled a little and said, Fine, I really like you, Denny. You're not like anyone else I know. You're like, part Gryffindor, part Ravenclaw, some Hufflepuff, and maybe even a little Slytherin. You don't fit any category. I couldn't tell if you were like me or not, but, boy, I was having fun trying to figure you out. And the way you opened up about what you're going through and the way you let me talk about what's happening to me. I'll be honest. I couldn't stop myself for falling for you if I tried. A knot, a terribly tight knot, deep in his chest began to loosen. No one talked about him like that. Other than Colin and perhaps parents, nobody ever appraised him in such a manner. Dennis felt both exalted and exposed, even vulnerable, at the amazing statements Stuart accurately uttered. Since he could not formulate a response, Dennis laid his head on Stuart's shoulder. What impresses me the most is how much you love Colin and aren't afraid to show it. Other than the Weasley twins, and I can't imagine what Fred is going through, I never saw anyone show their love for a brother, or a sister, like you and Colin did. Do you know how jealous people were, or over that? Dennis sniffled as his emotions threatened to overwhelm him. All the words he and his parents never said to one another flowed out of the young Ravenclaw man. He wished his father and mother could hear Stuart. He lifted his head and stared at the outline of his friend's face. It's the time with your aunt and uncle you miss the most, isn't it? You always thought there'd be one tomorrow after another, but there isn't. And, nothing we do can change it. It feels hopeless, Dennis said, although it seemed someone else spoke through him. T-T-E-R-E-D. Dennis saw starlight sparkle on Stuart's cheeks. His turned wet as well. But right now I don't feel so alone knowing all that, the older teenager whispered. You're not. You've listened to me so much already. Stuart's head snapped to the side. Dennis could not begin to guess what went through his friend's mind. He wondered if he erred in what he said. Denny, see, you and me. Maybe give it a shot. Shot at what? Dennis asked in honest confusion. Us. Together. Like boyfriends, Stuart quietly yet emphatically stated. Despite speculating it could lead to that point, it still stunned Dennis when he heard the request and the words. His eyes went wide. He stared at Stuart and could not put together a coherent answer. Time seemed to bunch up against him. I get it, Stuart said in a glum tone. I just thought maybe. I'm afraid to say yes, Dennis confessed, and he surprised himself. Why? 'Cause I never told anyone about me, about what I am, he stammered his response. Surely, you told Colin. The Ravenclaw inquired. Dennis shook his head. Really? So, no one, Dennis confirmed. They sat in silence for a few seconds before Stuart said, if no one. Then, that means you've never, done anything with another guy. Dennis twitched his head back and forth a second time. Then how do you know you're, gay? The Gryffindor leaned closer to his friend and whispered, 'Cause anytime I think anything about sex, it's always about guys. Hearing himself say those words aloud to another person scared him. His body began to shake. Dear Lance though his form. Okay, relax, Denny. Take a deep breath. Just relax. It's just me and you having a chat is all. No one is listening, and you know I won't say a word to anyone, the Ravenclaw attempted to calm him. Dennis bobbed his head, but his breathing continued to arrive in ragged pants. Look, so you know, I never told, I didn't tell a lot of people. I'm sort of in the same boat you are, still in the closet. I'm not too keen on coming out, either, at least not broadly. The statements again impacted the Gryffindor boy. It calmed him. Then, as he thought about it, he never once heard Stuart's name mentioned as someone who could be gay. Then again, he did not know what Ravenclaws talked about in private. Gods, I hear what they say to people like Maisie Kettleburn, Martin Cole, Lou Pritchard, and anyone else some of those slug brains think are gay. Scares me, too, and I don't want to put up with their Crap, Stuart told him. I got too much to deal with already. Dennis offered his position on the matter. And what I'm promising is that anything about me and you isn't going any further than me and you. I, sort of figured out where the good private places are 'cause I don't want anyone in my business. Although he knew Stuart could not see his reaction, Dennis still raised his eyebrows. His head started to nod. A hand landed on his leg, he flinched a little, and glanced down. Okay, how about saying it's just an idea for now? We can talk about it later, his friend suggested. But, I'm glad you know about me and I know about you. Doesn't matter what else happens between us, at least we got someone who knows and understands. It means we really can be honest friends with each other. Yeah, I like that, Dennis whispered again. He marveled at the quick felicity of the Ravenclaw's mind. He did not want to admit it out loud, but he also truly liked the feel of Stuart's hand on his thigh. It made his entire body tingle. Okay, now, tell me what you know about Sirius, the dog star. Just like that, they went from a deeply personal conversation to one intensely focused on the stars. Dennis began wonder if the first conversation actually took place. However, it did not leave his mind and he churned over what Stuart offered. He never once thought he could enjoy any sort of relationship while in school, and Dennis relegated himself to a celibate existence. The idea he needed to live in such a state began to rapidly deteriorate. Other aspects of his life also began to deteriorate. It began on Monday after classes let out, following dinner. And when Dennis returned to the dorm room, the tension all but slapped him in the face as he entered the octagonal room. Lachlan sat on his bed glowing at the stove. Jasper threw Dennis a fierce glance. Neither Ewan or Harry occupied the room. Thus, Dennis quietly walked to his bed and began to sort out the contents of his book bag. He pulled out his Transfiguration homework, as Professor McGonagall issued complicated homework to accompany a very complicated spell. She also threatened that it might appear on the midterm examinations. Dennis slid on the top of his bed with book and notes in hand. Can you study with me tomorrow after classes? Lachlan growled the question 5 minutes after Dennis settled. Sure, Dennis agreed with looking up. I got some defense against the dark arts stuff I need to get sorted. Well, I got stuff in charms, transfigurations, and astronomy I need to get sorted, so dark arts will have to wait. Dennis lifted his head, and it began to move back and forth of its own volition as he said, No, it can't wait. I've helped you twice, and you haven't helped me at all, Lachlan. You don't need any help now that you're hanging out with Ravenclaws. They can help you, Jasper grunted. Although he tried to sound stern, Jasper simply could not pull it off. His weak, inwardly sloping chin coupled with the pasty, pale skin, even worse than Dennis, and a gangly body did not give him the attributes to sound commanding. It sounded whinging to Dennis. He ignored his other roommate while focusing on the Quidditch player. Yeah, you don't. Heard you were up in the astronomy tower studying the stars with that Ackerley guy. What in bloody heck can we teach you he can't? Never said I needed help with astronomy. It's defense against the dark arts I need to brush up. And it's your turn to help me for once. Dennis deflected the tangential issue and restated his current need. Get bent, Creevy. Just give me a hand, Lachlan dismissively rejoined. Dennis stared at his brawny roommate with russet-colored hair and eyebrows. He looked every bit as Scottish as he claimed. Lachlan told stories about when he won a junior caber tossing contest before coming to Hogwarts. And no one, not even Dennis, doubted it. However, the lone Creevy brother did not like the attitude and manner in which his roommate tried to force his demands on others. In the recesses of his mind, he heard Colin urging him to goad his roommate to discover what actually prompted his demeanor. Yet, he refused to back down on one point. Nope, either you're helping me this time, or the whole deal is off, Dennis said, held his ground, and heard his brother cheer somewhere only he could. You're a total tosser, Lachlan yelled and jumped off his bed. His face grew rosy in his rage. Freaking wanker. With that, Lachlan barged to the door, threw it open, and stomped out of the room. The entire time a stream of vulgarities filled the air. Dennis continued to hear him for 15 seconds. When the echoes faded away, he glanced at the last remaining roommate. Flugan told them today that if they don't get a passing score on their midterm exams, they'll get suspended from the teams. We might lose Quidditch this year 'cause I don't think very many of the players are going to pass, Jasper informed him, his voice dark and grating. That's why he needs your help, Denny. And I don't need his. Dennis replied. It's not all about him. I want to pass, too. Fine. Go ahead. Be that way, but try to imagine what Lachlan is going to be like if he gets suspended from the team. The notion did give the Dennis pause, but his brain refused to accept it. Not my fault he skives off on his studies 'cause all he wants to do is think about and play Quidditch. Lachlan expects everyone to do what he says and what he wants, but no thanks. Not this time. We've got Owls this year B midterm exams, and I heard they're planning the same thing in the spring. Jasper frowned, and it made his face look like sun-bleached lemon. And the same goes for everyone else. I get just as much help as I give, or I stop, Dennis delivered an ultimatum. Jasper appeared, stunned since they planned on a study session on Wednesday. All of the professors refused to relent when it came to homework even though the students begged for a brief reprieve in order to prepare for the new examinations. Professor McGonagall seemed especially severe in the studies she assigned. It taxed even Dennis, and he considered himself an apt student in Transfiguration. He held Jasper's gaze. Not sure what I can show you in astronomy, Denny. Sides, you do have a 6th-year Ravenclaw who can probably help you more than me, Jasper returned. Stop trying to pass the buck. What does that mean? Jasper interjected. The questions threw Dennis off his stride for a moment. My dad uses it all the time. Got it from some American program on the telly. I think it means to pass a deer or something like that. Sort means trying to get out of doing something hard, like helping roommates study. His roommate blanched at the way Dennis turned it back to the debate at hand. Dennis fixed high with as hard a stare as he could muster with his gray-blue eyes that looked more gray with each passing year. Jasper looked away after half a minute. But it's kind of on you if Lachlan fails, the lone pure blood of all the roommates tersely stated. What a load of tosh. It's on Lachlan. I'm not responsible for what he does or doesn't do. Dennis nearly yelled. Jasper refused to look at him. He grabbed a book, flipped it open, and appeared to become immediately engrossed in the pages. Dennis got the signal, so he returned to his homework as well. As he read and tried to figure out the assignment, which McGonagall did not make it very clear, he secretly admitted to himself he avoided the library. The fact he and Stuart came out to each made him nervous. Granted, nobody else knew, but it felt to him as though people might figure out what transpired if they looked at each other in certain ways. Since Saturday evening, his imagination began to run wild at the prospects of what might happen between them. He spent too many hours struggling against his bodily reaction regardless of the number of times he visited the loo for a private moment. The thoughts kept interrupting his concentration. When word spread among the roommates by the next day regarding Dennis' ultimatum and Lachlan's predicament regarding Quidditch, it divided the room. Harry sided with Dennis, while Ewan and Jasper both exhorted Dennis to assist with studying. Dennis fell back on the fact all three, Ewan, Jasper, and Lachlan, owed him reciprocal assistance with studies. Harry, alone of the roommates, actually followed through with the arrangement and spent an hour with Dennis on Sunday reviewing his history of magic notes. Dennis felt better for hours afterward, and he gladly assisted Harry with charms. However, those arguments and facts fell on the deaf ears of his other roommates. Thus, Dennis again began avoiding his dormitory room. That bad? Stuart asked while sliding into a chair across from him. 2 days passed since the impasse with most of his roommates erupted. Lilith and Aurelia glanced to him, but returned to some secret matter that engrossed his 2 female friends. Word reached Denny's that Harry approached Rafferty for assistance with his potions homework, and they squirreled themselves away in the greenhouses. Dennis slowly nodded his head. His roommates hate him because he demands equitable treatment, Lilith stated without breaking from her other interest. The whole studying situation again? Stuart asked in an obvious rhetorical manner. Not my fault. Lachlan's as dumb as a troll's toe. Dennis rumbled him agitation, but he felt better when he heard Aurelia and Lilith snicker at the insult. Think he'll get suspended from the team? The older Ravenclaw inquired. Think. How about no? He might only pass one of his exams, Stu. The 2 times I tried to help him study, it was like trying to teach a redcap how to care for babies. Several students at nearby tables grunted and snorted in both amusement and disgust at his comparison since he said it loud enough to be heard 2 meters away. Dennis tried to keep from smirking at the reactions. Stuart clearly suppressed a grin as he shook his head. Someone not that far away shushed the lot of them. Dennis. Aurelia quietly called him to task for the unsettling analogy. Well, it is, Dennis said without any hint of contrition. He eyed the young man across from him. Where do you get such cool clothes? This, Stuart said and pulled at the crisp navy and robin blue shirt with a pocket sew on each breast. He matched them, Dennis noticed. With pleated royal blue pants. Had it for a while. Got the pants this last summer. You're so snappy, Stu. Just the chimera's meow, Aurelia droned while scribbling. G on a piece of parchment as Lilith watched. Dennis snickered. Stuart did as well and did not appear to take umbrage at the comment. Then he looked serious for a moment. My aunt taught me how dress and shop for clothes. I looked like a slob before she got a hold of me. She used to do the same for Uncle Ulrich, the young Ravenclaw man said. Sorrow infused every word. She sounded a treat, Stu, Aurelia gently said. Yeah, Dennis agreed. My parents never quite figured out how to get me or call out of jeans, t-shirts, and trainers. Mum pushed the polo shirts on us, me. Lucky you had her around. Tears leaked down Stuart's face. The pain became visible. Without thinking, Dennis stood, stuffed his materials his magic backpack, and walked around the table. He grabbed the saddened young man by the arm and pulled. Come on, he implored his friend. We'll go talk. Stuart stood, his satchel hanging from his right shoulder, and allowed himself to be led. Dennis caught Aurelia looking at him and nodding her head. The 2 teenagers wended through the library and out the doors. Dennis knew which room to be empty along the corridor since he traversed it nearly every day, and p.'d into one of rooms Professor Binns liked to use. Nobody, as far as he knew, ever voluntarily ventured in a history of magic room either by accident or mistake. Once inside, Dennis engulfed Stuart in a hug while whispering, "She really loved you. That'll never go away." Stuart broke. He clutched at Dennis while he sobbed. Dennis held him and squeezed. He remembered all the times someone hugged him while he fell to pieces over the death of his brother. While no words could ever ease the grief, the human contact made it more bearable in his estimation. Dennis' care and concern for Stuart arose from several places in his heart and mind. After 5 minutes, Stuart appeared less distressed. Dennis led him to the first row of desks and sat him down. He sat next to his friend. Tell me about her, he asked in the kindest way he could manage. She's the only one who ever understood me, Stuart said while wiping at his face. He stared at the desktop at the same time. Aunt Fi didn't care when my family found out about me. She did, but in the right way. And your uncle said he was fine with it. Said I was just another part the human race. Tears slid down Stuart's cheeks. Dennis tried to put the pieces together as his friend appeared to get lost in his grief. His brown eyes peered into the past. After a minute, he figured out what Stuart said. You came out to your family. He stated his assumption as a guess. In the dark and quiet room, it began to feel crowded by Stuart's memories. Dennis could sense them building in his friend and escaping his grasp. They flooded the area. The empty desks and chairs, the lectern and chalkboard, the stone floor and walls all bore silent witness. Didn't mean to. My brother Gwaine caught me Andrew fooling around. Told our parents. They weren't happy. Tried never let me and Andrew be alone again. Aunt horrible father. And she went after Gwaine. Corliss, too, 'cause she was making fun of me. Stuart glanced up. He appeared viscerally angry to Dennis. Even the wet traces on his face looked furious. Dad said he was embarrassed by me. Said Ackerleys didn't behave like that and knew how to conduct themselves, Stuart told him in a very somber and stuffy manner. He kept asking me how could I keep the family name going if I was going to be like that. Like I made some sort of stupid choice. Dennis he found himself far out of his depth. The grief Stuart showed over his aunt and uncle began to make eminent sense. Even from what little he gleaned, It sounded as if the woman and her husband became the only ones who accepted and supported Stuart. The old fear his parents would reject him should he divulge the truth of his sexuality roared back to renewed life. It got worse when Stuart gazed right into his eyes. "It's why I don't tell anyone here. My parents will disown me," the young Ravenclaw man said in a cold, distant voice. His hand reached out. Dennis took it. He could feel his friend trembling. "I can't figure it out. But there's something driving me to get to know you, Denny. I think about you all the time," he said in a small voice. "I haven't been able to tell anyone here this. It's why it almost killed me when they killed her and Uncle Ulrich. Then, when I saw you and your parents, I knew you'd understand." Dennis leaned forward and placed his forehead against Stuart's. He could feel it shiver against his. For the first time ever, he found someone who shared the same fear and sorrow. For as much comfort and support as Rafferty offered, Stuart naturally went a step further. They shared in common two enormous factors, and both deeply impacted their lives. "Yeah, I do, Stu. I get it, I really do. Scares me, too. I don't care if anything else happens between us, but, Denny, I really need you as a friend now." Stuart whispered, "I think I need that just as much." The horrid tightness in Dennis' chest loosened ever so slightly as he admitted his need. For a flickering second, the vast loneliness left in the wake of his brother's demise seemed to retract a tiny amount. Although many aspects continued to frighten him, Dennis felt a minute glimmer of hope. His brain and body began to tell him what truly wanted, and the teenage Gryffindor did not know how long he could withstand the desire. In that moment, however, his concern did not center on himself. "Tell me your favorite thing about your aunt." Word of the discord in the Gryffindor fifth-year dormitory spread. Dennis started to hear from others that his unwillingness to assist his roommates with their studies fell out of character for the house. He understood the source, and mainly because Harry told him Lachlan complained to anyone who would listen for more than 10 seconds. A worry about the quality of the house Quidditch team also took root. And that weighed against Dennis as well. People openly believed he somehow got invested with the power to save both Lachlan and the team. It felt ludicrous and surreal to him, but it began to draw the attention of many others by the start of the next weekend. "Denny," Daniel Miller said to him, his head boy badge gleaming on his chest, after inviting Dennis to a quiet corner. "What is this really about? Why won't you help your roommates study? This could have far-reaching consequences." Anger flared through Dennis as he heard the rather condescending tone of the head boy. He glared at Daniel. Daniel met him with a fierce stare of his own. "Did Lachlan tell you he won't help me study 'cause he thinks I don't need it?" "Huh." Dennis spat the question. Seventh-year Gryffindor looked slightly taken aback. "I've helped him study twice, and I told him right from the start. Actually, it was his idea we'd help each other, but he won't help me. So, why aren't you taking the mickey out of him?" Quote. Daniel Miller looked the perfect study for a member of Gryffindor. He stood at just 185 centimeters with an athletic build Dennis generally admired. While he did not play Quidditch, Daniel liked jogging and swimming. He could be often seen running a large circuit around the school grounds or plunging through the tributary bay even when it felt too cold out of doors. When his term as head boy got announced, no one questioned it. In the same vein, Neera DeWitt, a chaser on the house team, made for a perfect head girl. The title lent both authority, and Dennis could sense Daniel tried to exert it against him. "Have you asked yourself if Lachlan is really qualified to lend you assistance?" Daniel rejoined. "What the bloody heck does that mean? Are you calling Lachlan stupid?" Dennis replied in a louder voice than any would wish. "Shish." The head boy shushed him. "That's not what I'm saying at all, Denny. Get a grip on yourself. You're the one who called him stupid, not me." His voice reverberated against the stone wall and got reflected back into the common room. Several people watched them with interest, and it seemed clear Daniel did not want the extra attention. More than one person settled in to witness the event as it transformed into free entertainment on a rather dull, rainy Saturday morning. The point is, Creevy, some people are more apt for certain roles. You should know yours. Daniel growled at him. "No my, are you mental? What role is that? Am I supposed to just roll over and do whatever he says just 'cause he's on the Quidditch team?" Dennis actually yelled the questions. Daniel's broad face went flush, and he gave very appearance of becoming irate. He stood and threw a hard look at the younger Gryffindor. Dennis frowned at him. "I'm very disappointed in you, Denny. I might have a word with Professor McGonagall about this," the head boy threatened. "Oh, sod off. Tell her whatever you want," he blared. "And tell her I don't care what happens to the team. It's their own bloody fault." Daniel turned and walked away. His fists rested clenched against his thighs. Dennis could see he upset the head boy to no end. An invisible Colin sat on his shoulder and cheered him on. He and his brother learned to laugh in the face of those who tried to dictate exactly how they should behave, and that included their parents at times. Several people grinned at him. Lilith approached from the side and sat in the chair Daniel vacated. "He'll go to McGonagall," she warned. "I don't care," Dennis grumbled. "Let him. She'll get on you about house and school unity. And what about supporting the rest of us who don't give a merlap's fart about Quidditch?" Lilith eyed him. Then she began to grin. Every now and again Lilith managed to frighten him because she had a taste for justice and revenge in equal measure. Dennis realized he tangentially raised the core issue no one wanted to face: Quidditch players go preferential treatment. He could see it sparked something in his housemate and close friend. "You know, Quidditch game attendance isn't mandatory. Daikon, Slughorn, and Lucidans can be. He talked into watching us for a study hall," Lilith quietly and very calmly told him. "Come on, out with it. My head's too full right now to figure anything else out," Dennis begged her. What if everyone started going to study hall or just staying in the tower, instead of going to the games? People could go to Hogsmeade if they wanted. Sort of a protest by not going to the games. Dennis' eyebrows crept up his forehead to as far as they could reach while Lilith spoke. He completely forgot the Quidditch matches did not require his or anyone else's presence. Most of the time when he went he usually just goofed around in the stands with his friends, unless Rafferty happened to be playing. He and the other friends wanted to support him even when other Gryffindors called them traitors. Second by second the appeal of Lilith's suggestion grew. "I'm never going to a Quidditch match again," he said as a vindictive form of joy took hold. "What about Raph?" Lilith asked him. "Course I'll go see his matches," Dennis INSTN. "Not the same now, is it?" Lilith's rather round exterior coupled with her auburn hair and blue eyes often disarmed people. Yet over 4 years of interacting with his Frian D taught him to never underestimate the young woman. A spine made of dragon steel ran through her back. She seldom backed down from any challenge, but she also loved to challenge anyone she encountered. Moreover, a subversive streak ran through her like tributary river of the Black Lake. Lilith lived by her convictions, and, due to that, perfectly fit the bill of a Gryffindor. Lilith stood, but GL answered down at him before saying, "Ever wonder what it is we get for winning the House Cup?" "What?" Dennis burbled since it caused his thinking to almost painfully jump track. "Just think about purpose the House Cup actually serves, Denny. Ori and me have been discussing it since last year when the Carrows turned it into a wedge between the houses. Just think about it when you get the chance," she said. But failed to entirely answer his unspoken questions. Dennis opened his mouth, but Lilith already pivoted to return to her books and notes. He watched her sit and get reabsorbed in the pile of homework also facing her. She told the lean young man something important, but his brain stayed focused on the fact he did not need to attend Quidditch matches unless Rafferty played. A resolve built in him, and he planned on sharing it with as many other students as he could. It made returning to his studies difficult. If Daniel spoke with Professor McGonagall, in her role as head of the house, she said nothing to him. She did not treat him any different in class, the hallways, or the house itself. He gave up worrying the rift between him, Ewan, Lachlan, and Jasper would merit her attention. Unless it broke out into a duel or dangerous pranks played on one another for revenge, Professor McGonagall, in her role as headmistress, did not intervene. Spats between students lived and died with same frequency as the rising of the sun or the moon. At the end of the 3rd week of October, Dennis got caught by surprise by a single question. "Who's going to the Samhain ball?" Bobby asked as the Y crammed around a library table on Friday evening following dinner. Aurelia, Harry, Lilith, Rafferty, Stuart, and Dennis gaped at him. "It's next week," Bobby added the extra detail. The 7 people stared at him. And Stuart got included in the group so often they forget he only began regularly joining them since the start of October. Dennis enjoyed the times when they would secretly touch feet, or legs under tables or sit too closely together while studying. Twice they talked about their possible relationship status, and twice Dennis panicked and became unable to discuss it. Stuart seemed the very soul of patience and did not pressure the lone Creevy brother. He simply dropped the hints he would like to go forward with Dennis. Half of Dennis' mind wanted to jump right into the endeavor, but fear stayed his hand. Sometimes he could hear Colin tut-tutting him in the back of his mind. All that got pushed aside with the mention of the Samhain ball, the replacement for Halloween since the school elders decided they needed to celebrate their shared magical heritage. It always seemed ages into the future until Bobby opened his mouth. "Is it mandatory?" Aurelia asked in a somewhat vacant tone. "I think so," Stuart answered her. "I know everyone in our house is planning to go." "Define everyone," his housemate challenged. Around the table and in the immediate area surrounding them between the bookshelves. A strange silence took shape until Stuart looked away. He and Aurelia constantly checked one another, and Dennis learned it a common practice among all Ravenclaws. Most often it felt like a friendly game. And a real friendship clearly existed between the two. "Yeah, I'm going. Cynthia Barrow and me are going together," Rafferty stated, but he did not sound excited. "A third year?" Lilith inquired with a soupçon of condemnation. "So, you would say no to Declan Williams?" Lilith blushed because a great number of female students openly lusted after the 7th year who. F.F. LaPuff, who miraculously transformed into a stunning young man the year before in the months preceding the Battle of Hogwarts. Declan went from the most ignored to one of the most sought-after teenagers. Dennis, himself, felt absurdly attracted to Declan for reasons that went far beyond mere sexual appeal. The quiet, rather unassuming boy often blushed when people paid him attention after 6 years of near-complete invisibility. He did not let his staggeringly good looks affect his ego. Declan appeared to know the difference between real admiration and those who fawned over the superficial. NY often compared Declan to the late Cedric Diggory. Dennis almost jumped when he felt something slide down the back of his left calf, and then caught Stuart smirking at him. "I'm pretty sure the dance is mandatory," Harry said while staring off into the distance. Aurelia huffed, then her body jerked. Stuart let out with small yelp and glanced her way. She gazed right at him. "What say you and M? Ego just to avoid the whole awkward asking someone out?" Aurelia queried. Sure," Stuart less than enthusiastically replied, and his foot kept rubbing Dennis' leg. "What do you say, Denny?" "Same," Lilith asked 2 seconds later. "What about me?" Harry grunted. "Or me?" Bobby joined in. They both appeared affronted. Lilith shook her head. However, she continued to stare at Dennis. He decided he needed to act before either his roommate or the Hufflepuff raised too much of a protest. "Okay," he agreed. Then he turned to Harry. "Asked Gabriella. She kind of fancies you." "Oh, yeah," Harry breathed the words. "And me, who'd you line up for me?" Bobby rumbled and glanced around. No one spoke. They all started to look away from him as Bobby's eyebrows drew together in frustration. Rafferty started to snicker. "Not funny," Bobby snapped in response. "Yeah, it is," Rafferty rejoined. "Dude, half the girls in our house are waiting for someone to ask them, so just ask one. She'll say yes." "I hate this shite," Bobby complained as he folded his arms across his chest. He stared at the tabletop. Lilith nudged Aurelia and asked, "Is this a formal?" 7 faces stared blankly at one another. When Aurelia shrugged, they all followed suit. Since none of them paid any true attention to the Samhain ball announcements, even though Rafferty managed to line up a date, they did not know the details. Stuart started to chuckle after 10 seconds of uncomfortable silence. "Aren't we the smartest whelps in the brood?" he laughed. "Hang on." Stuart jumped up from his seat, and Dennis found he immediately missed the feel of the Ravenclaw's foot against his leg. They watched young man trot off and around the shelves. Then, the group eyed one another. "He's part of us now, right?" Aurelia questioned the others. "I'd say yes," Bobby said. "He helped me with some astronomy homework." "I like Stu," Harry rejoined. "Same here," Dennis said. He frowned at Harry when Harry raised a single eyebrow at him. You all know what happened to his family last year? Lilith asked. 5 heads bobbed up and down. Dennis privately shared the bare minimum details as to why he and Stuart suddenly became close friends. He did so to distract from other obvious reasons. The fact the two shared tragedies from the war stilled other questions. Rafferty wore a concerned expression. Losing Eileen was bad, the lone Quidditch player among them intoned. Can't imagine what it was like for him to lose that many people. Aunt, uncle, 2 cousins, his grandmom. We talked a little. More than that, the Death Eaters hunted one of his other uncles and a couple of friends of the family. They all went into hiding for 2 years. Dennis supplied what he felt safe in sharing. I think the entire Ackerley clan fought against Voldemort. A weight settled over the group of friends as it seemed they each considered the history of their newest member. It made sense to Dennis that Stuart would also gravitate huff the tea. 3 of them never spoke together over their shared sorrows. The presence of others who understood the impact it produced felt comforting. Dennis glanced at Rafferty, and Rafferty nodded his block-shaped head. I hate those fuckers, Rafferty growled. He did not need to elaborate. We all do, Dennis rejoined. Did you forget about Dalemont? Aurelia asked, and her distaste of the name rose to the fore. Laurel Dalemont got exposed for some of her rather extreme beliefs. She continued to balk at the ostracism. The young woman also blamed Gryffindor for misinterpreting her intentions. However, details regarding what she honestly believed surfaced during the intervening weeks, and it left no doubt that she held elitist views regarding intellect and leadership. Okay, it's form, and what heck happened? I was only gone for a couple of minutes. Stuart asked when he bounded back to the table. Death Eaters came up. Rafferty snarled the words. Stuart's entire posture shifted. His eyebrows lowered as his lips curled inward. A dark glower began to emanate from him. Sooner or later they'll all get what's coming to them 'cause nature hates a vacuum. Lilith expressed what many of them wished. That doesn't make sense, Aurelia said and shifted to glance at her close friend. Everything outside of our atmosphere is a vacuum, so why would nature do that if it hated vacuums? It's an expression, Ori, Lilith remarked. I think it's about numbers, Harry joined in. What? No. How is a vacuum about numbers? Bobby grumbled in confusion. With that the 7 friends began to debate the phrase and what it really meant. Dennis felt relieved he, Rafferty, or Stuart would not be forced to relive the worst feelings in the world. Granted, he continued to privately talk with both of them about what they each experienced. The grief Rafferty and Stuart expressed sounded personal and unique, but Dennis began to see a multitude of commonalities. The death of someone close made one feel alone, he often said. Rafferty and Stuart agreed. At the moment, however, none of them fully agreed on what the saying about vacuums truly meant. Homework and the Samhain ball fell to the wayside. The entire school began to transform in the week leading to the dance. Although the decorations appeared similar to those of Halloween, and the students from Muggle families noted such, it looked distinctively different. The themes marked the final harvests of the season, the deepest part of fall, the shortening daylight hours, the arrival of winter, and the thinning veil between the living and the dead. Most everyone avidly avoided talking about death. Even the resident ghosts of Hogwarts, including a few new additions, tended to downplay their own demise as the living continued to adjust to the loss of loved ones. On the Saturday evening before the Samhain ball, scheduled for the next day, Dennis and Stuart sat in the astronomy tower once again viewing the winter triangle. It seemed appropriate given the holiday at hand. Their bodies pressed together as cold air washed in from the viewing portal while warm air heated them almost to their knees. It made for an odd sensation in Dennis' estimation. Wish it was you and me going to the dance together, Stuart remarked as they alternately gazed at Procyon. Dennis went rigid. Just stop, Denny. No one is close enough to hear us, his friend gruffly reminded him. Sorry, the Gryffindor apologized, but that is what I wish. I'd love to be able to dance with you. It's you I'll be thinking about when I do. Dennis felt himself melt a little, uncoil, and sighed. Been thinking, too, Stu, Dennis said and his words quavered a touch. He felt as much as saw Stuart to face him. I really want to say yes to what you asked me, geez, a month ago, but how would it work? Dennis stated the question that plagued him the most. Well, "'Stead of watching the stars, we could be off someplace private snogging, till our faces fell off," the Ravenclaw answered. Dennis giggled at the image fostered in his mind. He did dream about kissing Stuart because his friend's mouth looked entirely kissable. Dennis long since gave up the battle. To control his physical reactions to Stuart when they found themselves more or less alone. Given only one other astronomy station got occupied, it seemed very private. Dennis let his body react as it wanted. "I want to kiss you so bad. Denny," Stuart whispered. "I was thinking," Dennis said and halted. "Thinking what?" "Same thing," he answered, and it seemed as if someone loosed an incendio spell on his face. Stuart stood and said, "Right. That's it. I'm tired of this." Before Dennis could ask what exhausted Stuart, the 16-year-old reached down and grabbed Dennis by his upper arm. Dennis, compelled to stand, got to his feet. Stuart said nothing as he took hold of the sleeve of Dennis' jacket. With a complete lack of ceremony, the Ravenclaw dragged the Gryffindor out of the viewing station. Through the weirdly domed room, and to the stairwell. Dennis sputtered, but Stuart said nothing. They descended the narrow stairs. Once on the 3rd floor, Stuart continued to lead him. "Stu, where?" Dennis burbled as he stumbled along behind his friend. "You'll see," Stuart said and sounded angry. Dennis started to worry over how he upset the young man. Halfway down the hall leading to the courtyard, Stuart hauled Dennis into an empty classroom. While Dennis tried to get his bearing, Stuart pulled him into an embrace. "Same thing, huh?" the slightly taller young man said. Before Dennis could answer, Stuart mashed their mouths together. As a complete and utter neophyte, the 15-year-old stood stunned as the Ravenclaw soundly kissed him. Dennis' entire body exploded into want as he pressed his face forward. Their lips slid together. At times Dennis felt the tip of Stuart's tongue slide against the crease between his lips. He did not know what to do, but Dennis knew he did not want it to stop. Stuart tightened the embrace, and several new pieces of information flooded into the Gryffindor's brain that almost made his body hurt. Stuart spoke to him without using words, and Dennis loved it. "By Barnaby, you taste good," Stuart heaved several minutes later when he forced them apart. Dennis pushed forward to resume the kiss, but Stuart leaned his head back. In the nearly non-existent light of the room, the younger of the two tried to peer at the older one. He wanted the kiss to continue. "Something tells me you're liking this a lot, Denny," said Stuart. As he pressed his hips forward and gyrated them. Dennis' knees nearly gave out when the entire spectrum of what he encountered sorted itself out in his brain. He suddenly knew exactly how the moment affected the young Ravenclaw man. And it mirrored his physical reaction. Want to, not ask, but, crap, I can't figure it out in my head," Stuart mumbled. "Just say it, and I'll figure it out," Dennis airily replied. "It's not just sex, Denny. Holding you like this, right now, I wouldn't really know, Stu. I never had sex before," Dennis said and sounded as confused as he felt. I know, and I don't want to push anything." Dennis snorted with amusement as he swiveled his own hips. "Ha, Stuart drolly rejoined. "Too many times before, it was just about sex. That's not what I want from you." "You don't?" the Gryffindor asked, and again his words filled with uncertainty. "I wouldn't say no, trust me, but you're important to me, Denny. I don't want to disrupt that. The whole idea of a relationship, at least for me now, is that feeling of closeness that doesn't have much of anything to do with sex. Like the way we were sitting in the astronomy tower. Just felt like only me and you existed." "Yeah," Dennis whispered as he recalled feeling cocooned with his friend. "I want you for my boyfriend so bad sometimes it actually hurts," Stuart said in a stern voice. "I get so distracted thinking about you it's starting to affect my grades. Ever since we worked on the measuring spell, is the kind of guy the first one to fall in love with." If someone told Dennis McGonagall threw a boulder at his head, Dennis would believe it. Stuart said a word Dennis seldom used in a serious context. Even when speaking about his parents, the word love more or less became perfunctory. To hear the captivating Ravenclaw speak the word in the situation they currently held sent Dennis' mind reeling. Never once in his life did he imagine he could or would fall in love with Aneth. Guy in the same way his father loved his mother. It seemed an impossibility to the skinny Gryffindor. He gaped at the mostly invisible face of Stuart Ackerley, and he finally admitted he began to fall in love with the young man. "Denny?" Stuart queried when Dennis neither moved nor spoke and did not appear to be breathing. Dennis, brain, the part that could think independent from his stunned state, forced his mouth to say, "I think I'm falling in love with you, too." The youngest Creevy brother felt his mouth get crushed by Stuart's, and again they kissed with a wild abandon and fervor. Dennis fell under the spell without putting up a single struggle. His emotions toward Stuart blossomed in his chest, and he could not stop it. Bit by bit he conceded he wanted Stuart to love him in the way the kiss promised. Even more important, Dennis wanted to love someone in the same fashion. While it differed in a great many respects from what he felt toward his brother, Dennis recognized his desire to love another person. The great Gordian knot that threatened to choke him at all times started to unravel. The promise in the kisses Stuart plastered all over his face acted as a balm in his wounded spirits that lay ragged and torn since he first learned of Colin's death. "I don't care what you say 'cause I know you'd be lying to yourself," Stuart gasped out the words several minutes later as he pulled his head back a second time. "You're my boyfriend, Dennis Creevy. This feels so right, like it's supposed to happen." "Yeah," Dennis agreed with barely a whisper. Despite his desperate desires and wants, as amply displayed by the condition of his body, a sliver of his mind refused to fall under the spell. While Dennis would not argue against wanting Stuart as a boyfriend, ND deeply craved finding out what that entailed in every respect. The fear of how others would react if they learned of his sexuality acted like a small and corrosive acid. He felt his body stiffen for all the wrong reasons. "Denny, what's wrong? Why can't I stop being afraid?" The nitpicky part of his brain refused to suffer even his own foolishness and shoved the words from between his lips. "Same reason I can't. People are right shits and assholes." Dennis never heard Stuart speak so bluntly as he tended to avoid using vulgarities. Ori stood out in that regard since it appeared to Ost everyone in Ravenclaw seemed to think swearing beneath them. Slytherin led the charge when it came to using dicey language, but Gryffindor nipped on their heels. It varied by person in Hufflepuff. Rafferty and Bobby proved a good example as Bobby seldom swore, and Rafferty would sometime curse a blue streak. Dennis rather reflected Bobby's attitude and use of vulgarities, although of late he seemed more prone to it. "I am afraid too, and you know what my parents are going to do if they find out I'm seeing a boy again," Stuart reminded him. Dennis suddenly felt the glamour of kissing Stewa RT fall away as reality kicked it to the side. A sense of idiocy crept over him as he realized the young Ravenclaw man would risk so much to simply date him. His mind began shift in a very decided direction, guided by a wave of shame. A new set of reasoning took over. "I guess if you can risk it, so can I," he said, but it seemed more like Colin spoke through him. "Are you sure?" "I don't. It won't work between us if you don't mean it." "It's not going to be easy, Denny, keeping this quiet." "I can't say either of us are too subtle," rejoined Stuart, who sounded pensive. "Are you trying to talk me out of this right now?" Dennis said as he wiggled closer to the young man who never lowered his arms. He could tell Stuart stared at him and deliberately weighed his words, a very Ravenclaw trait. Dennis needed to wait, but the extended silence began to make him fidgety. He wiggled some more, and Stuart tightened his embrace. It seemed at odds with the quiet he initiated. "No, but this has got to be a really conscious choice for both of us. How many times have you seen one of your housemates rush into something with some girl, or some guy?" "Too many. Raph is a good one for that, or at least he thinks he is. He lets his Tadger do a lot of his thinking, and Ori always calls him on it." Stuart snickered at Dennis' example. However, they both heard and saw the false bravado Rafferty exerted in his quest to become a Lothario. Rafferty lived under the delusion, as often pointed out by his friends, his tenure as a Quidditch player acted as an attractant for females. Despite the ample evidence, or rather lack thereof, regarding his belief, he continued unabated. It explained why everyone seemed shocked when he announced he found a date for the Samhain ball. "Well, there is that," Stuart said through a chuckle, "and that's what I'm trying to avoid with you. If you want to do this with me, we need to think our way through it. It's be bad enough if we were a straight couple, you know how people talk." Dennis nodded. He heard the rather salacious and sordid comments from others when various house members began to date. Cross-house dating often resulted in increased scrutiny and worse remarks. Although the school staff tried to discourage romances among the students, it proved a futile effort in the face of teenage hormones and lusts. So, okay, I know I'm saying this 'cause I spend most of my time really worked up around you, but I feel like I know enough about you to want to try, even though you could grow a diamond in my ass if you shoved a piece of coal up there right now. The guffaw that burst out of Stuart filled the room. Dennis flinched at the sound. It took half a minute before the Ravenclaw got himself under control. Where'd you get that line? I heard of tense before. But that's so brutal. Stuart inquired as he continued to laugh. The Gryffindor grinned as he explained. Got from my dad. Some of the guys at the dairy say some pretty hairy stuff. One of the reasons why me and Call liked to tag along with him. Used to make my mum insane when we repeated some of what we heard. And here I thought muggles were just dull. I'll introduce you to me mum when she and dad come for a visit. You won't think that very long. As quickly as the moment of joviality arrived, it disappeared. Dennis sensed the change in Stuart. Again, he waited to find out what transpired. I really care for you, Denny, and I mean a lot, the slightly taller teenager said. I really am falling hard for you. It won't make sense to a lot of people. But there's so much more to you than anyone guesses at. Same is true with you. I thought you were just this genius who dresses really nice. You might be the nicest, kindest person I know. I like that, a lot. Being around you makes me feel good. I can tell, Stuart said and moved his hips around. Well, there's that, too, but it's how you make me feel inside. Since Call. Dennis faltered as he torn between a multitude of emotions. I know. He was like my Aunt Fi. She could see things in people they couldn't see in themselves. I miss that so much. I always felt safe with her. Same with Colin. The two lapsed into a moment of quiet. It almost surprised Dennis when he did not start to cry as he thought of his late brother. Instead, he could nearly hear Colin exhorting him to take the chance with Stuart. The grand adventure of life awaited, said the voice in his head, the one that sounded exactly like his dear brother. Dennis listened. I think we're going out now, Stu. At least that's what Call keeps saying in my Heyo as Aunt Fi. She keeps telling me to hold on to the good things when I find them, Stuart replied. The kiss that followed sealed the deal. Dennis gave into it without any of the previous hesitation that dogged him. He rather liked how aware Stuart seemed about the reality of what they would attempt. As a complete and utter novice, Dennis understood he would need Stuart's guidance and wisdom. In that regard, he felt fortunate that Ravenclaw took a liking to him. It meant the vast intellectual powers boasted by their house would help see Dennis through the experience. Later that evening, much later than he anticipated, and the fat lady chastised him over his tardiness since the 10th bell sounded some time before, Dennis sat in his bed. He visited the lavatory before returning to the Gryffindor Tower, and that time spent alone aided in clearing the happy fog from his brain. He stared into the subdued environment of his room. Sound of his sleeping roommates drifted through the air. Call, he whispered. Am I doing the right thing with Stu? He got no answer. I'm scared, really scared, but he already means so much to me. He's not you, no one is. But he makes me feel good. Only the sounds of light snores and mumbled sleep gibberish greeted his words. What if someone finds out? Dennis asked. Someone has, a voice grated into his ear. Crap. Dennis howled and leapt out of his bed, clattering over his trunk at the foot it. The semi-luminous face Peeves the poltergeist floated through the rear curtain of his bed while the roommates woke with a start and began yelling at him. Bloody heck, Creevy, what are you yelling about? Lachlan shouted at him. Jasper spouted a few choice obscenities. Oh, I pray thee, snotty Creevy child. Give me leave to speak. Peeves cackled. For Merlin's sake, Denny, what did you do to cheese off him? Harry implored and sounded equally as angry with him. Were it I could kneel and beg you, Snot, to tell them. Oh, tell them, and let me be thy witness to all events, for and after this calamity. The poltergeist besought him with considerable nastiness. What is he talking about? Ewan asked with an edge of uncertainty in his voice. Don't know, Dennis lied, but I'm thinking of getting the Bloody Baron. Ak and fie on thee, cursed boy. You are as gormless as all others. Even more so for thine craven spirit. But I know what the dark hours hold. I know, Creevy, I know, Peeves yelled. His face then vanished from sight. Dennis did not belly. Eve for a second the ghost took his leave from the room. He crept toward his bed, and he could feel his roommates watching his every move. Silent, unasked questions gathered around his head. What the freak was he talking about? Lachlan grumbled the question, and Dennis thought his attempt at an American accent quite passable. I don't know, Dennis again lied, but then spoke a truth. I didn't even know Peeves was following me. Never saw him with I left the astronomy tower. Oh, getting private tutoring? Lachlan asked with such heavy sarcasm and barely hid intent it seemed a pointless effort. Get stuffed, Latchy, Dennis said and used the shortened version of the name Lachlan's brother used to tease him. I was at my own scope tonight. You think Hapata is fooling when she said she'd test us on the constellations. A far different silence took root as Dennis returned to his bed and slid under the covers. He reminded all his roommates they would face the now dreaded midterm examinations in one short week. His statements completely deflected Lachlan's insinuation, one that struck at the truth of the matter. He refused to admit Stuart did tutor him in astronomy, but it often only served as a reason for them to spend a few hours together. Given the time they whiled away that evening in a very compromising position, it made Lachlan's comment prescient. It reminded him Peeves Lee. Kelly witnessed their long kissing session and declaration to secretly date one another. Dennis found it troubling since none could control what Peeves the poltergeist decided to reveal. Appealing to the Bloody Baron barely worked to contain the rowdy spirit, and resorting to the Baron routinely angered the irksome ghost. Dennis' comments stilled the wrath of his roommates. The hiss and whisper of ETS as they resumed their sleeping positions slid around his ears. He, himself, also hunkered down into his bed, yet sleep seemed far from assured. First and foremost, excitement of what he and Stuart intended to do energized his system. That got slightly tempered by the seeming fact Peeves listened in on them. Ghosts, he realized, did not get constrained by inconveniences like doors and walls. It troubled Dennis to think the poltergeist could expose the truth and sabotage his life. Given Peeves' penchant for creating havoc at least opportune time, the worry began to redouble. However, it did not present enough power to force Dennis to change his mind. He decided he would need to be cautious in the future. The thoughts led him into an uneasy sleep. What was he going on about last night? Harry asked when Ewan, Jasper, and Lachlan departed for breakfast. Couldn't say. Harry, you know what he's like. Dennis attempted to demur from the question. I don't know. Peeves sounded like he was onto something, and he aimed it at you. That's not good, Denny. He can be a right pain. Dennis pulled a jumper over his t-shirt as his last part of getting dressed for the day. Granted, he will change into his formal robes later in the evening to escort Lilith to the dance, but for now he wanted physical comfort on the cold first morning of November. The act gave him time to mull the situation. I think he was just trying to stir up trouble 'cause I got in so late, he argued. Could be, but he does like to use other people's business for his jokes and pranks, Harry countered. Dennis said about adjusting his bedding. The elves no longer performed a morning service of tidying rooms since they gained their liberation. Stuart told Dennis he heard the negotiations with the head mistress became extremely contentious as the free elves demanded both payment and a routine work schedule. Some referred to it as the Dobby effect, named in honor of the late and one of the first elves to glory in his freedom. From what he could tell, roughly half the elves did not return to the school. Honestly, how exciting do you think my life could be to get his interest? Harry snorted at the statement. Oh, look, Creevy's gone for a pull-off in the loo, just like every other guy in this ruddy castle does. Do you think he even notices stuff like that anymore? Harry flopped backward on his hastily made bed and began to openly laugh. Few seldom admitted a few of the choicer truths about boarding schools. Among the male population, advancing and budding puberty commonly got purposefully overlooked. Dennis knew his roommates masturbated with the same frequency as him. They tended to wait for private, alone moments, but over the course of 4 years he heard the telltale sounds of self-ple. A sirring emanating for each of the beds at one time or another. He knew they heard him as well. Hence, Dennis reasoned he better make a joke of it before any serious inquiry into his activities got made. Yeah, you got a point there," Harry said and cackled again. "That what you were up last night? Did make a stop at the loo," he confessed. "Didn't feel like getting one of those embarrassing notes the elves leave when they collect linens for laundry. You'd think Ewan would have learned by now." Harry shuddered and said, "If I read the word secretions one more time, I'm going hurl my beans and toast." Dennis shook his body as well. Harry sat up and stared at him. Dennis tried to keep from getting nervous by the sudden scrutiny. "Denny, think maybe you and Stu could give me a hand with astronomy. Been thinking over what you said last night, and nobody knows what Hippolyta is like since she's new here. She's been pretty rough, strict for the last month," his friend and roommate requested. Sure, HNS thought Stuart might give him an askance look when they both appeared in the astronomy tower. "We sit on Friday and Saturday nights when the last classes get out. I think Stu's name is permanently written on the sign-up sheet. We might have to share a telescope once people start to realize exams are next week." "I don't care about that. I just want to make sure I know what's floating around up in skies. Stu seems pretty interested in stars, and he is a Ravenclaw." "So's Ori." Harry simply raised an eyebrow to communicate his opinion on that score. "Okay, so she's the best study partner if you're not Lilith, but she does know her stuff," Dennis half agreed with his roommate's appraising expression. "No argument there, mate, but she's got an awfully short temper sometimes," Harry posited. The head with the strawberry blonde hair bobbed up and down. "I was helping her with history, and she went round the bend when I didn't know the exact day and month when own bloody event happened 1100 years ago. It didn't even say in the book. But I bet she went and found out," said Dennis. "She did, and she told me the next day," Harry glumly recounted. "Stu's not like that. Sure, he a stickler for details, but he knows it's him and not me. He's all right. Funny how he started hanging around with us, but he's all right." Dennis kept his mouth shut for fear he might give away too many hints. As became his operating norm, he just nodded his head. Harry rolled to the side and off his bed. He stood and glanced around. "If you're dressed, I say we should be off for breakfast," he said and began walking toward the door. Dennis followed along. "Any idea what you're going to do with the day until the ball?" Harry inquired while pulling open the door. "You mean besides studying every darn minute?" Dennis retorted. "Or the part where I sit in the corner shaking like scared puppy? Ain't that the truth?" With that the roommates stepped through the portal and departed the dormitory room. The door began to swing closed after Dennis pulled on the handle. The catted idly about what the dance might be like since they only ever held Halloween reveries for the students. In the back of his mind, Dennis kept hearing Stuart say he wanted to dance with him. However, the young Gryffindor knew his limits in that regard. As the two passed the second-year dorm door, he let out with a snort. "Now what?" Harry asked as they continued to descend. "What if they force us dance?" Dennis stated his thought. "It'll be the bleeding Yule Ball all over again." Two teenagers groaned as the prospect of another embarrassing evening spent tripping over their feet. A slight pall spread over them. Dennis thought of the many ways the Samhain ball could turn into a disaster for everyone. His grudge against Professor McGonagall and her desire to force students to unify grew a small amount. He did not doubt for one moment she cooked up the idea trap students into socializing. It galled him, and, by all the sounds Harry made, his roommate as well. The Samhain ball, after proving itself pleasant enough in its own fashion, became a distant and dull memory by the end of the following day. It grew indistinct as the week wore on and the teaching staff took every chance to remind the students the midterm examinations would commence the following week. It did not stop the professors from adding new layers of homework on the stressed students. The Friday and Saturday night of the week saw 9 people gathered around a telescope in the astronomy tower. All the viewing stations got filled far in advance, and only Stuart's foresight gave them a slot. The regular coterie of friends joined Dennis, Harry, and Stuart for an astronomy study session. Ennis took pity on his other roommates and invited them along. Lachlan appeared flummoxed and perplexed when he reversed course on the 2 evenings to return to stargazing. Not a single one of them mentioned the Samhain ball. Whatever the intended outcome hoped for by Headmistress McGonagall did not seem to materialize. Honestly, a binding oath, Aurelia bitterly complained during dinner, just as she did at lunch. On the first day of exams. I can understand for Slytherin, but, a binding oath. For us, at the start of each class that morning, the teaching staff required all students to take an oath that they would not reveal any of the exam questions or requirements. The effect of the oath could be seen on a few faces of those who ran afoul of the agreement. Purple faces with bright yellow W rings adorning cheeks and foreheads indicated who told friends or housemates about the contents of exams. The minor hex would last until the Sunday evening after the examinations. People found the ending oath less amusing once they saw what it induced. 2 people in our house already slipped up, Ori, so it's pretty good way to keep others from doing the same thing. They did, after all, tell you. If we revealed the contents of the exams, it would clearly show on our faces, Stuart countered his housemate. A little too darn cheeky if you ask me, and a rotten pun all the way around, she shot the words back at him. The friends gathered for dessert when the students got to sit wherever and with whomever they wished following the main meal. Throughout the great hall people talked about the exams with the same exasperation as Aurelia, although not always due to the binding oath. I heard most of Slytherin broke the oath, and they did it all together, Bobby said as if sharing a classified secret. You prat. Look over there. Rafferty upbraided his fellow Hufflepuff and pointed to the Slytherin table mostly occupied by the regular raft of occupants, and not a purple face among them. Quote, I'm fairly certain Professor Dyken probably put the fear of Al-Marif in them. I don't think they want to mess with her like they did with Snape, Lilith expertly intoned before stuffing a heaping spoonful of dessert into her mouth. She runs on the intense side. Reminds me a bit of Professor Moody, Harry commented as he scraped the sides of his pudding bowl and looked ready to seize another from the middle of the table. Well, you'd have be daft to work in the Department of Mysteries in the first place. I think it would warp your mind after a while, Lilith commented around swallowing the generous amount of trifle she scooped into her mouth. Half the stuff going on there has to be very dangerous since it got made by bleeding mad witches and wizards. Dennis, female housemate, provided good reasoning. And it got supported when neither Aurelia nor Stuart countered her. The group of friends glanced around at one another. The school never seemed to find a pleasant person to teach defense against dark arts. Except for Gilderoy Lockhart, whom they learned turned out to be a complete fraud. During Dennis' time at the school, the students got instructed by a lycanthrope in hiding, a more less insane ex-Auror who turned out to be a Death Eater in disguise, a Ministry informant who subsequently became a Voldemort follower, and by the double agent Severus Snape, and lastly by the vile Death Eater Amicus Caro. Given that history, Dennis thought Professor Dyken a reasonable replacement. Moreover, she really seemed to know the subject almost too well. And what is everyone planning for tonight? Harry asked in a dull fashion. Everybody groaned, including 3 people not actually sitting with them, and looked glumly at the table loaded with desserts. Studying, said Dennis, and many heads nodded. Wish I got all my exams in by Wednesday. Why'd they spread 'em out like that? I'm not done till Friday, and I even have a flying exam. Rafferty let out with a short burst of laughter. Dennis glared at one of his best friends. From the way he spoke of it, it sounded as if Rafferty spent all his time at home flying around on a broom practicing Quidditch. I heard Flitwick they thought it'd be too hard on us if they made us go from one exam to another for multiple days, Stuart provided an answer. And he said the teachers were feeling stress since TH grade the exams. Ori, did you hear him yelling at Bishop for laughing at the professors and saying they brought it on themselves? Maddie wasn't wrong. Never heard Flitwick correct him on that point, Aurelia stat. Ed with a rather unpleasant smirk on her face. Personally, I think they deserve it for doing this to us. Serves them right. With a complete sense of schadenfreude, Dennis also grinned at the news. Professors grumbled about the workload generated by the midterm examinations. He never considered the fact in the past, and it seemed a very Ravenclaw observation. He picked at a trollberry muffin. The berries so named because they turned from a lurid green to a blood red when cooked, and enjoyed the tart flavor. However, he could not avoid thinking about the charms, care of magical creatures, and astronomy exams he would face the next day. It would be the most trying day of the week for him in his estimation. With transfigurations and history of magic testing completed, it would allow him to focus on the other classes one by one. Several of his friends, and most of his dormitory roommates, did not look as relieved. "Anyone game for Hogsmeade on Sunday?" Bobby inquired. "I figured there'd be less people going and we'd get permission." The idea got met with instant approval. Aurelia and Stuart commended him on his logic regarding the day's selection. Dennis suspected a mass exodus would take place over the weekend, as the students would likely try to put some distance between themselves and the week of testing. He already planned on cornering Stuart to spend some time alone on Saturday. So he agreed with the Sunday proposal. It irritated Dennis they got denied the chance to explore their new relationship because of the demands of the midterm examinations. The Gryffindor wanted nothing more than to relax with his new boyfriend. Other notions began to percolate and pop in his brain, causing him to fidget in his seat. The week proved as exhausting as any expected. It seemed all joy got leached from the Gryffindor Tower as students did nothing but study. Only a few got spared exams on Friday, and they politely kept themselves. Thus, by the end of the school day on Friday, Dennis found himself standing on the viaduct bridge with Stuart and Aurelia. He needed to escape his dormitory room as Lachlan predicted he would get suspended from the Quidditch team. Ewan and Jasper commiserated with him. The situation only got worse as Lachlan still needed to complete his astronomy exam the following day, Saturday. It put the brawny Gryffindor in a foul mood. Dennis got tired of the accusatory glances from the other three. He wished Harry made an appearance, but his seemingly lone fifth-year housemate friend disappeared. Hence, Dennis went creeping around after flying lesson exam and, happily, ran into Stuart and Aurelia. But Binns never once discussed if Uric was competent wizard. Aurelia grumbled as Stuart nodded in agreement. "I'm challenging the question to McGonagall next week if we get marked down on it." Aurelia and Stuart not only shared the same schoolhouse, they shared the same year and a couple of classes, including history of magic. Their shared duties often fueled debates between them that, at first, sounded interesting only to become mired in details so minute no one understood and left heads reeling in befuddlement. Dennis stood leaning on the rail of the stone bridge some argued got built by Romans, although the Romans never made it that far north or west into Scotland. He gazed at the distant cliff projecting over the loch and at the vaguely discernible outline of Silent Tom the ghost. The young wizard could not imagine the loneliness endured by the spirit who stood alone, facing the southeast, and never ventured into the castle. "Fair or not?" Stuart asked and nudged Dennis with an elbow. "Fair or not what?" Dennis inquired in confusion as he got dragged from this private reverie. "Told you he wasn't paying attention," Aurelia stated as a matter of fact. "I'm done thinking 'bout school and lectures and all that studying. I think it hurt my brain," he complained to his friends. "That was a rough week," Stuart said and then stood next to Dennis, leaning on the railing, and glanced in the same direction as Dennis. The Ravenclaw's elbow firmly touched the Gryffindor's. "It was bad, but won't be as bad as Owl's," Aurelia commented while she came to stand on the other side of her housemate. Please, don't remind me," Dennis groaned. "Look at this way, Denny. You should be more than ready for Owl's after spring midterm examinations," his secret boyfriend intoned. Dennis turned his head and blinked in stunned silence at the exceedingly smart young man. Aurelia's head bounced up and down. The Gryffindor sometimes forgot how serious his Ravenclaw friends took their studies. "And I think you've got charms and transfigurations covered. You even said you did well on the exams," Stuart reminded him. "Yeah, Dennis huffed and wished he kept that to himself. A cold wind came up from the gorge carved by the tributary river of the Black Lake. Although he wore a jacket, it still made Dennis shiver. Winter more than threatened Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Twice Dennis saw a thin crust of ice on the edges of the water early in the morning in the main courtyard fountain. Snow danced outside his dorm window at night on several occasions. He hugged himself tighter to keep himself warm since very little fat padded his body. So, Now that we're done with that, what are the plans for Yuletide? It's only 5 weeks away, more or less. Aurelia inquired as she, too, glanced out over the dark waters of the loch. Usually I go home, but think I'm going to come back here for Boxing Day. Going to be so depressing at home this year, Dennis told his friends, and his voice reflected his inner feelings. It is hard. Last year was pretty brutal for me, Stuart said in sympathy. I'm probably coming back on Boxing Day, too, since I think my parents are going to the Majorca Witches' holiday coven for Muggle New Year. Why don't you go with them? Aurelia queried and sounded perplexed at his statements. Oh, and let me know if you'd ever want to go back for the coven. My parents just go to lay on the beaches and eat a rose brute and drink red wine, till they turn into bloated kappas. Dennis and Aurelia laughed at the image he presented. It used to be a family thing, till, the year before, Stuart added in a halting manner. Dennis heard the pain in his boyfriend's voice, and so he leaned against Stuart. Aurelia rubbed his back. They all came to understand the depth of hurt Stuart suffered with the death of his aunt, uncle and other relatives, but Dennis alone knew the real root cause. Like the loss of Colin, a main support system in the young Ravenclaw man's life got taken from him. Maybe if you get enough of people to come back, Aurelia quietly speculated. Raph is going to a couple of Quidditch games with his dad like he does every year. Bloody Irish team, Dennis grumbled. He looked over and saw the faux shocked expressions on his friends' faces. And Bobby couldn't get away if he tried. His mother is so mothering, said Aurelia, and only Stuart looked confused at the statement. Ever hear him tell how it's like a Christmas nightmare in their house? Hurrah for Saturnalia, Dennis chuckled the words. Once he found out the origins of most of the Christmas traditions, he found less reason to celebrate it. He and his parents typically exchanged gifts in the morning, enjoyed a nice lunch. And then the celebration ended with the evening television special programs. I think Lilith is spending the entire holiday here. At least that's what it sounded like to me, Stuart mumbled. Depends on if her parents decide to go to visit family in Norway. She's really allergic to seafood, and that's all her relatives eat according to her, the lone female of the trio added. She'd probably explode just touching foot there. Forgot about her allergy, Dennis said mostly to himself. It puzzled him at times that the MA find a way to defeat allergies. His late brother proved lactose intolerant all his life. The already wan sunlight got obscured by clouds tramping through the sky. He heard bets started to get made on the severity of the winter for the season ahead. It seemed a contingent of 6th and 7th years would bet on anything. The headmistress tried to stamp out the gambling. However, it persisted even through the Snape and Carrow administration, and Professor McGonagall did not seem predisposed to using the same tactics at the Carrows. Dennis immediately missed the warming if feeble sunlight. What about you, Ori? Stuart asked. Same old story. Yuletide in Jamaica. Won't be back till after Muggle New Year, answered Aurelia as a smile crossed her face. St. Anne is always fun. And you didn't think of inviting us? Stuart asked in mock indignation. 2 of the whitest boys in this school. They'd eat you alive in Lidford. The devilish glee Dennis heard in his friend's voice advised him traveling to her parents' hometown would be a huge mistake and, quite likely, lethal. He started to shake his head while Aurelia let out with a small cackle. Even Stuart appeared disturbed. Stuart then bumped Dennis with his shoulder. Looks like it's just you and me, Creevy, he said in a forlorn manner. Guess we'll just have to make do by ourselves, till school starts. Again, Dennis glumly agreed, although he found it difficult to hold an expression parallel with his voice. I'll bring you one of the Boxing Day tarts my mom makes, if she'll let me. Oh, right, like you two aren't going to sit around and nerd it up over spells and charms the whole time, Aurelia huffed at them. After 2 seconds, the 3 friends started to laugh. Even though the vast majority of examinations concluded, a few unlucky Saturday classes still needed to finish. Lachlan became increasingly dour and upset. Thus, the quiet time rules to allow students still in testing mode held sway. It hardly mattered to Dennis once he managed to free himself of the confines of the Gryffindor Tower that Friday evening. He and Stuart made plans to meet in one of the greenhouse classrooms since it would be unused and, even better, warm because of the plants. Thus, shortly after dinner, Dennis slunk his way through the corridors of the castle, avoiding detection, and earnestly made his way to the ordained room. "Get over here," Stuart demanded when Dennis slid through the door and closed it behind him. "Yes, sir," Dennis happily complied. It took only a matter of moments before their mouths locked together. The kiss for which Dennis longed the entire week commenced. With gusto as Stuart folded him in a tight embrace. While they kissed in a near manic fashion, they backed up until Stuart hit a wall. Then the two slid down it in unison. Once they reached the floor, the two young wizards lay on the sides. Dennis loved the way Stuart pressed their bodies together and transmitted some very vital information. The Gryffindor transferred the same data. Their bodies ground together that they made a very good attempt at eating each other's face without causing any damage. They carried on for nearly 10 minutes without interruption. "It was making me crazy being near you and not being able to touch you," Dennis confessed when their wet faces, a combination of saliva and sweat, finally parted. "Why do you think I was wearing my baggiest pants all week?" Stuart, she replied and drove his hips forward and sent another powerful signal to the last Creevy brother. Dennis snickered since he knew Stuart could probably feel his turgid state. "So, how far did you want to go tonight?" the Ravenclaw inquired. The Gryffindor drew his eyebrows together. He wondered if Stuart intended they should leave the castle. That would become a risky venture as students go. He banned from even walking the halls after 9 bells. He tilted his head to the side a little in question. "Sex, Denny. I'm talking about sex," Stuart more than clarified. "Oh, right, that," Dennis grunted in surprise. "I think I know what we can do, but I never, not with another boy, you know." "I know, but it's not like you don't have ideas." The Gryffindor student felt his face go aflame. The titillating thoughts raced through his head. In the dim light of the room from the glass ceiling above that let in both sunlight and moonlight, he saw Stuart smirk. A state of nervousness rose in Dennis. While he could tell what his body definitely wanted, the younger Gryffindor man only got a hazy mental impression of how to fulfill those wants. True, he experimented on himself with the opportunity presented itself. But it did not take much to see how that would pale in comparison to any real act. Dennis frowned. "Tell you what," Stuart quietly said. "You do what you think you want to do, and I'll, sort of follow along. If anything you want to do seems, risky, I'll let you know." It took less than 3 seconds before Dennis nodded his head. He appreciated Stuart's approach. It gave Dennis a sense of providence over his own being. Yet he suspected that regardless of what they did together, Stuart would likely find their actions equally appealing. Without another word, Dennis pressed his face forward. His boyfriend readily accepted the invitation to resume kissing. All the while Dennis thought about what he wanted to do other than spend as much time with Stuart as he could manage. Hence, he decided to let his hands wander. After pulling up the tasteful striped Oxford shirt the Ravenclaw wore, Dennis slid his hands underneath and discovered Stuart also wore an undershirt. "Now I know why you never get cold," Dennis said, and twisting his mouth to the side so he could speak. "I don't get cold because someone whose name rhymes with menace gets my blood pumping so hard it's impossible to get cold," his boyfriend rejoined. As he chuckled, Stuart slid his hands under Dennis' jumper and t-shirt. "Cool." Long fingers traced along his ribs and made the Gryffindor squirm. The hands slid around to the far side of his torso and began to knead Dennis back. "Your body is so tight," Stuart commented. "Can't help it," Dennis replied. "My dad says it's 'cause I'm too spastic and can't sit still for very long. Mum says it's 'cause I got a high metabolism rate. You do jiggle around a lot, Denny." Dennis shrugged, and his left hand slid around Stuart's side while he said, "You feel good." "I like how you're feeling me," Stuart quipped. "So, how spastic can you get? You really want to find out?" Dennis said as if he worried about the answer. "I wouldn't be here if I didn't." "Okay, let's find out, but don't say I didn't warn you." "Challenge accepted," Stuart retorted as if engaged in a trivia contest. They crushed their faces together. Dennis prepared to let himself do what his body and mind dictated. Stuart seemed similarly inclined. Their actions, their kissing, grew highly animated. When Dennis felt fingers fumbling with the button on his pants, his mind went into overdrive. His wants followed suit. His hands quickly joined his boyfriend's in a race. A part of Dennis that long lay dormant sparked to full and immediate life. He took Stuart at his word and decided to go as far as his imagination might take him. His body shook with excitement. Stuart snickered while they kissed. Dennis walked in a daze from the Greenhow classroom to the Gryffindor Tower, feeling an elation that almost robbed him of his senses. He no longer doubted his sexuality and what he desired in another person as he stumbled along humming to himself. Stuart went in another direction to get to the Ravenclaw house. Despite seeming as if he spent half a day with Stuart, Dennis arrived in the Gryffindor common room before 9 bells of the clock even commenced. The common room got shrouded in silence as small knots of people sat studying for their final midterm examinations. Dennis noted he did not see Ewan, Jasper, or Lachlan among them. He did see Harry sitting in a corner reading a book. The newly arrived Gryffindor sauntered to roommate. "Where've you been? I went looking for you earlier." Harry whispered the question in keeping with the rules regarding quiet. "Working on charms over in Flitwick's classroom." Stuart was, giving me a hand getting a, leg up on what's, coming up. Dennis flagrantly lied and invented the story as he went along. Harry grinned and shook his head. Dennis sat in the comfortable chair opposite his friend. His mind kept flashing images of how he and Stuart occupied themselves earlier in the evening. And it severely divided his attention. However, the somewhat knowing look on Harry's face sparked him to action. "Want to see?" Dennis quickly added and acted as if he meant to withdraw his wand from his pocket. "No," Harry firmly replied. "You might be up for more charm study, but I want to give a rest for 2 days. Feels like someone tried to stretch my head round a washtub yesterday. If I think about one more spell, might just go barking mad." "Yeah," Dennis whispered in return. "I ran into Ori, and she said you guys were talking about Yuletide. She said you and Stuart might be coming back for Boxing Day." Dennis nodded, and answered, "Depends on if I can convince my parents to let me come back. Not sure what it's going to be like this year, after." "I get it, Y said with sympathy oozing in his voice. "But see if you can find out early. If you do, I think I might be able to talk my mum and dad into letting me come back at the same time." "All right," the addled Gryffindor rejoined, even though he did not really want anyone intruding on the time he hoped he would get to spend with the Ravenclaw. Might have to go home for a weekend to have that conversation. "My dad, he's sort of gone funny on the whole magic thing. Your dad and my mum. She thinks between me coming here and my dad being Hindi, we're consorting with the devil." Dennis raised his eyebrows. He never once heard Harry speak about his parents in such a manner. The atmosphere around them suddenly seemed more contemplative and private. He leaned forward toward his roommate. "Funny, that. My English mum marrying an Indian lad. I still don't get it, to tell you the truth, but I know she loves him. Hit her kind of hard when she found out my dad is a wizard, and then I turned out to be one," Harry explained. But he sounded as if he spoke to a different person as he stared off into the distance. "Almost everyone in my dad's family is magi. Got a couple of squibs thrown in here and there, but a long magical line. Mum went into shock for half a year. My folks were kind of relieved to find out all the strange stuff happening with me and Colin was 'cause of our magic. RP. Primary school thought we were some kind of secret terrorists when things happened and only we were around." Dennis decided to share some private personal details with his roommate. "It's weird, Denny, but do either of us act Muggle?" his Gryffindor friend asked. Dennis shrugged and said, "I think I do. You were pretty much like the other guys when I got here. You knew you might be a wizard from a young age. But Cole and I just sort of learned about when we got our letters. Really shocked everyone. Cole found out there wasn't a witch or wizard on either side of the family for 400 years. Harry appeared surprised by the revelation. Dennis tilted his head to one side. Harry raised an eyebrow. "So, if your dad is Hindi, how come your last name is Lords?" he inquired. Rai smirked and said, "That was my grandpa's doing. He came to England right after Indian independence, and a lot of English people were pretty upset India wasn't part of the empire anymore. When U.S. How up in Cambridge with a last name like Deshpande, it's a bit on the obvious side. So, Grandpa had it changed to Lords, after the House of Lords cause he thought it was some kind of family. And Harrison, the very pale teenager, inquired. Dad didn't want people judging me on my name first, so he went with the whitest name he could think of. You should see the looks on the faces of some people when I tell them my name. I got told I was lying once. Dennis scowled at the thought people judged others on skin color and race. It never made sense to him. The new Minister for Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, vied as one of the most powerful wizards in England. Not only that, but Dennis heard the man came from a pure-blood family, not that he put much stock in such attributes. However, he could not imagine anyone treating the minister in such a manner. He pushed the disquieting thoughts aside. So, what was your grandfather doing at Cambridge? The Gryffindor with strawberry blonde hair inquired. The fool went and got himself a scholarship 'cause he wouldn't stop going to a Muggle school. I heard my great-grandmother was furious with him when he decided to accept the scholarship, Harry said and sounded bewildered. He walked out of there with a degree in mathematics. Actually made him a better wizard. He decided to stay in England and settle down after that. Your grandfather got an academic scholarship to Cambridge, as a wizard. Dennis blurted in total amazement. Always a black sheep somewhere in the family, you know. The cheeky response made Dennis smirk as heard many levels of humor in the statement. He sat back in the chair as the improbability of it all hit him. Professor Binns recounted stories of witches and wizards who managed to blend in with Muggle society and become rather well known for their non-magical achievements. Some went on to become absolutely loathsome, like Adolf Hitler, who capitalized on the chaos resulting from the Grindelwald Wars. However, it sounded as if Harry's grandfather managed to work out living in two worlds with seeming success. My dad followed in his footsteps, except my grandma is witch and my mom isn't. But Dada didn't care. I think he sort of likes my dad not following. I hear the word tradition a lot when I'm with his side of the family. Dad stands out like a sore thumb, and he's kind of proud of it, Harry said and looked pleased. If I followed tradition in my family, I'd be milking a cow right now, Dennis rejoined. But magic is much, much better. I think so, too, and you're good at it. So was Colin. Nobody Veer really expected you to turn out as good at magic as you did, Harry told him. When Dennis flinched at the statements, Harry held his eyes with a firm gaze. I know how much it hurt you when Colin got killed. We all do. I can't think what it'd be like if Aldred got killed like that, but I think you're kind of forgetting what it all really meant in the end. What's that? The last Creevy brother queried in a scratchy, thick voice. Call proved you two do belong here. Everyone knows now why you didn't come back. Bobby doesn't talk about it with you, but he's really ashamed he didn't stay home to protect his family. Every time he looks at you, I can see him thinking about what he should have done. Colin showed how much he loved his family. You showed how much you loved your family by staying home to look after them. That was brave, Denny, and a lot braver than I think anyone gives you credit for. Harry's words jolted Dennis out of the dark malaise that wanted to sweep over him. He never considered his or his brother's actions in that context. It made him pause and think. His head began to bob. Dennis struggled day in and day out to understand his brother's reasoning. It eluded him, but Harry's comments felt a bit soothing. He rolled his lips in against his teeth for a few seconds. Thanks, Harry. Never heard it put like that. Wish I could explain it to my parents the same way. But, not sure they're ever going to get over this. Not sure I will, either, Dennis honestly said in gratitude. I look at people like you, Raph, and Stu, and it makes me mad when I hear PLE say you need to just accept it and move on. Like Lachlan would say, they can just go freak themselves. Anybody who has even a shred of empathy knows you can't just get over it. It's stupid to say that, the handsome Brown made the point in a strident tone. Dennis nodded his head again and whispered, yeah. And the fact you got Ori and Stu worried about how good you are should tell you something. Them. Worried? I don't think so, the skinny Gryffindor replied. Once more Harry simply raised a single eyebrow to accentuate his point. Come on. Be serious, Harry. There. Ravenclaw. Smartest house in the school. They're both brilliant. And smart enough to see you as an academic threat at least in some subjects. I used to hear my dada talked about people who tried to make him feel inferior at Cambridge 'cause his skin in being Hindi, but he always tried to outdo them by being smarter. From what I heard, it worked most of the time. And you're not even trying, Denny. It's just who you are. Harry all but lambasted him. The statements astounded Dennis. His mouth fell open while he stared at his roommate. Harry did not give himself over to hyperbole, even when Jasper and Lachlan began to boast and brag. Of all the fifth-year boys in their room, Harry tended to be the most level-headed. Thus, Dennis took his comments with all due seriousness. You think it's an accident Stu started hanging around us? Especially after that improved measurement spell. I think he's trying to get into your head to pry out your secrets, Denny. Dennis felt his face turn into an inferno. Stuart, he now understood beyond any doubt, wanted to get into Dennis' pants as much as he wanted to get into his head. Moreover, it seemed the young Ravenclaw man wanted to get into the Gryffindor's heart even more so. That evening, Stuart made considerable advancements on the last 2 scores. The sense of fulfillment Dennis experienced and sent him floating along the school halls as he earlier made his way to the Gryffindor Tower. Harry grinned at him. Don't be embarrassed. That's probably one of the best compliments I could think of, his roommate added. I guess. I just worried about me. Dennis verbally stumbled. The short conversation with his roommate sent Dennis to the bedroom chamber slightly confused. Aurelia never once expressed any sense of concern or jealousy regarding his academic standing. Granted, he helped his close friends when studying for the exams, just as they assisted him, and it seemed a far cry from the picture Harry painted. When he got to the room, another picture rose up to meet him. Notes regarding astronomy lay strewn across the whole of Lachlan's bed. Jasper glared at him. Dennis simply shrugged. You know he's going to fail and get suspended from the team. The Gryffindor with an inset chin rumbled at him. His own bleeding fault, Jasper, and you know it, Dennis shot back. A rustling from the other side of the room announced Ewan occupied his bed. The somewhat weaselly-looking teenager threw Dennis an angry glance. Dennis again shrugged his shoulders. So, you really don't care if he does or not. He really needed your help, Denny, Ewan stated in an accusatory fashion. If he would have showed he cared about my studies just as much, I would have helped him. He wasn't being fair, and you know that, too. And now you're going to spend the rest of the year blaming me 'cause Lachlan laid around worrying about Quidditch instead of doing his homework and studying, he said to them in an acidic tone. I told you guys how I would help, and only Harry did his part. That's how it worked. He helped me, and I helped him. Same with Raph, Ori, Lilith, and Bobby. Stu, too. I think that's what Lachlan's really throwing a Benny over. Ewan looked away from Dennis before he finished. Jasper appeared even more angry. Dennis felt he correctly addressed the situation, and they could not refute the truth. Too many of the students in all the who's got hung up on the Quidditch standings. It seemed a reasonable conclusion the second half of the season would be far, far different from the first. Rumor spread through the school that half or more of the Quidditch players would not meet the academic requirement regarding exams and, thus, would be suspended from their teams. By the time he stripped down to his underwear, leaving his t-shirt in place and crawled into bed, the stove became incapable of providing any emotional warmth in the room. Maybe he'll think better of it when the next midterm exams come up, Dennis fired off one loss comment before dragging the covers over his head. In the darkness under the blankets he could see Lachlan's irate features when he got the news of his suspension. From all accounts Dennis heard, the Quidditch member in their dorm room only passed possibly 2 of his examinations. It appeared a safe bet Lachlan would fail the astronomy test as he claimed he never understood the purpose of studying. Gee, the stars and what impact it made on magic. Dennis privately agreed with his roommate, but recent events involving Stuart proved to the utility of astronomy even though the results shared nothing in common with the academic subject. His mind abruptly changed tack, and memories of the earlier portion of the evening flooded through him. It became almost unbearably warm under the blankets. I am falling in love with you, at least I think I am, Dennis whispered to the memories. There's nothing about you I don't like, Stu. While he got no answer, the hiding wizard felt better for saying it. And now I've got to ask you about what Harry said. You kind of admitted it already. He grinned in the darkness. The notion not just one but two Ravenclaws thought of him as a scholastic challenger almost made him snort. Dennis firmly believed both Aurelia and Stuart could perform magic circles around him before he thought of the first spell to cast. Yet that hardly mattered. Dennis admired Aurelia for all she could be a contrarian. What he felt toward Stuart became too large for him to quantify in a single thought. The Ravenclaw captured his attention like no other. Dennis hugged himself. You'd have liked him, Call. Really, you would. In the midst of the glowing emotions, a sense of regret he never told his brother about himself rose up. If anyone deserved to know, then Colin's name sat at the top of the list. Even though he tried on a few occasions, the goings-on at Hogwarts and the magical world in general always pushed personal matters aside. Life in the school became dire as Voldemort's forces slowly took over. Even the formation of Dumbledore's army became a liability of sorts. At every turn revealing his sexuality to Colin took a backseat to all over concerns. The need and will to survive overrode seemingly minor details. Dennis sighed as he considered the trajectory over the past 4 years. Sorry I never told you, he said to his regret. I know you'd have understood and wouldn't care. I just never found the right time. Then you go off and get killed by those bastards. Tears edged out of his eyes as the now too familiar rage surged in his chest. Any thought of reconciliation with any of the Death Eaters infuriated Dennis when he heard or read about the Ministry's effort to reintegrate Voldemort's followers back into the magical world. It galled him. He and Rafferty talked at length about the numerous light sentences given many of the Death Eaters in an effort to promote what officials called societal healing. Dennis refused at every step since no one LD offer him healing over the loss of his brother. His heart remained broken by the death of Colin. Now, he spoke to his beloved brother only in his imagination. It did not satisfy in any regard. At some point Dennis fell asleep. He got startled awake by the chamber door slamming against the wall and vile diatribe from Lachlan. Dennis remained cocooned in his bedding and did not give any sign he awoke. The sound of someone's feet pounding on the floor stones seeped in through the heavy covers and into his ears. Goddamn astronomy, Lachlan blared. Who gives one shite about what the constellate ions are named or where in the freaking heavens they happen to be? The rage Dennis heard paralleled what he felt toward the Death Eaters. And that arsehole couldn't even help me once or railed, and it seemed obvious who he meant. Dennis wanted to fly out from under the covers and yell in return that he helped twice, but Lachlan refused to do the same. Instead, he clenched his fists where no one could see the anger building in him. It seemed a foregone conclusion Lachlan would blame Dennis for his own personal failure. I seem to remember you never helping him, Harry's voice floated through the air. Freak you, Harry, honestly, just go and freak right off right now. Truth hurts, doesn't it? Dennis wanted cheer Harry's rebuttal, but he began to realize any participation on his part would only muddy the situation. Did you forget the part where I told you to freak off? Lachlan yelled at Harry. Get over yourself, Latchy. This is all on you, Harry dismissively replied. The volume of Lachlan's rant nearly shook the stones. His vehemence and vitriol against Harry defending Dennis stained the air. Nothing Ewan or Jasper said could calm him. They all knew if Lachlan physically attacked Harry, or Dennis for that matter, it would result in his expulsion from the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Lachlan sounded as if he desperately wanted to cross that line and consequences be damned. The roommate became so incensed his words sounded like nonsense. Dennis heard a number of concocted phrases he wanted to remember for future use, although both Aurelia and Lilith would call it vile. Dennis absurdly admired Lachlan's use of profanity and vulgarity. If he ever applied himself with the same vigor to his studies as he did to his swearing, Lachlan McCoy could easily take down the entirety of the Ravenclaw house. What is going on in here? A new voice, that of the head boy, rose above the fray. Silence instantly fell over the room. I could hear you all the way on the 7th floor, McCoy, and I. No people are going to report you, Daniel stated in an angry tone. Sorry, Lachlan grunted, but it sounded apologetic in the same way the wailing of the ghost-called Mother of the Fen sounded happy. What were you yelling about? The head boy demanded. Nothing. Just astronomy, Lachlan grumbled. Didn't pass, The guttural cross between a gurgle and growl did nothing to mask Lachlan's fury. It surprised Dennis how much he enjoyed not being part of the commotion. Moreover, it reminded him of summer days when he and Colin sat at the dining table working on projects in order to keep a distance from the television. They learned early on their presence caused interference with the functioning of the device. As a result, Dennis heard more programs and shows than he actually watched. His current situation bore a striking resemblance even if the causes widely differed. Creevy never helped him study, Ewan said in strained voice. Well, I talked to him, but he claimed you never helped him. Lachlan, when he asked, Daniel remarked. What help does he need? He's got all those freaky, watch your mouth. The sound of teeth clacking as Lachlan snapped his jaws together produced a small echo. And I wouldn't go telling McGonagall that when she calls you up for the tantrum you threw tonight, Daniel continued to dress down the 5th year. She won't like it if you try to pawn this off on Creevy, even if he was a twat about it all. So, you'd better be careful. Twat. Harry instantly repeated the word in a heated fashion. You know what I meant, Lords. Will McGonagall, going to go tattling now, Harry, for your friend. Ewan snapped at him, and turned the word friend into a slur. Denny didn't do anything wrong, and you all know he didn't, Harry bravely countered. If McCoy worked with him, he'd have helped. Everyone he helped him. That was the agreement, and Lachlan got all dodgy on it. Freak off. Lachlan yelled yet again. You say that one more time, and I'm taking you to McGonagall. Myself. Daniel shouted at him. A small pause ensued. Now go to bed, all of you. You probably haven't heard the last of this. Angry grumblings took place. Now, the head boy yelled at the foursome not in bed. Dennis listened as the loudest silence he ever heard descended over the room. Feet shuffled as his roommates presumably moved to their beds. A few seconds after that the door closed with a decided whop. He fully expected another row to take place, but no one spoke. The deathly glares could be felt through the blankets, and Dennis felt certain he received many from at least 3 of his roommates. It did not take long before the groan and squeak of beds issued forth as the denizens of the respective beds climbed aboard. Within 10 minutes, the unnatural silence turned natural as everyone attempted to fall asleep. As Dennis considered Lachlan's very predictable reaction, he got sidetracked by 2 distinct points. First and foremost, he felt indebted to Harry for his calm but insistent defense of the supposedly sleeping Creevy brother. Second, the fact the head boy called him a rather foul name, more or less in support of Lachlan's position, grated on his nerves. He planned on saving that bit of information for just the right moment. Finally, Dennis acknowledged the social climate with most of roommates likely got damaged beyond repair. The issue would persist for years, he speculated. Just as gloom began to settle on him, the image of a mostly naked Stuart Ackerley flashed through his mind. His brain instantly jumped on the new train of thought. Sleep became wily prey as his imagination got stoked. News of the argument, some said fight, in the 5th-year boys' dorm room rapidly spread the next morning. Many marveled at the foul epitaphs Lachlan loudly uttered that traveled to most floors. Yet the reason for the disturbance also got revealed despite the efforts of Ewan, Jasper, and Lachlan to affix the blame on Dennis. Dennis and Harry departed the room before any further eruptions occurred, and they hurried off to meet with their friends who wanted to go to Hogsmeade that day. Then of them beat a hasty retreat from the castle down the road to the village. Along the way, Harry did not wait and began a detailed telling of the events the previous night. He repeatedly asked Den, to confirm key pieces as Harry said he knew Dennis to be awake the entire time. The group of friends listened closely, became engrossed, and then picked apart the happenings as led by Aurelia, Lilith, and Stuart. It made for a remarkable half-day in Hogsmeade. Classes resumed as normal with massive amounts of homework piled on the students. Rumors began to circulate that too many students failed the exams. The teaching staff promised to return the graded tests by the end of the month. It seemed the midterm examinations harried the professors as much as the students. No one seemed disposed to discussing the tests in any capacity. Thus, the return to their normal overburdened lives felt nearly forced. In the meanwhile, Dennis sent an owl messenger to his home in St. Albans. On the Fro, NT of his short note he reminded whoever accepted the owl to give it a piece of hot dog or some other meat as payment. It shocked him when he got return owl from his parents stating they would love to see him home for a weekend. It took some serious begging to get one of the 7th years to agree to side apparate him London on such short notice. Dennis promised a series of personal favors to be carried out when Emmeline, who agreed to ferry him home and back, at any time she asked. Emmeline gave in because she said she vividly recalled when she met his parents right after the Battle of Hogwarts. Dennis became somber at the remembrance, and it seemed to sway the young woman. The younger Gryffindor also leaned on his close friendship with Rafferty, one of the beaters on Hufflepuff House Quidditch team. And that influenced her as well. Thus, his plans took shape. Think they'll agree? Stuart inquired once they ensconced themselves in a very private location and after 15 minutes of non-stop kissing. The Ravenclaw thought ahead and brought fairy lights in a jar with them to provide some illumination, but not enough to give away. Face appeared hopeful in the dim light as he posed his question. I think so. I'll say it'll give them a chance to go see Aunt Polly over in Swansea, Dennis told his boyfriend. She's not really a blood relation to us, but she was one of the only ones who, when called, she stayed around St. Albans for a couple of weeks to help my mum, dad, and me. Some aunties are the best, the Ravenclaw quietly stated. Yeah, the two lounged against one another. Stuart would not tell Dennis how he discovered the secret alcove on the 2nd floor behind the southwestern face of the Dark Tower. By the number of initials carved into the walls with DAT.S going back almost 800 years, it did not seem that secret to Dennis. However, Stuart pointed out the newest date came from the mid-1970s, over 20 years before. That assuaged the Gryffindor to some extent since Magi, and Muggles for that matter, like to leave some remembrance of themselves in strange places. And Harry's not sure he's going to make it back after the Yule. Said Hi's mother has a Muggle New Year event planned for them, the older of the two informed the younger young man. He told you. Dennis chafed in faux annoyance. He said he was afraid of disappointing you, Denny, especially after all the problems in your dorm room. You guys are becoming famous. Know that, for all the wrong reasons. Lachlan is being such a twit, and so is Jasper and Ewan. Stuart kissed the side of his mouth, and that silenced Dennis for half a minute as his tongue got otherwise employed. He liked kissing, and he really liked kissing Stuart. Moreover, it seemed the 6th year enjoyed it just as much. Can I ask you something? Well, it's a weird question, I think. Stuart inquired when their lips parted. Sure. Dennis gamely agreed. Would you have ever asked me out? No. The word fell flat between them. Stuart looked shocked by the answer. Dennis began to smirk and shake his head. What? His boyfriend prodded. You're asking the guy who's the most afraid of coming out if he would come out by asking you out, Dennis explained. That's a lot of outing, Stuart quipped, but he sounded amused. I knew that, and it almost scared the magic out of me when you started paying attention to me 'cause I was so attracted to you. Thought I might slip up and out myself by accident. Stuart raised his eyebrows in question. Dennis felt his cheeks grow warm as he considered what to tell his now boyfriend about the days before they revealed themselves to each other. He decided on telling the truth since he always proved terrible at fibbing. Half the time you came around I'd get so hard I couldn't stand up, and I was afraid you'd notice, Dennis confessed. Denny, I did notice. I'm not saying you're suffering from Willy's wondrous wand potion, but you're doing more than okay, down there. At least by my standards, the young Ravenclaw man said, and his voice grew utterly salacious by the end. Dennis's blush deepened, but he replied, never saw Aneth. Boys. Tonker like that, till I saw yours. At least not on purpose. Sometimes the guys get up and go to the loo with a morning staff. You know, the one with knob on the end. Stuart started laughing, and then needed to cover his mouth as it got louder. Dennis enjoyed the way his boyfriend's carriage vibrated against him. It meant Stuart laughed with his entire body. It took nearly a minute before the Ravenclaw got himself under control. As he quieted, Dennis saw a look in Stuart's eyes that he began to understand got reserved for him alone. It made the Gryffindor feel seen in a unique fashion. I know how I feel deep down, Denny, but I really like you, as a person. I don't care if none of this got started. I'd still want to be your friend. You're better than I imagined you'd be. And when I got so mad about the measurement spell, I never really blamed you. Took me a few days to understand you paid me a huge compliment. I think that's when I started to really lose control of myself every time you came round. I already thought of you as my friend, but I started to think I wished you were like me. Wish granted for both of us. You had to know I was. I didn't, I swear. Dennis quickly interjected. Stu, by Merlin, I couldn't let myself think about any guy like that. It'd make me crazy, and then I'd do something stupid if I got too excited. Stuart snorted in mirth. Dennis gently elbowed him. He understood the pun. I think Harry figured you out, the young Gryffindor half blurted. He kept hinting that maybe you wanted something more from me. Harry's not stupid, either. I sort of guessed he might be onto me. Wasn't sure. Stuart thoughtfully spoke as he tightened his arms around the skinny younger teenager. Can't say I was too careful around you. You don't sound worried. I'm not. Dennis felt his form stiffen. Relax, Creevy. I don't think you realize how much of friend you got in Harry. He seems a little protective over you, to be honest. Harry's a good bloke, and he's a real mate. Don't know why it started happening this year, but we've gotten closer, I guess. He seems to get what losing call. I know, Stuart said and hugged Dennis hard. He cares about you, Denny. A lot of people do, even if you can't see it half the time. I think that's part of what happens when we stay hid, afraid of letting people get too close and finding out the truth. Got to be doubly bad for you since you live in the Muggle world, too, and have to hide your wizard side. A powerful light flashed in Dennis' mind. Stuart said something so obvious he never once thought of it in the past, and the new revelation almost blinded him. The Gryffindor gaped at the Ravenclaw. You mean to tell me you never saw the parallel between the two? Dennis moved his head back and forth. And here I thought of adopting you into Ravenclaw, Stuart said in a sad, slow manner. Oh, shut it. Dennis laughed, and the rapidly grew serious. And, no, I never did compare one side to the other. Just didn't seem like they have anything in common. They don't, except you need to follow the secrecy statute to make sure no muggles discover you're a wizard, duh. Niece's boyfriend almost needlessly explained. And look at everything you've done to make sure no one figures out you're gay. Is it really that different from one another? Dennis, mouth hung open. Anger still burned in him over being directed to hide the actual cause of his brother's death from any non-magical person who did not already know he and Colin happened to be wizards. He started to move his head back and forth. The dimly lit private alcove did not seem large enough to contain his frustration and fury over the issue. Denny, Stuart asked a dozen questions and showed worry with how he used the name. He was a hero, Stu, and, we can only say, a building fell on him. The Gryffindor let the depth of his ire show. Then he felt arms squeeze him tight. But there are people know exactly what Colin did for the Magi world, and I'd say almost everyone here agrees Colin is a hero, the Ravenclaw said in a confident and soothing tone. Ever think of inviting some of us to your me so your mum and dad can hear what we think? For half a second Dennis thought it a marvelous idea, but then he remembered his father's growing and rather intractable disdain regarding magic. No, my father. Sometimes he can't even look at me 'cause I look like Colin and I'm still a wizard. Dennis lowered his head onto his boyfriend's shoulder as a new round of sorrow assailed him. His desire to talk with his parents regarding his late brother's life burned hotter than his anger at the Ministry of Magic. Yet each time he attempted to broach the subject, the mood in the house became so depressive and sullen Dennis could barely stand sitting in the same room with his parents. Thus, Colin's death remained unresolved between them. If he tried to fill the house with his magical friends, he could well imagine his father's negative reaction, and it might cause the MN from Hogwarts. He also believed it would depress his mother to see others who survived the battle and would go on to lead full lives. Dennis could not do that to his parents. Sometimes I can't believe how complicated your life is, Stuart said and sounded as though he talked to himself. The more I talk to you and Bobby, the more it kind of scares me for you. I don't know if I could live like you have to. The teenage Gryffindor stayed silent. Ever thought of coming out to your parents? Dennis snorted so derisively he felt Stuart blanch. That's a no, but why not? Stu, think about it. Dennis half railed at his boyfriend. My parents can barely handle the fact I'm a wizard, they can't handle what happened to Call or the reasons why. And you think it'd be all just grand and swell if I came out to them? For the love of Thurston, how'd it work out for you? I get your point, the young Ravenclaw man somberly intoned. No, Stu. I didn't mean to yell at you, but I really couldn't deal with one more problem in my life. Not one of that magnitude. I know we're supposed to be living in a more enlightened time, but have you ever been to St. Albans? No, Stuart chuckled the word. Ever been in the Larches in Oxfordshire? You live there. Dennis almost whistled the question in astonishment. I mean, I know about Oxfordshire, so I guess Larches is pretty well to do. The air seemed to shift around them as Stuart entered into a thoughtful muteness. Dennis could nearly hear him thinking. It made him curious and more than a little apprehensive. Stuart then sighed and said, my great-great-grandfather made a fortune in goblin silver and gold, selling it for magical implement production. Some said a lot of what he did was illegal, but it made him very, very rich. Bought himself a seat on the Wizengamot, and my family's been there ever since. Now my father and his family run a pretty big import-export concern. My pa drives a milk tanker lorry, and my mum works part-time for one of the national charities, Dennis managed to say as he tried to mentally grapple with the wealth from which Stuart originated. That doesn't sound too dodgy, Stuart commented. Probably a far sight more legal than what my family gets into, and that's why my parents didn't take it well when I got caught with Andrew. Can't have anyone looking too closely into our business now, can we? Stuart's voice literally changed as he uttered the last sentence. Dennis guessed his boyfriend imitated his sire. And it sounded both dire and dour. He already knew Stuart got threatened with expulsion from the family if he got caught again, and Dennis felt his own hardships pale in comparison. Regardless of how much his parents might be disappointed to discover their last remaining son is gay, he did not think they would turn him away or out. He could not imagine his mother allowing it to happen. Toward apparently never received that small comfort. I guess both our lives are complicated, he softly said to the handsome Ravenclaw. I used to think being Muggle-born made things easier, but you and Bobby really opened my eyes. I guess no one really has it easy, do they? Probably not, Dennis conceded. The kiss that followed started slow and felt emotionally needy to Dennis. He knew he felt that way. Bit by bit, little by little, the kiss increased in intensity. Wants he could not explain came to the surface and fueled his desire of the young man from Oxfordshire. Stuart appeared to be reacting in a similar manner. Hands began to roam and tongues tangled with one another. Thoughts of their complex lives fell to the wayside as Dennis' physical wants began to manifest. In the privacy of the dark tower alcove, far from prying eyes, they gave into one another. Dennis got another reminder of how much he loved his sexuality, and mainly because of how deeply he cared for the person who helped him explore himself. The rest of the week found a familiar stride. The days seemed a repeat of the ones before the midterm examinations. Rise, ablutions, breakfast, classes, short relaxation, studying, dinner, more studying. And then retiring for the night. The only saving grace came in the fact Dennis got to spend each evening with Stuart despite being surrounded by friends. No one made any the wiser as to the brief times when two would go in search of some out-of-the-way spot. Even Harry did not appear to notice anything different. Through it all, Dennis and his friends resumed life under the unrelenting pressure to complete assignments and study for future tests. The fifth year started to become numb to the grind. Stuart and Aurelia reminded the group the sixth years also faced repeated owls. Lilith, in her rather direct manner, reminded them they already took the tests once, so they knew what to expect and how to prepare. Dennis stayed out of those debates as much as he could. Oh, sweetie, his mother squealed when he crawled into the trusty family Vauxhall Cavalier through the rear passenger door and closed it. She twisted around at the waist to face him, seized his cheeks, and kissed them. His father deftly maneuvered around the Pancras Road station bypass to resume the street and begin the journey north. If Dennis correctly guessed, his father would swearing under his breath when the A1 split off from the M1. Side apparating from Hogwarts across almost the entire length of the UK made Dennis felt queasy. Emmeline talked him into going to King's Cross Station instead, directly home, as a precaution against violating the secrecy statute. She delivered him to the Hogwarts Express platform. He arrived 20 minutes before his parents, and it gave him the chance to recover from the travel experience. "Good to have you home for the weekend, Denny," his father said, but sounded surly as he piloted the vehicle. "Sorry you get to spend the first hour in the car." "Nothing to do about it, Dad. This is the closest I could get since I didn't think you'd want to drive to Cambridge," Dennis said. "I did try to get them to magically deliver me right to the house. But some regulation says only a direct member of the family can apparate into the house, otherwise they can only drop me at the door, and I don't think I could explain to the Mayhews how I managed it." "There is that," his father said, and did not sound pleased. Dennis saw the man frown in the rear view mirror. "How'd your tests go?" his mother asked, since he stayed in regular contact with his parents and complained at length in each of his letters for the past month. "I think I passed all of them, but it was really kind of scary. Bad surprise to pull on us this year," he grumbled, as he did in his missives about how the school never warned them. "Don't you have some big tests coming up at the end of the year?" Duncan Creevy surprisingly inquired of his son. "Yeah, the ordinary wizarding level tests. We just call them owls. O-W-L. Get it?" he explained and smirked. "Little cheeky there, Denny," his father warned, but Dennis saw him grin. "What's the point of all these tests they're giving you?" Dennis spent the majority of the ride home explaining why the school gave the midterm examinations. It amazed him his parents showed as much interest in his magical studies as they did. Especially his father. He could sense the patriarch of the small family making an effort, so he regulated what he said and tried to make it sound as boring as possible. It took Dennis 15 minutes to describe and explain the owls, and what impact the tests would exert on his future education. His parents listened and occasionally asked questions, but it seemed obvious to their son they did not fully appreciate or understand the importance of the examinations. They paid attention simply because it happened to be part of his life and he happened to be their son. "Sounds pretty trying," his mother commented when his father shut down the engine. They started to exit the vehicle. Dennis grabbed his duffel bag that he magicked just as heavily as his trunk, and it contained a goodly amount of his clothing. Performed admirably. When it came to laundry services, Dennis knew his mother liked to fret over him and watch him take care of himself. Sometimes her interest in he state of his boxer shorts left him feeling uncomfortable, but he could see it made her feel motherly. She would enjoy watching him do laundry. "I kept telling everyone I was thinking of coming home to go work in the dairy with you, Dad," Dennis said, and tried to sound as lighthearted as possible while walking up and between his parents. His father threw an arm around his shoulders and said, "Son, you can't drive a lorry and your abilities might make it go wonky, and you only weigh about as much as good-sized a cow pat." Duncan. Jill Creevy upbraided her husband. Dennis laughed and Luxor. IATED in the protective feel of his father's loose embrace while his mother opened the front door of the row house. It seemed they all made an effort, in Dennis' opinion, to make the brief weekend reunion as pleasurable as possible. When they walked past the threshold, the smell of home flooded Dennis' nostrils and sinuses. A surge of emotion roared through him. "Home," he whispered. "Might not be a castle," his father began. "But better," Dennis interjected as he strolled forward in front of the man. His mother leaned over, kissed him on the cheek, and said, "There's no place like home." I led at the reference because The Wizard of Oz, and American stories the Magi world found absolutely hysterical, seemed almost natural. He liked the old movie, and only Bobby understood the terror the flying monkeys induced in childhood. Granted, the terror he experienced in Professor Hagrid's class with displays of frightening magical creatures put it all into perspective. He walked inside and deposited his duffel bag at the foot of the stairs leading to the second level. "Now, your father and me were thinking maybe we could go someplace for dinner," his mother said. Dennis heard the indirect invitation to name a restaurant, but he started to shake his head before he replied, "I'd like it more if we just stayed home tonight. Maybe tomorrow." His parents appeared a bit surprised. "Honestly, I just want to kip back and relax for a while without thinking about anything. Wouldn't mind catching up on Inspector Morse. The smile that broke across his mother's face answered for him. Both he and his father often lost to her complete devotion to the television program and the famed but fictional chief detective. His father nudged him with his shoulder. "You're the worst suck-up," his father chided him. "Oh, lay off the boy. At least he's showing some taste," his mother tartly rejoined. Both Dennis and his father snorted as they attempted to stifle their laughter. His mother frowned at both of them. Then she smirked. "Take your things up to your room," she advised him. "Bring home laundry." "Some," Dennis stated and began leaning down to get his bag. "It smells better when I do it here." Both his parents gave him a puzzled glance. He shrugged and started heading up the stairs after snagging the handles of his duffel bag. When he stood, he got a mothering look from his mother. "Give me an hour, Denny, and I'll put something out for dinner," Jill told her son. "Nothing fancy, Mum. I get enough of that at Hogwarts. Just some good, regular cooking is all I want." His mother again looked surprised, but also somewhat pleased. His father, standing behind his wife, shook his head and eyed his son. Dennis got the message loud and clear. He turned as he began to grin. The sense of home suffused Dennis as he moved his feet up the treads. However, the absence of Colin assailed him. As Dennis struggled to keep himself in check, he looked forward to sleeping in his own room, in his own bed, and alone. At the top of the stairs and entering the short hallway made him confront the closed door of his late brother's room. He could sense his parents never went into the room. He planned on going in at some point to simply feel close to Colin. Sadness swept over him. Tears raced down his cheeks as he went to his room. Alone. As the evening wore on when Dennis wended his way to the dining area to share a meal with his parents, it became painfully apparent they all forced themselves to act in better spirits than what they felt. Dennis could feel his father and mother as assiduously avoiding any mention of his brother, even though Colin stared at them from a number of motionless photographs. Dennis tried to keep from looking at them, but his eyes constantly got drawn to the images. By the end of the meal, the trio ate in an oppressive silence. It took a supreme act by his father to crack the thick pall that settled over the small family. "Think you might up for some fishing tomorrow, Denny?" his father inquired in a dry, strained voice. At some point before the meal, the man changed out of his blue Derry uniform and into jeans and a fleece jumper. The logo for Manchester City hovered on his chest. "Yeah, that'd be nice. Can't go fishing at school 'cause the merpeople get upset over hooks hanging over the homes," he rejoined in plain manner. "People in the lake," his mother whispered. She, too, appeared every inch of her muggle self dressed in slacks and one of the excessively loud floral print blouses she loved. And the giant squid wouldn't want anything to happen to him, her. How do you tell the sex of a squid? The Creevy parents stared at their son as if he spoke gibberish, which, Dennis partially conceded, he did if one did not understand the environs surrounding Hogwarts. One side of his mouth rose into an ironic smirk. Try as me might, he could not escape how once fantastical notions now appeared normal to him. It created a small divide between he and his parents. But Dennis felt his resolve renewed to remain connected to his Muggle heritage and his parents. Hence, and even though he did not particularly enjoy the activity, he agreed to go fishing with his father. "Sun up, Dad?" he asked. "Before. Fish bite before sunrise. Mind getting up at 5? His father asked. "Going to be cold. Not as bad here as it is up north. You won't need a heavy jacket." His mother's head shifted back and forth as father and son settled the details. It felt very amicable and normal to Dennis, so he decided to risk broaching the real reason for his visit him. He fidgeted a bit as he looked from his mother to his father and then back to his mother. "I wanted to ask something," he quietly said. Tension flooded around him. The teenager tried to ignore it. He kept his gaze steady. "I was wondering it'd be all right with you if I went back to Hogwarts on Boxing Day?" Dennis asked. "Denny," his mother said in a high pitch. "Why?" his father bluntly queried. "Well, the school is really celebrating Yuletide this year, and there's some events I'd like to go to with my friends," he said without elaborating. "And I was thinking you could go to Swansea to see Aunt Polly for New Year's." His mother's face altered, as did his father's. His parents glanced at one another, and Dennis saw he sparked on the right idea. Then they looked at him. "Polly might like to see you, too," Jill softly stated. "I know, and I'd love to see her, but I don't know. I sort of feel like I'm missing something big at the school this year. After the tests, ND everything, and getting ready for the next term, I just kind of feel like I need to be there. Does that make sense?" His father nodded and said, "At your age I couldn't wait to get away from your Grammy and Grampy. I just wanted to go hang out with my friends, listen to music, maybe get in a few pints." "Duncan, don't give him ideas." Jill again took her husband to task while swatting at his arm. "No alcohol at Hogwarts," Dennis told them. "All wine, beer, and liquor spells don't work. The hardest drink we can get is butter beer, and that's not even really beer, and we have to go to Hogsmeade to get it." His parents exchanged another glance. Once more Dennis could feel how hard they forced themselves to be understanding of his situation. It rang doubly true for his father, and in the man's eyes. "I can stay home with you if you want," Dennis conceded with a touch of defeat in his voice. "And have you moping around the house for over a week." "I don't want that," Duncan grunted at his son. "But, Dennis," his mother pleaded. Dennis frowned and said, "I sort of feel close to Colin there, too. I feel him here, but the magic and all that. It was something we had together." The teenager knew he ran the risk of sabotaging his own plan with the mention of his brother. His parents sat back in their chairs, pain visible on their faces. Dennis indirectly raised the issue they would be celebrating, if one could call it that. The first major holiday without Colin. His memory would haunt them, Dennis believed, as assuredly as the ghost of Christmas past. As he thought about what it could all mean, words slipped out of mouth. "I know you want me with you, and I know why. I want to be with you, but, part of me, I can't ignore it. There's a part of him that's not here. Never was once we found out what we are." He explained as much to himself as them. What started out as a fabrication became a grim truth. Tears flowed out of his eyes as he thought about his brother. Dennis heard his mother sniffle, and he looked up at her. She cried as well. His father appeared as if carved from stone, but light glimmered on the edges of eyelids. The oppressive and terrible specter of Colin's death crowded around them. Dennis realized almost too late he ventured into dangerous territory. "Is it that important to you?" his father flatly asked. Dennis nodded his head. "Then I guess you should go where you think you should go." "Your mum and me will make do, Denny," Duncan rumbled. He stood and walked from the table before Dennis could make any sort of reply. His footfalls echoed until they halted in the living room. His father's favorite chair squeaked. Moments later the television roared to life. Dennis glanced at his mother. She reached a hand out over the table. The boy took it and felt he possibly made a grave mistake. "He misses spending time with you," she mouthed to him. "I miss him, too," Dennis wordlessly said, except he did not quite know who he meant. "It's hard, but I hear you, Denny. That's important to you, and we need to remember that." Even in her grief his mother proved her bona fides as a mother. She took his position into consideration despite the great tragedy her son knew she felt. The soft hand squeezed his. He felt reassured. They sat together at the table for a while his father caught up on news and sporting details. After a while, they repaired to living room. Jill Creevy assumed her favorite chair while Dennis occupied the settee furthest from the television. Because his emotions ran high, his magic produced some interference with the electronics of the devices. The images wavered and static crackled in the speaker. Several times his father shot him a look as if Dennis purposefully caused the issue. 15 minutes later Dennis left the living room since he could not rein in his powers. His parents said nothing to him as he departed the living room. A minute later he stood outside of Colin's room. It took all his strength to reach out, grasp the doorknob, twist it, and push open the door. The scent of his brother flooded outward, and it hit Dennis like a punch to the gut. Tears welled out of him unbidden. His mind tricked him by playing Colin's voice telling Dennis to come into the room as Colin did thousands of times in the past. Memories flooded through him, and Dennis wept with each remembrance of a brother who cared for and loved him. Signs of everything Colin loved in life festooned the room, and it drove the loss further into Dennis. He went and laid on the bed, grabbed the pillow that smelled like his brother, curled around it, and begged whatever magical gods might exist to return his brother to him. Hours later a hand shook his shoulder. Dennis woke feeling disoriented and sluggish. He sat up. It too. Okay, a moment before he realized he fell asleep in Colin's room. A brief state of panic started to set in, but the hand held him in place. The teenager looked upward and into the face of his mother. Her cheeks glistened with tears. Dennis suddenly felt even more terrible. I thought it was him for a moment, she said in a voice made raw by emotion. Sorry, Mum, Dennis said and struggled to get off the bed. Jill Creevy held her son in place. Then she sat next to her youngest. They stayed silent for several moments. Your father is jealous of you and Colin, his mother quietly said. He's close to his brother. But never like what emerged between you two. We were always glad you and him were so close, but I'm not sure your dad understands how much this hurt you. Dennis tried to cry quietly and leaned against his mother. But, Denny, we were so relieved when you stayed. We knew it was getting bad out there for your kind. That Voldy fellow sounded like a right bastard. We wanted Col to stay home, too. But he said he had to go, for both of you. Yeah, he whispered. There's just so much we don't know, she said, and it sounded like a conclusion. Come on, let's get you to your room. I think there's something squirming in your bag. Dennis heard a command and not a request. He got up. His mother took his hand and led him from the room like she used to lead him through public places. On the way out, she closed the door behind them. In the dull sound of wood hitting wood, he got the distinct impression she asked him to never enter the room again. It bothered him to TNK she saw her dead son sleeping safely in his old bed. The shock hurt her, he guessed. When they got to his room, she pushed open the door. Dennis stepped inside, but she did not relinquish his hand. It forced him to turn and face her. We love you so much, Denny. Sometimes. Now, we're so afraid for you. I know it isn't fair to you, but keep that in mind if you could, she asked, and Jill Creevy sounded distant and hollow to her son. I will, Mum, he agreed since he felt to do otherwise would be a betrayal. And it's all right if you want to go back to school on Boxing Day. You want to be with friends who knew him. I get that, but it may take your father a while. So, go back when you want. We'll go see Polly like you suggested. It'll be good to get away from here for a while. Her son watched her as she lifted her head a little and her eyes scanned his room. Dennis could not fathom a single guess as to what she saw, but her words wormed around his brain. Although she often broke down during the summer and cried over her loss, she remained a steadfast presence for Dennis even when his father retreated into his own pain and growing dislike of magic. When her face turned to his, she reached up and patted his cheek. You're a good boy, Denny. Don't let these terrible, awful things you've been through change you too much. Remember your heart. Don't ever forget the pay. RSON Colin thought you are. We think you are. He knew you best. Trust that. Dennis flung himself at his mother, and she caught him. They squeezed one another as tightly as they could. The urge to up the pretense and tell his mother everything about his life, about how his brother's death permanently altered his life, almost took control. Just when he thought he realized he could not justify the burden it would place on her. He knew his mother, and father for that matter, needed time to adjust and heal from the tragedy. Dennis could not let his own minor issues add to their woes. Instead, he poured as much of the love he felt for his family into that embrace. The magic in his body reacted and stirred. Dennis loosened his grip on her lest he accidentally cast a spell. She slowly released him. Right, she said, her voice heavy with emotion. 5 is an early hour. Get some sleep. I will, he promised, although sleep seemed the furthest thing from his mind. Love you, Mum. Love you, too, Denny. She smiled at him. It seemed genuine and real, and he returned it. Then, his mother leaned over and kissed Jill. Smiled again when Dennis blushed a little from the open show of affection. His fingers tingled from the multitude of emotions, some of them conflicting, racing through his mind. Without another gesture or word, his mother pivoted and walked silently away from his door. Dennis watched her disappear down the hall. It seemed later than he originally guessed, and he wondered how long he slept in Colin's room. With that, he stepped back and closed his bedroom door. 6 hours later his wind-up alarm clock sounded. Dennis crawled out of a deep and dreamless sleep. He felt tired even though he got more sleep in one night the past 24 hours than he got per night in the past month. His brain reminded him he agreed to go fishing with his father. However, after the way their meal ended the night before, he could not say for certain the mini-trip would take place. Thus, Dennis dressed quickly, donned a jacket, and quietly slid out of his room. He made a visit to the water closet first before he crept down the stairs. The dining room light guided him. "Wasn't sure if you'd be getting up," his father grumped in his usually manner. "Dad, I'll go fishing with you whenever you want," Dennis replied as the words of his mother from earlier urged him. Duncan Creevy eyed his son for a moment before he half smirked, nodded his head, and stood. A strong hand landed on Dennis's shoulder and squeezed. Dennis managed to keep from wincing because his father often forgot what wrangling cows and driving a lorry did for his native strength. For 2 seconds it seemed as if they talked for an hour. The contact communicated more than Dennis imagined. "All right, let's head out. We'll stop and get breakfast at Costcutter. I think it's open at this time," his father said as he released the shoulder and began moving around his son. "And Arnie won't mind if we take a boat even though he won't be there. We'll settle up with him when we get back to shore. And he'll see us out on the lake," Dennis added for good measure.